podcast, episode 197, the sequel. The sequel to the only time we do a sequel. We did it last year. We're doing it this year, but there's a little twist on it this year because now we're having a trivia show on top of it.
Ooh.
Because, yeah. So
and
surprise.
luckily, as we were just joking about, JP and Brandon are not involved, so it's going to happen.
Yes.
Do either of them listen to this show?
I think JP like occasionally, but he might be like on like I don't even know if he knows Brandon's not on the show anymore.
JP has issues with listening to it on Patreon for some reason, and I'm not going to make fun of that. Well, with me and technology and the bad luck I have, and I had an incident last night. Oh, man, and I had to scramble around to get this fucking fish show on my TV. You wouldn't believe the story. But anyway, he has issues. I'm not going to make fun of anybody that has issues with computers and having trouble with the way it worked. But JP thinks it's much harder to listen to something on Patreon as opposed to listening to it on whatever the hell, Spotify or Apple or whatever. So I know Carly listens to it and relays things to him. I know Parker listens to it and we talk about it in our chat. And JP himself has been asking, when's this show going to drop? You guys are lazy. I told him when it was reported. When's it going to drop? Talking about the last show.
I delayed it on purpose. I could have released it last week, and I put it up this morning.
Well, here's the thing. Those guys want to hear our show so they know what to watch. See how it goes? So they're relying on us because they're running out of ideas. And Mooch thinks he can't even. Well, Mooch thinks he can't even make a top 8. That's how down on the year he is. And Parker's okay. The other guys are okay, but they still want more, suggestions. And I keep things close to the vest, as you.
Here's
like to
one.
say.
Go fuck yourselves.
So now they've heard. And now trivia, as we obviously Mr. Watson is here. No proper introduction. Very sorry, but
What up,
Mr. Watson again for the sequel. So hey,
hello, hello.
Yes.
Awesome. So what happened was C said that he got Trivial Pursuit horror edition. I said, well. Now, I think that you guys are horror trivia giants, these two. I think they were supposed to face off in the finals or the semis or something in that thing that never happened. Which
Semi hard on.
Which
I was just going to say I got a semi.
I've gotten over it.
I also got that one last year. I think you and I did a little bit of that, Dave, last year. Scary movie night in. But now we got the Trivia Pursuit Horror Edition. The first time ever in the history of podcasting, anybody's going to read some trivia on to one another online. I'm just kidding because I think Jamie and Brian did it as well as probably many others. But I know Jamie and Brian did it because I remember driving in the car or listening and wanting to answer the questions going, they can't hear me. They cannot hear me.
It's frustrating. I listened to their show and they did it. I listened to another show and they've done it. I listened to every time a trivia's on, and I'm not saying I'm the professor of horror, but I can tell you this: 80% of the time I know the answer, and I'm like, shit, I know this answer. And here's
except for Final Girl number 4 from Friday the 13th.
Yeah, hold on. Her name is Trish. Her last name Kimberly Beck.
Yeah, because I think you got it. Finally, last time you're getting a little. You're like, we both were dry blanks, and it just pops in every now and then, like that stupid shit that just pops into your head every now and then.
See, I was gonna say Tommy Jarvis, but shit.
That wasn't until 6. He's the final girl of 6. he's tied. He's tied with what's her name, Jennifer Cook. Yeah. See, I got it going on. The coffee's just kicking in. We're good. We're warm.
So we're doing top 22 of 2022, part 2.
Yes, we're doing the
honorable
mentions. Yeah, 2 honorable mentions. Your bottom 2, it's all 2s. No, just kidding. So honorable mentions, our bottoms, our awards if we haven't given them out. Just discussion about other movies because there was a lot. Despite what Mood says, there was a lot of movies worth talking about. I think in 2022 that we didn't really talk about last show. So we get to do that, have some fun. And it is 2022. Oh, no, it's not. It's not 2022. It's not even there yet. It
is 2022. It's not 2023.
Well, to the listeners. Right. Oh, yeah. It is.
It is going to be 20. Happy New Year, everybody. We're recording this in the new year.
Hey.
Hey-yo. Yeah. Happy New Year. Yes.
I already broke my New Year's resolution. I've masturbated right before the show.
Have you ever tried to quit that, like at any time?
Like Seinfeld style? No. Are you crazy?
I did more than once. I've even thrown out things when I was younger. I said I can't do this anymore, and I've thrown out magazines. I've thrown out videotapes that I took the time to freaking compile these amazing things together that I wanted. I have tried to quit so many times in my life, and I meant to, and it's impossible.
But I keep forgetting. No, I mean, not by choice. I go on a family vacation, and we're all like,
wow,
whatever. Yeah, I'm not, then it stops. Sorry, Watson. I know you probably continue, but for me, I stop. I don't stick any needles in there, any debris.
Stop that.
Yeah,
no.
Stop that. No, but not by choice. I've continued, and that's never anything I've given up for Lent. That's never been my New Year's resolution. I keep on trucking.
I told a girlfriend I was dating a few years ago that I was like, yeah, we can't have sex for Lent. All that, we got to take that off. And she got so fucking pissed at me, and I was like, I'm not even Catholic or whatever, like, and this is just my excuse to get distance between. I didn't say that stuff. I just said I'm deeply religious and what we're doing is wrong. Wow. Anyway,
it worked, huh? So it was an easy way to break up with her. Ultimately,
that wasn't how it happened. That was just like one of like 50 different things. I'm kind of over girls who get drunk and then want to punch you. That's all. I'm a nice guy. I don't.
Yeah, but that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun, though. That's the. See, this is what people don't understand.
In my 20s, my friend, but we're getting toward the 40 mark here. I want a respectable young lady who doesn't mind if I say an off-colored word every now and then, and who'll cook me a nice meal and bring home the bacon. That's all. Just that.
I don't ask for much.
I don't ask for much. Just everything.
Well, I'm settled down
my
now.
Balls every now and then.
Yeah, you're settled. Yeah, you guys are settled down. I will follow in that tradition. But yeah,
maybe. But if I'm your age and I'm still single and I'm going out, I still want a crazy girl that maybe she will try to punch me someday because I have a lot of because they're crazy chicks and we've been over this.
We have.
Crazier in the bed.
I'll punch you.
Crazier in the head. Whatever. Other way around.
So you'll punch you?
I'll throw in a wig and I'll just punch him right in the fucking nose.
What, buddy? Let me come up to Canada. I wouldn't mind getting a black eye from old C.
Yeah, I'm not a fighter. Like, I punch with my thumb in.
Lover.
So I'll break it. I'll just break it right away. I don't know how to fight.
Well, what's worth
fighting? I use my mouth for war. I'm like Pantera.
You guys are Italian gentlemen. And this actually leads to something I wanted to bring up that I meant to bring up last show. But it just occurred to me like that.
How stupid we are?
No, not at all. Now that Brandon is off the show and the Jewish component is gone, it may well be time for Dave Zendano and Christian Luciani to lean into the Italiano nature of this podcast. So I got like a suggested change to the show. So it's still everything you're doing now that we're doing here, still a horror movie review podcast. None of that changes. It's just aesthetics, gentlemen. So instead of you guys sitting, where you are now in the basement surrounded by horror memorabilia, I think you guys should be wearing wife beaters in your kitchens, always cooking sauces and pastas. I can see this clear as day. I can see you guys like having JP, for instance, on as a guest, right? And on camera, you two are like grating cheese, cutting tomatoes, tasting the sauce. And then he'll go, actually, I think Jason Goes to Hell is one of the best Friday the 13th movies. And you'll both be like, oh, hey, oh,
hi.
Yeah, whoa. And you'll start, do you fuck with the vision? Because I can see this now that the horror mafia isn't around anymore.
We'll be the new horror mafia.
Yes, I see you two just being like, Davesy just trying the sauce, being like, no, mero. Let's be like, oh, it's molto bene. And then, all of a sudden, you'll say something he doesn't like, and every time you disagree, oh!
I think this is just Watson's way of fitting in as many Italian stereotypes as possible.
I am a quarter Italian, so you can have me on sometimes to be like, hey, what is up, Fredo?
Whatever happened to Joey? The guy disappeared. Is he not on social at all?
I talked to him a few weeks ago. He's doing good. He's just chilling.
Joey,
5 years.
He's an all-in or all-out kind of guy. That's the thing. Yep. He doesn't. Same thing with Ricky Morgan. I don't know if you guys are familiar with my homie Ricky, but Ricky either podcasts like every fucking day, or doesn't podcast at all. And it's the same thing with Joey. When Joey's around, he's addicted to podcasting like a heroin with a needle. You know what I mean? Just boom, boom, boom. I got to put out this podcast, this podcast, this podcast. And it's the same thing with Ricky. He's got like 2 or 3 at once.
Yeah.
They, for some reason, they can't do anything in the middle. They can't say, okay, I'm just going to come back, do a show, record 2 or 3 times a month. And it's all in or all out. And that's just their personalities, I guess. They can't.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what's going on with Joey. And I'd rather have him be out because you put too much pressure. No, it's true for his mental health. You put too much on yourself. It's just, you know, what the hell? I haven't
talked to that guy in years, man. Well, he was always around, and then Horror Mafia stopped, and then he was gone.
Yeah. He's just been chilling these days. Yeah, he's just kicking back, man, in old Brooklyn.
Nice.
So.
Go Brooklyn. I got to reach out. I might be out seeing him. I might drive on freaking New Year's Eve to go see Fish.
Cool.
Might.
You guys have that's your New Year's Eve plans? See, you have any cool New Year's Eve plans?
No, I'm not a New Year's Eve person.
Me neither.
So no, not off the, like, nothing planned anyway.
Yeah. Nice.
What about you, Watson? You got action?
Yeah.
The bar where my buddy Monkey Bone and I do DJing and stuff like that's going to be having a big celebration. I just don't, and it's only a street over for me, so I don't even have to drive or anything. I can get fucking wasted and walk over there and walk home. But I just don't really like to be out. I have, it's not really, New Year's Eve. It just really isn't my thing. I'll go there, maybe sing a song, say a rap or two on the mic, and go home, and hopefully my son will be around or something like that and play video games. So
Ice cappuccino style?
Ice nice. Cappuccino style, indeed.
Yes.
But
bring in the new year with Ice Cap.
Oh, dude, I would bring in the new year with Ice Cap all day long. But Fish, though, Dave Z, that sounds pretty fun, man.
Well, here's the thing. They play every year. Actually, I watched the first show last night because they do a 4-year run on New Year's Eve. And I haven't done a New Year's Eve show with them ever. So there's kind of like bucket list things I like to do, especially with the band. And I've done everything I can do with the band. I haven't gone to Maya. They do a thing in Maya now every year. So that's a whole other package deal. But I've been to a festival. I've been to a Halloween show. I just need to do a New Year's Eve show. And then I've done all the big staples of the serious fans. Now this year, I might be able to do it because I'm off. I took a week off. That's a whole other story there. But I took the time off. I'm here. My wife may or may not be going to work because she works for Southwest, and it's a big clusterfuck. And on top of it, I live in Buffalo, and it's been a huge clusterfuck. Christmas was canceled for a day and everything. And that's a whole other thing. Everybody's here and healthy, thank goodness. I can't say the same about 30 other people that have passed away in this freaking horrible blizzard. But it's been crazy shit out here, and now my wife's trying to get out. So I don't know if she's going to be able. So this is what I proposed to her last night. I said, listen, whatever I do, I'm doing it with you. So either you and I are going to sit here.
A romantic song.
Why?
Everything I do.
I do it with you. And that's what.
With you.
That's right. Well. Because she's thinking I would drive to Fish by myself. First of all, for me to go to Fish, I got to get the tickets, which right now they're low because of all the problems with Southwest and other airlines and whatnot. So I can get a ticket for a reasonable price. I could get a place to stay for a night for about a C note. I was told I have to drive. It's like a 6.5, 7-hour drive. I was told I would have to drive most of it, and then it's safer and better for you to hop on a train and have them take you to New York City and then go to the show. Then get out and then maybe Uber your way back to the fuck. I don't know. So there's all kinds of components here. And again, I don't know if my wife's going to be gone or not. My daughter is going to go to my mother's house because my mother leaves January 7th to Florida for 3 months. So they're out. So she wants to spend some time with her. Plus, my mother's had a tough year, as we all have. But her specifically had a diagnosis, and she's been battling some shit there. So she wants to spend some time with her granddaughter and vice versa. So all that going on. I was thinking, okay, I might be able to go to this Fish show now, but I don't know what's happening with my wife. And I tell her, here's what's going to happen. If I can't get you to the airport, because I may have to drive her to Rochester to get her on the plane, because that's how she got home. Because we had a bit of a Christmas miracle here to get her home in the first place on Christmas Day in the evening, which was insane, but somehow we pulled it off. But I would have to drive her to Rochester, which isn't bad. It's like an hour and some change ride. And then she boards there. And then come back, and then I have to pick her up when she comes back. But I told her this. I said, either one of 3 things is happening New Year's Eve. If you're home, we're doing this together. Either we're just going to kick it here because my brother has plans. He has to go to his sister, his brother-in-law's house or something. So I'm not going to be able to hang out with him. So I'm like, either we're just going to kick it here quietly, have some food, have some fun, just kick it, just the two of us. Or I'm going to take you out. We're going to go do something nice. Kick it. Or do something nice. Take you out to a nice dinner or something like that. Maybe a few drinks. Things I never, ever do on New Year's Eve, but maybe. Or we will both go to fish together. But I'm not going to do it without you. Whatever it is, I'm making sure, you are coming first. So, as usual.
Indeed. Indeed. No, I like that. I like that, Dave.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're going to see what happens. So, I may make it to the show. I may not. But I'd love to because I never have when the opportunity is presenting itself. But I'm just happy that we're okay here, that we got by the storm, that she got home, was able to surprise my daughter on Christmas night, and we were still able to have Christmas a day late, Monday, but still, we still got to see all the loved ones and everything else. But, man, it was crazy shit here, this weather, let me tell you that. I mean,
jeez.
Yeah, but
I'm glad you were all able to see one another that night. I saw the pictures on the social medias, and I was like shedding a tear for the Z's. I was like, that's what's up.
Yeah, man, it was sweet. We had to do all kinds of things to get her here and spend money and other stuff.
Well, you were expecting it, right? Like, it was. Well, you thought it wasn't going to happen.
Well, I thought it wasn't going to happen for most of the day, and then it got to the point that listen to this. She was in Atlanta. She went to Atlanta. She was supposed to go to Chicago. When she got to Chicago, only O'Hara was closed, but Midway was open. So she got to Midway, and then they decided to cancel the trips out of Midway. So then she had to come back home. So she goes from there to Baltimore because that's her hub. And then she had to get from Baltimore to Buffalo. Well, it ended up there was no way to Buffalo. But then she's like, I can get to Rochester. And like, okay, well, how are you going to get from Rochester to Buffalo? I physically could not leave my house. The snow was so high, the streets weren't plowed. My driveway wasn't plowed. I could not leave. People died because freaking first responders couldn't get to their house. People, not only did they freeze outside in their cars, but they also, they literally said at one point in the city of Buffalo, if you need emergency services, you cannot get them. Think about how fucked that is. You can't get help because the first responders were getting stranded in the streets. I even saw, I have a video of it. It happened in front of my brother's house, but it happened more than there. A plow got stuck in the street. Someone's there to plow your fucking street. The snow was too high and everything. The plow got stuck. They had to tow a fucking plow out. So it was that bad. Nobody could move. So
how do you tow a plow?
I don't know, but that's what he said. They had to tow a plow. That's what I want to know. Would they get a semi in there and fuck? Yeah. How could a semi even fit? Dude, it was so bad that even after after my street finally got plowed, my plow guy still couldn't get into my driveway to plow the driveway because it was just one lane and it wasn't plowed good enough because there was so much snow. There was only so much room for cars to move. But, a vehicle that has a thing in front to scoop, that's there to shovel your driveway can't do it. So even if she would have gotten home to Rochester, I could not physically get out of my house. There's a driving ban too, and drive to Rochester. The highway was closed. There was no way for me to get on any of the fucking highways out here.
We have to close the border again.
Dude, right. Nothing I could do. So listen to what happened. Excellent. She got into Rochester. Somebody she knew from another airline hooked her up with some taxi guy and check it. An 84-year-old man who drives a fucking taxi now drove her all the way from Rochester to Buffalo to the Buffalo airport and wanted to keep going. And she said, no. She felt bad for him. She didn't say this to his face, but she called me after. She said, listen, this guy was 84. He was nervous, this and that. I go, that's fucking insane. She goes, well, I'm going to try to get an Uber out of here. So she tried to get an Uber. They declined her. They said, no, there's a driving ban and everything else and blah, blah, blah. We're like, fuck. So now she's going to be trapped in Buffalo airport for 2 days. So we're like, son of a bitch. Then all of a sudden, I don't know how it happened, but it happened real quick. Boom, 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 boom. She texts me. She goes, I got him. Uber's coming in and I'm coming home. I was like, holy shit, this is at like 5 p.m. And I didn't say anything to Francesca along the way because I didn't want to get her hopes up. So I didn't tell her anything. So then I waited. And then all of a sudden, now I tell her, I don't even know how you're going to get up to the front door. But she found a way. She went through the fucking the mulch, the garden between our house and the house next door. Up there somehow she walked through that stuff and got up here. And she had to go in the neighbor's driveway because they already had it snowblowed. So they were okay.
That's how bad it is? Like, God,
dude,
I saw awful. Some pictures, man. This is the second storm. You guys got hit the week after I came, right?
Yeah, we got hit right before Thanksgiving, and then we got hit. They're saying that this is the worst blizzard ever, worse than 77. This is the worst fucking thing that's happened in Buffalo.
I saw some people on Erie Lake or on the shore of Erie or whatever like that, and their houses look like they're fucking icicles.
Yeah, that too.
They look like eagles.
Yeah, dude, it looks like Superman's fucking Fortress of Solitude or some shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, insane. So she gets here, finally finds a way up, and then there's a knock on the door, and I'm sitting here. And I'm on the couch. Frankie's in the love seat over here. She's laying down. She's watching. We just started Christmas Vacation, and I'm over here just kicking it, on the couch. And the door, I hear a noise at the door. It opens up, and I get up. I'm like, "Hey, Francesca wasn't even fucking comprehending that she was going to be home, so it didn't even phase her. She was just sitting there, still looking ahead.
So someone was breaking in.
Yeah. Well, she comes in the house, and and I go over to her, and I'm approaching her, and then I go, Francesca, look. And she turns around, and she screamed. And the way she screamed, she was shocked. It was like, she goes, it was like when I thought somebody almost came to the door the one time, and it sounded like she was afraid. It was such a genuine fucking, she went, ah! And then she ran over to her. It was so fucking awesome to see that, and she was so surprised, because this girl was driving me crazy, Frankie. I could change the fucking weather, and like I can change the snow, and I'm Mr. Traffic. She's like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? It's Christmas. We're supposed to see our family this day. But it got out of control. That's why I said, listen, I'm not happy about it either, but this is it. What are we gonna do? I can't change the world. You know, like what's his name said, Veruca, sweetheart, I'm not a magician. You know.
I don't want to change the world.
So all that's out of the way. Again, they're still filing, and there's looting going on, and that's fucking out of control. A ton of looting.
Of course, the looting. I was just gonna say that, like, all this seems like a good groundwork for a slasher or something like that, like a nice suburban winter slasher.
It's like Krampus when everything hits at first, and they go outside and everything's dead. That's how it was. Or it's like, and now we're watching it. Of course, we watch Christmas every Krampus day. Pardon me. We watch Krampus. Every Christmas day.
An 8 out of 5.
Yeah, 8 out of 5.
That was awesome.
We do the same thing. We do the same thing in the Watson house. Skylar and I always watch Home Alone 2 and Krampus every Christmas.
Nice.
Home Alone 2, Dave. You hear that?
Again, I'm catching more flack.
We do Krampus on Christmas Eve.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, we do Krampus Eve on Christmas.
Yeah.
Krampus Eve on Christmas. Nice. Well, that in a way. So, okay. Krampus. Now back to that. We did watch that shortly after she got home, because that's our tradition. Every Christmas day in the evening we watch Krampus. So this is what I did with Frankie. I don't know if you guys saw this part, but every day I asked her leading up to it, I go, tonight we can watch a Christmas horror movie, a regular horror movie, or a regular Christmas movie. And she kept choosing Christmas horror. So the first night we watched Silent Night, Deadly Night. It was her second time. She saw it last year. She loved it. She loved it again. Now I got a new tradition with her. So then the next day, we watched Christmas Evil. She never saw it. She enjoyed that one. And then Christmas Eve, we watched Black Christmas, the original, of course. And she liked that one. So that was cool. So we did that, and that. Then on Christmas Day, we started watching other stuff. And I go, let's watch something. So that's when we started Christmas Vacation. So we got a little of that. Nice. And then she came home. And it was funny. It was right at the part when Clark goes, joy to the world. And then the lights fail. Yeah. But when he said joy to the world, that's when the door opened up and she came in the house. And that's what I said to her. It was great. So
that's hilarious, cool, man.
So now we finished Krampus. Dude. Oh, it really was. It was a scene. So now what do you think we're watching? Now that it's over, it's another family favorite here. And it has to do with snow. I'll just tell you, Storm of the Century, which I can't fucking recommend. Seen it, man. Oh, dude, I can't recommend it. You and
Jay of the Dead have been trying to get me to watch that for a while. I just need to wait till it snows again here, and I will turn that thing on and report back to the two of you.
So like in 10 years.
In 10 years, yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, it's 4 hours and 15 minutes long. We watched about 2 hours and 15 minutes of it last night. We got to finish the second, but it fits so well. That is the best. If you want to watch something for being snowed in, that's to watch. If you're ever in a situation that fits the freaking, the atmosphere perfectly, is Storm of the Century. It's so damn good. You got to see it. And now it looks better than ever, because it was only available on VHS and DVD for a long time. And now finally it's on, well, I'm streaming it on my streaming platform, but I believe that I believe that somebody has it, and it's not, what do you call it? It's not 1080p, so it's not, but it still looks better than ever. So cool. I'm gonna look it up. I think I want to say Hulu got it or something like that.
Nice.
But I'm not
that's
positive.
that's on my list as one of those wintertime watches. I know Eric Webster, who, of Dark Discussions, who listens to the show, big, in fact, he was live texting me. He was listening to the Top 22 episode and live texting me some of the shit I was saying. I'm like, why do they let me on the mic at all? Yeah. But I'm just like, I said that. I'm like, whew, that's not going to go over well. But Storm of the, but yeah, I think he puts together a winter snow list that he does like every January or so. So.
Oh, that's right. It's funny. Yeah. I'm talking to him right now as we speak. He's been messaging me this morning. We've been talking about stuff. He's weighing in on his our top 22 show and whatnot. Of course, I can't. I had to stop because I'm doing the show now. But.
He just texted me. Thanks for the DDP shout out on the Cursed. So yeah. So we're texting right now too, I guess. But Eric's the man. But what was I going to say though? Yeah, about the wintertime lists and all that stuff. But. I did want to ask you guys, and I asked C this before we hit record, and Dave, I don't know if you were on yet. Did you get in any additional 2022 horror movie watches since we last recorded?
Not 2022. There was no reason for me to, so I said nah. Although I probably forgot what you guys said. If there was anything that you got, I should have watched The Exorcism of God because I know that was in your thing. So that's one I should have watched. And one I even wrote down your guys' top. Your 20 to your 11, I wrote down as you said it. I said, I want to remember this time. And then I forgot to write down the top 10s. So I was like, shit. But I believe I can look at this now. Let's see. Speak No Evil. Okay, that. Yeah, I believe the only one I didn't see was that one. And was that in your top 10? Am I wrong here?
Top 22. It didn't make it was in the bottom half.
Where the hell am I here? Why don't I see it here?
And
yeah, there it is.
I caught Sissy at your recommendation.
Yeah. Did you like it?
I did like it. At first I was kind of looking at just the subject matter and just a bunch of things about the movie, and I was thinking this is probably not going to be a very me type movie. But sure enough, yeah, it really delivers on a good story, and I love it when you have a problematic lead where you're sort of not sure if you're being manipulated to like them or hate them, and you can sort of go either way. And I love it when movies do that, and especially when they're doing it purposefully. I thought it was a pretty rich and cool movie that was, satiring influencer culture, which you'd already said all that, so I'm not gonna, do a speech about it. But it was pretty neat. I liked that. I don't think I got in anything else. I didn't add them to my Letterboxd. I'm looking here now. It looks like I didn't add anything, but I feel like I watched a Violent Night, which isn't horror, but it is by a horror director. What'd you think of that? I thought it was fun. I thought it was just dumb fun.
It's fun. It wasn't as good as I was expecting it to be because everybody seemed to be blowing it.
They're blowing it.
And I thought it was like,
were they blowing it?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
It was good. Yeah.
It was good. I liked it, but I didn't love it.
Yeah. Well, Tommy Vercola, his the Dead Snow movies, that's going to be hard to top, I love both of those movies so much. And this movie, I liked it. Yeah. I just liked it. It's fine.
Yeah, I feel like I'm exactly where you are on that.
Yeah.
And just before it gets too far out there, I'm like, that prick Eric, he's not texting me, and I check and he texted me too. So I just like that prick is not, and I'm like, oh yeah, there it is.
I'm gonna respond.
Yeah. I haven't responded.
Oh, never mind. I like this guy.
I'm gonna respond to him in real time. I'm gonna say we're all talking about you right now. Yep. And let him know that we're being texted that we're doing the show.
He's ever shoved anything up his dick? Don't do that. Don't do that. Well, that's the only time I'm gonna go on that. I think we exhausted that last episode. I don't like the whole ad nauseum thing when it comes to shoving things up. I love it.
Hey man.
C's like, really?
So I watched Violent Night, but was that the only other one? You said Violent Night and Sissy?
And Sissy, I think, and then after that, I watched like a few dramas, like there's an Aubrey Plaza movie called Emily the Criminal, not horror.
I can't wait. Can't wait to see that one.
That was fun. That was really good. Not fun, but good. And then I watched the Banshees of Inisherin or whatever the hell. It's like an Irish movie with Colin Farrell and Mad-Eye Moody from the Harry Potter movies and Brendan Gleeson. Not horror at all, just a drama about two friends who don't like each other anymore and the fallout, and but so that's all I've watched, just boring dramas and a couple and a bloody action movie and one additional horror movie since we recorded. So that's really about it. I watched Silent Night on Christmas Eve 2012. I enjoy that one. I
like it too. I don't like the style I don't like the way it looks, but it's a
I guarantee if it had snow, slasher. Yeah, it's a very mean-spirited slasher. If it had snow in it, which it should, if that was one little aesthetic change, I feel like that'd be more of a modern Christmas horror classic. If it just had that one difference of snow, I don't know.
I watched it too. I watched. There's the Usual Suspects that I usually watch. Not the actual film Usual Suspects, but the usual movies. For 2022 horror, I watched The Apology and Nanny, because Nanny was showing up on some lists, and I said I got to check this out. And
see, I heard both those weren't horror.
It's not horror.
Of that.
Okay, Nanny's not.
I know what I'm doing.
Nanny's got like a horrific overtone to it, but it's not a horror film. It's well made. I thought it was well acted, but it was definitely more of a drama. And The Apology was fine. It was nothing great, nothing we haven't seen before, but I thought it was, again, the strength is the fact that it's like a one kind of set-in movie, and it's your enjoyment is going to be based on the fact if you could take the conversation and the escalation of conversation and events between the two lead characters. It's by no means great, but I liked it. Horror-esque. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are horrific elements, but it's not necessarily a straightforward horror film. It'd be more thriller, for sure.
You know which Christmas horror movie I watched? It's from last year though. Was Hosts.
I liked that, and people shit on it. Not Host, but Hosts. I liked it when they were around the dinner table.
Around the dinner table, and there's that kill at that dinner table.
Oh,
I couldn't believe that was gonna happen. Yeah. When that happened, did you see her getting antsy and then the hammer comes out and what's said before that? I felt my spirits just drop. Like this was like 2 days before Christmas. I watched this and I sat there like, wow, this movie, this just got as dark as it gets. Holy shit. I
thought it continued. It was just, I agree, man. I watched Glass Onion too.
There was something wrong.
How was that?
I really liked it. Now I haven't seen the first Knives Out. Funny enough, my wife was like, "What? You haven't seen it?" And she's like,
"You gotta see that." I go,
"No, I hadn't seen it." But she goes, "Oh, definitely watch that." But this one was like, it's only linked based on the fact that it's got the
same inspector,
Daniel Craig inspector, and I really liked it. I on its own, it was well worth checking out. I thought it was a rather fun movie.
Nice. Dave would be pissed because he'd be like, I thought this was a fucking Beatles biopic.
Well, hold up. I loved the first Knives Out, and I am looking forward to seeing this one. And Host, are you talking about, it came out in 2019? Because I'm looking at my thing here.
Oh, was it not? Okay, yeah, I got the year.
Was it the one? Because I had a problem with that movie. There was something that didn't make any sense about it. I had problems. There was plot holes in it. I liked it, but there was... I look back at my notes and all I have is 6.5. It was one of the few that didn't make my 7 out of 10 or higher that year. And there was something, and I talked about it on the show. But hold on, is this the same one? A family invite their neighbors.
But it was just shocking enough for the night, you know.
Something made zero sense. I think nobody talked the whole time, and it made no sense that these two people didn't. I forgot what it was, but I'm watching them. I'm like, why the fuck? After something is revealed, it's like Barbarian. I'm like, after I see the reveal, I'm like, wait a minute. How does this make any sense that this happened? Now I got a problem with the movie. And why did they happen to go here? And how come these two, they just let these people not talk the whole time? They didn't know who they were. It was some weird thing. I forgot. Again, I'm just going by memory.
I feel you. It was a bit weird script wise. And there was like a scene where, it's just like there's a kill at the dinner table there. I don't want to reveal it for people who haven't seen it because it is quite shocking. But it's like one of those where I was just like, nobody does anything while it's happening, and it's happening for a while. And it'd be like literally every one of my siblings would be pulling out a gun that they'd have on them and would just shoot those people committing the bad acts dead. It'd be like, well, this movie's over.
It was either that or I don't know. I think there was like a plot convenience thing that happened, which just irked me somehow. I'm like, well, wait a minute. You're supposed to. I can't remember. All I know is that the taste that left in my mouth is that I was enjoying it. But I end up giving it a 6.5 because something happened that was like, it was a contrived thing, and some things I just can't get over.
I can't remember it enough to respond to that, but I remember liking it. I do remember coming across liking it, and I think I just remember a lot of people rating it low, whether it be on Letterboxd or at the time talking about it in a feed on Facebook, whatever. But yeah, no, I wedged in quite a few. I always managed to, because I've been off, right? So The Apology, Christmas Evil, Don't Open Till Christmas, To All Good Night, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Silent Night, the one that we were just talking about, Home Alone, Rocky IV, Deadly Games, or Game Over, Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, A Christmas Horror Story, the 2006 Black Christmas, Christmas Vacation, Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, Krampus, It's a Wonderful Life, Black Christmas, Violent Night, Glass Onion, Die Hard 2, and Nanny. Those are the movies.
I love what I'm hearing. Yeah.
Wow. Didn't you say something about Don't Open Till Christmas actually not being what you remembered and enjoying it more than previous times or something?
It was. I don't remember it being British, but it is British.
That's why I've skipped it. I heard it's boring and British.
There's too many killings for it to be boring. It's funny enough.
Okay. A cop investigation.
There's a lot of
cop
investigation.
There, Watson.
But it's made by one of the producers of Friday the 13th, and I'm telling you, I told you on text, the opening is a total ripoff of Friday the 13th. Like a total ripoff. Instead of Claudette being up in that loft in the cabin, it's just two people making out in a car. And a POV shot comes up to them, and they die practically the same way. It's like a carbon copy setup. And there's a lot of just stab deaths, but then it gets a little bit more inventive. And there's a lot of death in that movie. So from that standpoint, it's definitely worth checking out.
Okay. I will next year.
It's a nasty little slasher movie. Definitely better than I remember, and it was really enjoyable.
Nice. Cool. Dude, I remember hearing a review. I want to say 22 Shots. And I don't remember them shitting. I don't remember, whatever I listened to, they didn't shit on it. But some of the things they were talking about sounded like it would be boring to me. Like it was very British and it was very investigational. You know what I'm saying?
And let me be realistic here. It's a 7 out of 10, right? It's not like but it's a 7 out of 10. Like maybe this would, I really have to revisit my slasher list, because since we did that show, which is episode 50, we're almost 150 past beyond that now. Wow. I've rewatched some of those. I've seen new ones. I've changed my opinion of them. Like my enjoyment of Blood Rage has gone up substantially since that show and whatever. So like there are some movies that I'd really like to kind of revisit that. Maybe we can for 250 we could do Year of the Slasher Revisited.
Let's do it. Part 2. Sweet. Year of the Slasher. Part 2. Top 50 slashers. Part 2 redo.
Revisited. Yeah.
Imagine that.
A clip show.
Half of it will be clip. It will be clip.
That's the best.
Although, it's probably be more work for you to take clips from the original to put it in. Yeah. Like, let's say Black Christmas went from my 22 to my number 14. Like, okay, all right, number 14, Black Christmas. Then you're going to have to take your fucking thing and cut it from here and put it there.
Yeah, forget that. We'll just do a new one. Yeah. That other one didn't exist. Yeah.
I want to do a podcast where on the second episode, it's one of those where it's like flashing back to all the highlights of the first episode.
Yeah, that's it. We made a joke that like 151. I think when we were doing 151, we should have said it should just start all over again. It should just be episode 1 again, and we don't say anything. We just throw that one out there.
That would be hilarious. And you guys would, be all nice to each other and respectful.
Hell, we could have, if I was really a master at this, we could have pretended Brandon didn't even leave the show, that it was still going, and he's still with us. And I just had sound bites in from him from other shows.
That would be awesome. Hilarious. You have a Brandon soundboard.
Yeah.
How about a soundboard for everyone? Everyone that's ever been on the show. Watson can pop in like every show, just like one line.
Yeah.
Come! Yeah. I don't remember you yelling "come."
I did like a few times in the last episode. Yeah,
he did. I remember.
I'm not gonna be known for saying smart things on this show. I saved that for the other stuff.
Okay, that's all right.
That's all right.
You're back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
The man.
So look, this is what I watched.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, you done?
Yeah, I thought you did yours. I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
No, I didn't. It's not that much. I basically told you the Christmas stuff, but honestly, I watched this entire franchise called The Blackwell Ghost. 7 movies. 7 movies. The Blackwell Ghost. It's found footage. Now, this is a movie this is the franchise for found footage enthusiasts only. I rated every one out of 7 movies a 3.5, except one I rated a 3. It was a disappointment a little. It was the second one.
Or a 5?
No. This is on Letterboxd. That's why I'm reading it. So 7, and then somewhere around there, 6.5. Some might be a little better than others, but around that. So I enjoy them all, but it's mostly a one-man show with a couple other people. But it's hard to explain anything about it, and I'm just not going to. But watch the first one. It's really weird because part 1 and 2 are about one house, and then after that, 3 through 7 are about things that happen in another house. But it all wraps up where they all connect, and one's completely about the loss of someone in his life and how it connects to the serial killer. It's hard to explain, but it gave me – I couldn't wait to get to the next one when one ended. It literally does. It picks up where one left off or one ended, and then it picks up back up and it catches up to snuff. And most of them, I think maybe 2 of them are longer than an hour and 20. And like 3 or 4 of them are like fucking an hour and 10 minutes long. So you go through them quick. But it was a comfortable feeling. Just me hanging out with this franchise and mostly this guy. I guess if you like the guy, you'll like the show. But he seems like an everyday guy. He's actually a director. So he plays himself. He directs zombie movies and other things. But it's hard to explain. But he does it well. So I had a lot of fun with those 7 movies. And
7 movies that I haven't even heard of one.
Same. I haven't heard of these either, but Dave Z, I'm looking at all the cover art for all of these, for all 7 of them, and all of them except for part 3 have this old woman on the cover, and it's like the same photo.
It's so funny. And the funny thing is, the Blackwell Ghost herself only has to do with the first 2, but they kept the title, and because it's hard to explain, but the other ones go into something else. But they were made between 2017 and 2022, 7 movies. So we banged them out, So anyway, Christmas Evil, Black Christmas, Emmett Otter, Jug Band Christmas, of course. One of maybe my favorite one. The Best Christmas Pageant Ever, which is a favorite of mine from the 80s. Krampus. And, Becoming Ric Flair. It's a Ric Flair documentary that just came out. So that's it. And that's what it's called. WOOOOOO! Exclamation point. So I had to do it the right way. I could have done it the other way, like that movie SSS. I could have done that, but because that's the shitbag you said. Did you see
wait,
that
no,
movie?
I'm thinking of
There's a movie called that too.
Yeah, that came out a few years ago.
Oh, I'm talking about SSS.
We did hot takes. Yes, I know SSS. Yeah, it doesn't have an exclamation mark at the end.
Good question. Let's see. I don't know. Well, the one we do, they always have an exclamation point. The S and the shush thing. Let's see. SSS. No, there's no exclamation point. It's just 7 S's.
Just like your 7 fucking Blackwell Ghost movies.
I'd rather watch the 7 Blackwell Ghost movies than SSS. I think. Because
What's the title of that?
SSS.
No, I've only seen SSS.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's better than the SS Minnow.
Yeah. Sorry. Those are the jokes. The jokes are you know what? Maybe Brandon could just write us some jokes. Maybe
Nah. You're good. This is the Italian show. You're tasting the sauce.
Oh, that's right. It would have worked.
At the end of the show, you get a pair of cement shoes, Watson. That's how it works.
I know.
We said you're seaworthy.
Putting me out of my misery because I was about to make an SS joke.
I was going to as well, and I didn't. You're right. Yes. It did cross my mind.
Yep. All right, there we go. We're all going to Gentile hell.
Something like that.
Or Jewish heaven, as I call it. Hey.
Oh, shit.
Wow, so you got in a lot of watches. You both got in a lot of watches. I guess, yeah. Oh, geez. I got to start logging all of the watches. Do you do that too? Will you log in non-horror watches on Letterboxd?
Yeah, I have a separate list. I've got just the 2022 horror films and then my everything for the year.
I need to do that. Yeah, that's efficient. Yeah, okay.
Well, I did.
I usually forget some. I'm sure I forget some. You didn't do it, or you did?
No, I did it. Now I don't count rewatches. So if I watched a movie, I won't watch. Otherwise, the top 22, it would be 44. So I stay true to the game. I don't count rewatches that I watched twice in the same year. But I finally did it, and I'm not sure I'm proud of it. But it just so happened to have happened. And the year isn't over yet. But I've eclipsed that 365. I'm at 374. I'm shocked. But in my defense, the only reason it happened is because I was out of work at the beginning of the year because of the COVID thing I had, so I was home, and then I was out of work again at the end of the year because of the foot thing. So I happened to have a couple extra months of time to sit around and do this shit. Other than that, it probably wouldn't happen. But I've also watched a lot of shows. But yeah, 374. I don't know what to think about
my biggest year was 2020 because of the pandemic and being home. The amount of movies I watched that year was crazy. And that's not including rewatches as well. 2021 wasn't even close to that, but it still was a shit ton of movies. And this year, I'm not as much as many of you. I'm at 332 of total movies, which is still a shit ton of movies, really.
Yes, it is.
But
wow.
And I forgot because again, these were rewatches. I also rewatched Moneyball and The Big Short. Two of my favorite movies of the last few years that I keep rewatching over and over again. And I had just realized I watched them at the beginning of the year, and I still felt the need to rewatch them again at the end of the year. I love those two movies.
Hell yeah!
I never heard of The Big Short.
Yeah, that was about. It's got a pretty all-star cast. It came out. I can't even remember the year now. Maybe 2016, 2017.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
And it's about like part of it's about the housing crisis, like what ended up happening in the States in 2007, 2008.
Yeah, poor Dave.
Well, he is gone, but it's still recording, so that's weird.
Do I have time to go pour another whiskey?
Yes, you do.
The big, yeah. Are we on? Is the question. I know we're kind of on. Are we okay? So The Big Short was where you left off, and The Big Short was over here. We had it was a big short out.
Is that Junior's new name?
The Big Short. Well, it's The Big Short. Yeah. So that's
Jumbo
for the
Shrimp
fans. Yeah. Jumbo. Oh, speaking of shrimp, man, nobody cares. Forget it. So here we are. We reconvened.
No, wait. You can't just say speaking of shrimp and then not tell us what you're talking about.
Well, see, here's the thing. When I talk to you guys, when I talk to you guys and the way I carry on and stuff, it's the same way I talk to like my brother and my friend Scott. You know what I mean? We hang out, we talk, and they know me in a way, and you guys know me in a way, a certain way. So, but the things that are funny to them and to me may not translate to you guys. So I get mixed up because I'm caught in the moment. But no, now it's gonna be stupid. But to my brother, it would be funny. But the thing, I've been calling Ginny, my cat, the shrimp lately, and there's a reason for it because Irene, she was laying on I have a little chair in my living room that it just came in there for one situation once, and she took right to it, so I kind of left it there. So now this chair is there, and she likes to go on, and she gets special treatment because she's tormented. She's distanced from the other cats because they're all boys. She's the girl. Lucky fucks with her. Sky fucks with her a little bit. And so she is a bit of a loner in a way. So she'll be the only one in the basement downstairs while the other ones are sleeping upstairs. She'll try to come in the room. So I do nice things for her. You know what I mean? So she has this spot where she's been curling up and sitting on this chair. Now, the thing is this. I got to find. The other day she was sitting in the chair, and the way she looked, she was sleeping. But the way she looked like a shrimp. Like a shrimp. You know what I'm saying?
Just like the cat, the trick or treat bag.
What the fuck is going on here?
You should have gone with your gut. I apologize to the listeners.
You see? You see?
Jeez.
Now I have to try to find this fucking thing because I know my wife took a. Wait, did I send it to her? Yeah, my phone.
You look for it. I got to apologize to the listeners because I bowled over your reintroduction Because you're talking about the Big Short. You shorted out and he froze and he was in limbo land. The guy lost power. As you could probably have seen, because I'm not going to edit that out because it was hilarious for the video version of this on YouTube.
Oh, sweet.
That he's just sitting there frozen, and Watt and I are like, well, is he coming back? He's not coming back.
And see, we like had this moment. If a moment can last like 4 hours,
which it did. We were waiting for Dave to come back, but then we forgot that obviously Dave wasn't coming back, and we just talked about the movie. Like the new movie, not Happy Trails that we put on the back burner, but the movie that we think would be the most feasible and probably the better move to, if you're going to try to start with something, this one's the better way. And it was a great powwow session.
It was great.
I was excited. I was giddy.
Same.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one of those creative sessions that you walk away from and you want to like speaking of incest. Well, I didn't have anything after that. I was just like, I hope Dave would like jump in right there. Okay, speaking of shrimp.
Yeah. Like in like Hollywood, this would be like
the shrimp.
Like, oh, there it is.
There we go.
On. Let me see if you can see it.
That timing. Hey.
Doesn't it look like a shrimp the way she's curled up in the fucking like the shrimp tail? Can you see it or not?
That, like maybe it went bad. Yeah, I could see it.
It's glaring. Oh, can you see it actually?
I can see that. I can see that.
Hold on. Let me see.
Wait, hold on. Just kidding. Yeah, now I can.
Yeah, you see that shrimp? You see where the tail would be down, right there, and it curls around, and she looks like a little shrimp.
Because I'm of Southeast Asian descent, I have something about eating cats. We'll just leave it there. Okay, good.
That's how you get your shrimp protein.
That's how I get my shrimp. Yeah, my family, especially my on my mom's side. It's like, we just like roll a cat up and.
Hey, listen.
That's how I get my dolphin. I don't even know where I'm going with that. I'm supposed to link that to tuna, but somehow that's how I get my dolphin.
Yeah.
By eating cat.
That's awesome.
Yeah, tuna, right.
Cute cat.
Yeah, the shrimp. Yeah. The thing is, and the funny thing about her is she's also a shrimp. Like she's a runt.
Smallest
she's
of your cats.
So it makes sense that she was in the shape of a shrimp. But I see shit like that all the time. A shape of thing, and I call it something else. And then, I used to call Pepita. She would curl up in a similar type thing. I used to call her a Cinnabon. You know, like what Cinnabons are, right. Those fucking things.
Those rolls.
She would be called the Cinnabon. So I'd give them nicknames and this and that. Anyway,
Dave, can I ask you a question?
Man.
That's in the same vein, but it's gonna derail us, and I'm so sorry.
Please do it.
I told my son.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome to the show. It's molto bene. I told my son something like it, because you told me this a while ago, and I found it so fascinating. I know you've said it on a podcast before, but it has something to do with. Did you say you've experienced something about a pig like every day in your life since
the Daily Pig?
The Daily Pig.
Yes, it's in every movie. It's in every fucking. If you watch TV, if you go around, you will see a pig. This has been happening.
My son thought this was hysterical, Dave.
There is. This goes so. I can show you text between me and my friends about the Daily Pig that you would not believe. It's the three of us, me and my brother and my friend Scott. I'm telling you, since we were fucking kids. Now, when this all started,
come up,
dude,
right? Like, is that how I understand it? Because I was telling my son this, and he was like, "There's no way." I was like, "Yeah, Dave has this thing where there's been a pig in his life."
One way or the other, a pig. I'm telling you this. A pig is no question. See, here's the thing. I'm gonna bring this back to Jay the Dead, because when Jay the Dead back on HMP, he in the early days when he introduced the pig-headed horror thing, I was listening to that podcast. And as I was listening to the podcast, he started talking about pigs and horror. And now, the Daily Pig, half of it is horror movies. And I've never gone on record and said it on here. Maybe I have someplace, but for years I've always said that there's a pig in every horror movie, right? Because there are plenty of fucking pigs in almost every horror movie if you look. So that's just a funny thing. But when Jay the Dead started talking about, like he was just talking for the very first time about pig-headed horror. Yeah. I thought he was going to make this known and that someone else had fucking realized this over the years, and my heart kind of dropped. I was like, oh my God, I missed the boat. I'm making this a fucking thing where everybody was going to talk about a Daily Pig. So instead of that, he went to pig-headed horror, which, again, 25% of the pigs in horror are pig-headed. You know, so Jay is on the right track about the great things about pig-headed horror. There's so much of it and everything. But not just that. There are pigs every fucking where in horror movies. You know, probably 70% of them is a pig. And on top of it, it's simple as this. A pig is the number 3 animal, period. It's dog, cat, pig. It is definitely the third most popular animal. Nobody talks about it. But they are fucking everywhere. And you see them.
There's a reason
or hear them. Every day.
They're
great.
This.
Well, they're great. Now, the whole thing started with pig. My friend Scott, when we were young, was kind of chubby, okay? And, I teased and made fun of everybody and gave everybody nicknames. I excelled at it.
So, this was Fat Pig.
Well, he also made this face that resembled a pig like this. If you notice, and you'll see this on pig cartoons and on pig things, they usually have the smile. We call it the pig face, and it's just like this. Hold on. That is a pig face.
That is everybody. That's a pig face.
I mean, it's a big fucking grin without showing teeth. Peeps. You don't show teeth. It's a big grin, and you see it. And I'm telling you, start looking at pigs' faces when you see them, like cartoon ones, animated or whatever. Yeah. They're gonna have that smile. Sometimes you see it from the side. They always have that smile. Anyway, the pig face. Scott would sometimes make this pig. Beep. Well, Scott would sometimes make this smile like that. Sometimes he'd do when he was uncomfortable. That was the funny part. And I will call him the pig face. You know what I mean? So anyway, he just became known as Scott Pig. Everything pig was Scott. This and that, the other thing, and it translated from that to all these years later. Then later on, it became the Daily Pig because we started remarking about how often we see him. I even talked about this on Banana Laser. I shared this with Matt and Alex, and they got in on the Daily Pig thing for a while, and they started noticing how many fucking pigs they were seeing. So I'm telling you, it is the thing. And now that I put it in your head, you'll be seeing pigs more than you have before. Like so many movies, for no reason you're going to see a pig, and you never thought twice about it. But anyway,
I need to hear Jay's take on this because I feel like he's going to be like, yes, brother. He's going to be like, dude, no.
I've showed you guys in our chat with fucking those guys.
Yeah.
Conversations I've had with them where all I have to do at any time is send a picture of a pig that I saw out and about, or they do it to me or whatever, and we fucking start remarking about it. There it is, the Daily Pig. I'm telling you, they're fucking everywhere.
A pig out and about. Like I'm just going shopping at Walmart. And there's a pig in aisle 3.
You'll definitely see a pig in Walmart. I mean, come on. Not a real pig. A fucking, a rubber pig, a stuffed pig. A pig. They're everywhere. Just because I said that, that's funny. A pig.
I like that.
It's funny. I even had a pig mask when I was a kid that I got it. I fucking...
my best friend just bought a pig mask to play into Jay's pig-headed horror thing. And I edited this picture of him to make him seem all like sinister, even though the picture he sent me was really stupid.
Sinister pig?
A sinister pig, yeah.
I wonder if there's a pig in Sinister. I got to think about that.
Oh my God, a pig! Dave, you're the best. You are objectively the best. That is
Thanks,
cool.
Man.
If Stolen Kitty Productions is not going to be your name, Sinister Pig Productions.
Stolen Kitty or Sinister Pig, yes sir.
Yeah. I like both.
I'm telling you, they're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. The Daily Pig, it's alive and well.
It's alive and
well. Like instead of Resident Evil, Sinister Pig. I don't know why it has like that same sort of ring to it.
And by the way, JP, speaking of which, let me this all came back around. This is how we know we're doing the right thing. He didn't really appreciate my top 22 as much. Usually he champions me. Usually on our lists, JP gets behind me, but he didn't like a couple of my choices. He texted me like,
listen,
stop. That's what he said.
Listen.
Stop. And I'm like, what?
Stop.
And, yeah.
I always have the listeners here. We never did the poll this year.
Yeah, you do usually have.
Oh, you're right.
You and Dave usually have the listeners here. It's usually me and B who are on the edges, but I usually get JP. But this time, I don't know if I got him ultimately in the scheme of the 22, but at least a couple of them, he went, stop. And I'm like, stop what? And he's like, stop promoting shitty movies. And I just started laughing.
Oh.
That's awesome.
At least he liked 2022. Now, I haven't heard their show yet because it hasn't dropped. But I'm telling you, I've been talking to Moods a lot, and he was always saying, he goes, I don't even know if I can come up with the top 8.
Oh,
he fucking hated 2022 with a fucking passion. Hated it. It was a very good year. I can't wait to see what happened there. But
dude, Dave, even my disappointments are still good movies. Like when we get to the movies that disappointed me are still good movies.
My disappointments
pissed me off.
Are on your guys' fucking top 22. So how about that?
Yeah.
That's gonna be awesome.
Christian has one of mine in there, and even then, it only pissed me off because like until about 3 quarters in, I was like, this is a 10 or a 9. So good year.
I thought I guessed it, but you actually didn't give me the answer.
Oh,
so I guess I'm going to have to wait and find out.
Yeah, when we do our bottom 5. Yes, everybody. Yeah, while Dave was dealing with his power outage thing and freezing to death in Buffalo, which I think like 30 people did. Something like that happened, right, Dave?
Well, that happened during Christmas. Mine, that was the fucked up thing, is that ours was after Christmas. It was a few days later, after things had calmed down, and after the snow had begun to melt, and there was no wind and no reason for it to happen, and boom, it fucking zapped me out for 3 hours.
Yeah,
it's winter.
Yeah. Well, I just found out, so I don't know if I said it to see after the show, or if I said it on the show, but my power went out on Christmas Day here at my house and then over at my mom's apartment where we all were. Aww. And I just found out yesterday, my buddy told me, or my friend's wife told me, that somebody had sabotaged our power grid over here. You know?
Holy
somebody
sabotage.
Seriously.
Someone that's pro-gas. I know what they probably did.
Something was going on, and this was like a national story where they tried to blame it on like just stupid political stuff in Texas. Or Biden was like, these conservatives want to shut down drag queen story hour and raping the kids. It's like, well, don't rape the kids, but also like it turned out not to be anything about that. It's like these eco people who just don't want the grid to be a thing. And hey, it's like the anti-abortion people. It's like, hey, like Louis C.K. he had that whole thing. If you think they're murdering a baby, you get out there and you protest. And these people think, I guess, that electricity's bad. And we had, Washington, it makes sense, all the Olympia types here.
I blame the Amish.
Yeah, the Amish. Yeah. They're just trying to get back to good old basics. But yeah, that's why my power was shut off on Christmas Day. But yeah, Dave, like everybody, the whole reason this whole thing got interrupted like it did is Dave's power just went out for hours, and C and I had our awesome powwow creatively, and I'm like, I was like, I hope Dave doesn't freeze to death. I really, really kind of like that guy.
Yeah. And we wouldn't have been able to finish the show. Yeah, I would have had to use like last year's material to fill out the show,
like a soundboard. It's just Dave.
Well, you know what you could have done? You could have contacted my wife.
Pesci.
It's all in my phone. Everything's in my phone. You guys know I have these notes that are
endless.
endless.
Easy route.
That's true. Yeah, your phone. Yeah.
Just contact my wife. Say, listen, we want to dig into his notes. We want to look at his iCloud because I know all his 2022 stuff there. We're going to take his notes. We're going to see his ratings. This way he can at least go out, talking about some of these are his bottoms for the year. And this at least.
But by the way, how are you doing? We get all this information because you're dead. But by the way, how are you holding up?
Yeah. So Dave, my best buddy Monkey Bone had this amazing thing he said to me. He goes, "You know who Dave Z sounds like?" And I was like, "Yeah, I know. We all know." And he goes, "What?" I'm like, "You're gonna say Joe Pesci?" He's like, "Oh, well, that too." And I'm like, "Wait, what? What else? What else?" And he goes, "Do you know the show Ron and Fez?" I was like, a little bit, it was a little, like, I really wasn't listening to the radio and all that stuff at that time, the edgy radio stuff. But yeah, and he's like, he said you sounded like one of them.
Really?
Yeah, and then he showed me a sample. I was like, oh my gosh, we could make fun of him for that too. So
you really can, because this guy is so good.
Is he Ron or Fez?
I don't know. I think I don't remember. It is very early in the morning for me, and I'm hopped up on an energy drink right now. But like, it's he said you sound like, I just love it. It was like, you know what? Who Dave Z sounds like? It's like, yeah, we know. we know this. We've been over this.
We heard it,
Joe. This is a 10-year-old conversation. And he's like, no. And he surprised me with, it sounds like I think Ron or Fez. And then he showed me a sample. It was like, oh, Dave does sound like that guy. And so.
No. It's disappointing. It's disappointing because obviously this guy's on national radio and he has a voice like mine and he made it to national radio and I can't no matter what I fucking do. So God bless the guy. I know. I never thought I could have a voice for national radio. You got to have a certain voice for national radio. I think actually the two of you have it. I don't think I do. I don't think this voice translates to national radio. Usually hear a voice like mine hosting a fucking show.
Changed though. It changed over time. Like I always used to be those. You gotta have that radio voice that seems so put on.
Yes.
And now it's like it's a nice sort of cross section of everybody. Like you'll get like Lispy me who can't talk fragmented like William Shatner style. There's an audience for everybody. Evidently.
Well, there is. I
love it.
I'm not talking about independent podcasts because that's a horse of a different color, of course.
Oh yeah.
But
there we go again.
Did we have that conversation last time?
Did we?
I think I made a joke about Tier 1 podcast and the it's so funny because when people hear this, it's gonna just play out normally, but for us it's been a week. So
True.
We can change.
Yes.
It's been a week.
Yeah.
A lot has happened. Actually, it's been. Wait, is it 1 week or 2?
Wait. Oh, I don't know.
It was Friday. We recorded Friday. That's why it's longer than a week.
Gotcha.
That's why.
It's a week and change.
Because it wasn't last weekend because I was in New York City. It was New Year's. So that's
9 days. Yeah. You've got
it was 2022 when we did this, and then now it's 2023. Dave saw fish.
Dude, so much has happened in these past first the whole New York City fucking thing that I went through and all that craziness. And then we come home and then the very next day, there's that football game and then, with the Bills and then our player fucking is cardiac arrest on the field and the whole fucking NFL and the whole world's fucking upside down about it. It's been crazy shit. All the stuff has happened.
Athletes have cardiac arrest all the time. It's fine.
Just not on the field.
In my notes, it says that does not happen. Oh, shoot. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Well, only in Buffalo could that happen. It's just one more thing.
Buffalo.
Yeah, cardiac arrest on field will be the next thing. The reason we don't win anything, because that's going to lead to bad scheduling, and fucking we're going to get screwed in the scheduling, and that's going to fuck shit up. Believe me, not that that's what's important in life. The important thing is the guy that was that there was a man's life at stake. A kid, honestly, 24. You know what I mean? So, but he's fighting back. He's looking good. He smiled. He's talking. So I mean, he's come back,
awesome.
Which is wonderful. So that's the important thing, and everybody recognized it right away. But in the same,
ball or not, I'm sorry.
Do your job. No, I'm just
kidding. Pocket's one thing. We need you. Come on. Are you 70, 80, 90? What are you percentage-wise?
Right. I bet he doesn't play again. I'll tell you that.
No, I crack a horrible joke, but I mean that's just fucking upsetting. Like it just Like I saw I didn't see the game, obviously. I just saw the news footage afterwards.
Fucking nuts it was.
Yeah, just like everybody was like dumbfounded. They didn't seem to know what the hell to do or what was happening or going on.
They went to 4 commercials before we figured out how serious it really was. I mean, you knew something was up, but I'm like, holy fuck. And I'm watching it play out in real time. And I'm like, oh my God. And that was a whole thing, obviously. And then the whole NFL doing the shit that they did, and all they had to do was push everything up a week. Heaven forbid they canceled that dead week between the fucking championship game and the Super Bowl because it's 2 weeks, right? It's a 2-week gap. All they had to do was move everything ahead 1 week, and everything could have been fucking solved. But why do that? So now we got to do this and that, and now they might play at a neutral site, and Buffalo end up getting fucked. We'll win the game today that we're supposed to win, and we'll still have to play at a neutral site in the championship game, and it fucking might affect things. I mean, but anyway. Not to get on that. Like I said, New York City was fucking amazing. Everything there, that whole fucking thing.
You like the city, Dave?
Begin. It's the first time dude, that day.
That was the first time you've been to New York?
Yes.
Really? On New Year's?
Yes.
Well, that's a kind of cool time to go, I guess, too.
Yeah,
I guess.
Of course, I wasn't there for the ball drop. Fish plays at fucking midnight.
At least not the one in Times Square.
He and I both are like the ball drop. Let's see. How can we figure Junior?
I already said at least not the one in Times Square. But the one down Fish Alley. Are these coated with meth? No.
Fentanyl balls. No, but like no, the fentanyl.
It ain't about fucking meth. Good God.
I don't know.
Yeah, but Dave, like, so the city was cool because I always thought you were like a city fucking guy because you came from Vegas. I know Buffalo. I figured the city itself had come into play somewhere.
I wanted to go for years. I mean, just because it's NYC, of course. But usually when you have vacation time, you want to go somewhere nice, a fucking destination where it's warm. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. So I mean, and I always wanted to go for New Year's Eve for Fish. And it was a bucket list thing because I've seen everything that they've done. I've seen a festival now. I've seen a Halloween show now. And their other real big thing, show of the year, is New Year's Eve. It's a run, though. It's like 4 days. Of course, I only saw the one day because I decided the day before, fuck it, I'm going to go. I don't give a fuck about the money. I'm here. I'm this. You know what? Yeah. I'm going. Nice. And I did it. And so the bucket list is done. But literally, I won't even tell you the story, but I'll say it. Because I took a train part of the way. Okay.
Oh.
I drove 4 hours, 20 minutes to Albany, and then took a 2.5-hour train into the city. The best part is this: the train station literally is across the street from fucking Madison Square Garden. So you get out, you go in the train station, you exit the thing, and it's like a fucking food court. And in the middle of this big food court with New York pizza and this and that and whatever,
yeah,
there was a bar. But there's a bar in it, and Fish was playing at the bar, which was fucking amazing. I was like, holy fuck, cool. Unheard of, right? So now it's New Year's Eve. There's people everywhere dressed up in all these crazy clothes. These are just regular folks. They're not people going to the Fish show. They're fucking there for New Year's Eve.
They're New Yorkers.
They're going, oh!
Well, hey. No. People fucking from everywhere. It's New York. It's New Year's Eve. So, so they're all there. So now you go through all that, and then you get out. Go across the street. It's right fucking there. It's fucking Madison Square. I walked across the street, got in line, went into the show, walked around for a while prior because I wanted to see the sights of the Garden. Because, being a sports fan and the arena being what it is,
Garden,
I wanted
to.
You sent a picture of Dice. Did you see
Dice? Chat, and it was great, dude.
Yeah, some things were unfortunately, I only got to see one floor because I was like level 200. So that means I can't see level 100 or anything above. Yeah. I didn't know that. I thought I could go in and explore and fucking. But once because it's a ticketed event.
Oh, really? Usually they have usually you can hit whatever level in the sort of the general areas, and then they've got like gatekeepers. At least that's how it is in the Toronto stadiums or whatever. I could go to whatever level, walk whatever I wanted to walk, but you just usually they'll have some gatekeeper that doesn't allow you to get to the seating area.
He's like, yeah, bud.
It was just too crazy. It's fucking New Year's Eve,
sir. Yeah. Well,
I think there was a different thing. I think it was a little tighter. I'll tell you what, though, as far as getting in, they don't give a fuck about what you have as long as it's not metal. They don't. It's like a mini airport thing. Dude, listen, you go in, you take things out, put them in a bowl. Like whatever's in your pocket, they trust you to take out and put in a bowl, and they put it through, and then you walk through the metal detector. If your beep doesn't go off, if it doesn't beep, I could have fucking heroin in a bag in my pocket. They don't check your pockets at all.
Oh, man.
They're so liberal, which was great.
I would 3D print a gun. Oh, wait, never mind. No, I wouldn't.
I would just if they said, do you have any metal on you? I would love you just to take everybody's time up and have all these CDs of I got some Pantera, I got some Metallica, I got a little Motley Crue, I got Black Sabbath.
Just CDs. And just CDs in your pocket.
And everybody's like, just get the fuck into the venue.
Yeah. Who's this guy carrying the CDs around here? Oh!
Well, I had everything on me because listen to this. I couldn't go to the hotel before the show. I didn't want to spend the money. There wasn't enough time. I could have spent. I wasn't even gonna.
Station for you, just into the venue.
Now keep in mind, everything I have on me is all I'm gonna have on me. So I have to wear the same clothes, the same everything. Fucking, I had to buy a toothbrush and toothpaste at the hotel when I got there because I had nothing because I wasn't going to the hotel before the show. So now keep this in mind. Yeah. Everything I need is in my pocket. So I got one pocket with a wallet, a fucking my sanitizer, AirPods,
rubber.
Everything you could need. Sorry. You know what I mean? It's all there. Everything I fucking want to bring in. Now I have my fucking phone charger with me because heaven forbid my fucking phone dies when I go to sleep at night. My alarm doesn't go off. I don't get home. You know what I mean? I'm not getting much sleep. I'm going to need an alarm because I end up getting 4.5 hours sleep. And that, you know what I mean? That's all you get. But, and of course, the money you spend. So my pockets were like this. I'm walking in with fucking all this shit. And I took everything out except, of course, one or two small things that I don't want them to see. And I do my thing.
This cock. Sir, we don't need to see that.
Even my belt.
I took a drink of water right when you said
that. Oh, fun. They didn't even care I had a belt. I showed us. Usually it goes off in an airport. They want you to take the belt off and put it in that tub. And there's metal around the fucking belt buckle. I go, I got a metal belt. They go, they said, try it anyway. No beep. They don't give a fuck. Oh, people are smoking weed. Listen to this. When you go to an inside concert, usually people wait till the lights to go down and the band to come out before they light up because it's light. You're there in fucking light. So they wait for the lights to go down. You know what I mean? People are smoking weed with the fucking lights on. Jeez. That was a new one for me. I'm sitting there, it's fucking people in my row fucking blazing up. I'm like, I'm looking around. I'm like, can we do this really?
Yeah.
Okay. You know.
He starts putting his coke on the back of the chair.
Yeah. Starts injecting. He's like, and everybody's like, whoa. He's like, hey,
the lights are on. I thought it was.
Hey.
And you guys, you're gonna have fun with this. But as I'm looking down, right below me, there's a section full of the hearing impaired, and they have a sign language.
I am gonna make fun of this. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was there right in front of the fucking thing where they have like the thing, and someone does the sign language for the fucking music when the band starts playing, and to the fans. And I'm watching this unfold in front of me. Now I've seen the person occasionally come up on their videos because I watch their live videos sometimes. Cause you got to pay for live shows, of course, but sometimes they have a fucking they have a little bubble comes up and someone starts signing for stuff. So I knew they had sign language people at their shows, but the section was right below me. I was looking down right at the fucking.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They're signing to the fucking crowd.
All I have to say about this is my official statement is that is, and I want everybody to hear me. I think that's really cool. That's all I'm going to say. So.
It is really cool.
He's like.
Good.
I don't buy
it. I like that.
Hey, man. Deaf people want to fucking go to see a Phish show as well. They can feel what's going on.
In all seriousness, yes, of course. I mean, like, yes, that's great. I just, you know, that's yeah.
I would go if I was deaf. If I went deaf tomorrow, I'd still go to Phish shows. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, I feel you.
I figured it out. It wouldn't be the same, but
I figured that's the best way to enjoy it.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
That's a good one.
There.
No. That's a good one though. That I'll give you props there.
Brandon, not Jewish Brandon, but American. I used to call him Good Brandon from Anatomy of Fear. Doesn't like Brandon Young doesn't like Phish, and so he would probably
not like Phish.
What's that?
How do you not like Phish?
I don't know.
I can see you don't care.
Jam bands. They just can't get into them.
Yeah, no, it
yeah, but hold on now. That's okay. There's a lot of bands that I'm not into, but you guys don't know about it. For someone to know that someone doesn't like a band, they went out there and they said something.
Dave. I think it's just a joke with you. I think on the shows, like he's left the WotC,
that's different.
Forum. Yeah.
That's fine. So. And because my memory is shit, I did forget about that. Okay. Yeah. When you said that, I was thinking that he's been going around. He'd be there
at the hearing impaired part being like, don't sign. Don't stop.
You don't care.
I don't want to hear it.
And it's great because the people that sign, I mean, they tag in and out. There's different people that are doing it. But the people, when they're not fucking doing lyrics, they're into the band. They're fucking sitting around. They're fucking jamming. They're into the fucking music, you know?
I am serious right now when I ask, like, if I were a signed person doing ASL, I would want to know, like, okay, it's guitar solo time and it's, like, going. Like, I would want I would want to let my fellow hearing impaired folks be like, okay, this is like guitar time. Do they have like they're signing the lyrics and then is it just like air guitar for a while?
Well, I would be air guitarring. I can tell you that much. I don't know if they were.
I won an
because I tend to air guitar.
Were you air guitar though? Sorry, what?
Oh no, I just said I won an air guitar contest once in the year 2004, put on by like a radio station up in Tacoma, and so I'm like, listen, I'm serious. That'd be the way to communicate it if it's all about communication and everything like that. I'd just be like shredding air-wise, and then all of a sudden the lyrics come back on. I'm signing the lyrics, and it's like, oh, guitar solo time, and you do the motions. It's cool.
All I want to know, and it's been rolling around my head for the last 2 minutes, is it traditional or are you doing like old school, like when you're 10 years old, air guitar, which always involved me, my dick hanging out and making like strumming that as if it was like the chords. You guys have never played dick guitar? Like, am I the only one?
Something I would have said. No, Dave, have you ever played dick guitar?
This is not like you've never done that. Either of you.
This is amazing.
I'm crazy.
Who has played dick guitar? I have not. Dave, have you played dick guitar? Listeners, did you play dick guitar? Nicole,
that's the only way air guitar back in the day.
I'm asking.
I don't think I dick guitared. Maybe when I was about to get laid for fun, maybe the girl was on the bed and I stood up and I went, I don't know. But
I like that. I did a helicopter one time.
I always played the Deliverance.
Oh, the helicopter, yeah.
I mentioned the cutting board thing. Yeah, I think we've covered this ground. I'm repeating myself. But
that's fine. But no, I feel a little bit out of listeners. Male or female listeners. Whatever. Are you playing, Gina guitar or dick guitar?
Yeah, dick guitar, click guitar.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see that? Yes or no?
Clitar. Clitar. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a big stadium. Is that what it was?
A what?
Was that a stadium?
No, it's something that was happening on the stage at one point.
I see. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
There was so many fucking things going on that stage, but at midnight, because they put on this. They're known to do a gag on New Year's Eve, and it could be anything. One time they flew out in a hot dog. One time they did this. They do all kinds of fucked up shit. So what they did was they did 40 years of Phish, because 83 is when they formed. So 2023. So for fucking half an hour, they had all these Ghost of New Year's Eve past come out and other characters from their songs and other things that only hardcores would know. All this crazy, I've never seen a spectacle fucking like it in my life. And I'm just going to say that about the show. And it was just, they had a fucking full choir, a marching band at one time, costume people. They had Cirque du Soleil shit going on. They had fucking singers. They had other things. They had a fucking Tom Hanks come out and kick Wilson balls. They had fucking so many things happening that you couldn't even understand it. What a way to kick off the new year. It was 10 minutes to midnight.
How did they sign all that?
Sign? Oh.
It makes no sense.
Oh, man.
I get you
all right,
now.
You get the worst comment on the episode. That's great. I thought it was going to be me again. Okay, you win. C wins, everybody.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. I'm just
anyway.
Dave, that sounds like fun, man. That sounds
much better than Duran Duran down the street. That's for sure.
Oh, dude. It was the best fucking experience.
She was at the ball drop.
Oh.
Well, it's awesome.
That's
interesting. I'm telling you can't understand. It's 10 minutes to midnight, and fucking they have all this craziness going on the fucking stage.
Minutes.
And they're fucking.
Should have said 2.
There's a choir singing fucking Jungle Boogie, and a fucking marching band playing behind them, Jungle Boogie, and all kinds of characters dancing on stage. They were going fucking, this is 10 minutes to midnight. I'm out of my fucking mind partying. And this is the way to that is the way to kick off a fucking New Year's Eve.
I love it.
That is the most exciting fucking New Year's Eve experience I ever had. Then they had the big countdown at the end. 10, 9, the fucking place erupts. They fucking blow confetti all over the fucking place. I'm telling you. Whew. Amazing. I'm so glad it was worth every penny and everything I had to put up with in 48 hours of fucking nonstop moving to get there and everything I did. And I spent a lot of money.
Dave, they say, how you leave is how you enter. It's kind of one of those philosophical sort of feel good statements or feel bad statements, depending if you're a piece of shit or not or whatever's going in your life. But like that sounds like one of those things where you left 2022. We're in the new year now, and we've got, just this whole, we got to revolve around our star again, and it sounds like it's gonna be a good revolution, man. I dig that. That sounds good because
I'm happy about this year.
Because 2023, sure. I mean, like I don't know if we did. I hope we didn't discuss this already, but what I don't want to get out of the order of the show and tell me, hey, we'll do that later. But what's the state of horror in 2023? Like, what's going on with all that? Like, is that for later,
man? Projections. We can do projections now, or do you want to wait till later?
Should
we get to these bottom fives? We got
bottom fives, folks. We got projections. Dave Z's kind of going to lead us through that and stuff like that. Other things, I was just going to ask because it was timely about the New Year conversation.
You're right.
I'm feeling good about 2023, and I've only seen one movie from the year so far, and I'm like,
and I've seen 2. How about that? Me, I'm on top of things. Yeah.
Horror films.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which been released already. I haven't even kept up.
I saw The Pale Blue Eye with Christian Bale, which is we're going to talk about this later on Jay the Dead's new horror movies in a few hours, but it's very much, and I'll probably say I don't have notes now, but I'll write something better to the effect that it goes back to horror's roots, which is to say that horror got its start from the Gothic tradition with the Castle of Otranto and these other books. And that started the Gothic tradition in horror. And this goes back to that where, Poe, Edgar Allan Poe, who wrote the first detective story, by the way, is a side character in this. And so it's a murder mystery, but it is grisly and dark enough to, if somebody goes, that's not horror, I'm not going to argue. But if someone goes, that's horror, I'm gonna tend to agree with that. So
interesting. But Carrie and I were literally just looking at it. She was thinking of maybe popping it on. This was right before we came down to record, and we said, I don't know. She decided not to. She went back to watching Breaking Bad, but
Breaking Bad. Nice. If you have snow in your environment, this is like a snow movie. It's it's like a cold wintertime movie. I think it's like a budget of $72 million or something like that. Probably paying Christian Bale and some of these other popular British actors, all of whom have been in the Harry Potter movies, by the way. And
interesting.
There. And like Dudley Dursley, who was the main kid who was always bullying Harry Potter while he was at home, like he lived with.
Potter! I'm sorry.
Yeah, Potter. He is Poe.
The other kid.
And I'm looking at this guy, and he's slim and tall and like kind of handsome. And it's like, I feel like I know this guy. And it's like the Dudley Dursley kid who was this, just kind of this, I'm going to say fat here because that's what the character was. But like, pudgy, mean kid, ugly, but like he's like this handsome Poe, sort of
sinister pig.
Pig. The Daily Pig, folks.
Just like Stand By Me. He was a pig when he was little. You know what I mean? We used to tease him. We used to compare ourselves to Stand By Me characters. And of course, Scott was Vern. And because Scott acted like Vern, he was always afraid to do shit and stuff. So anyway, he was kind of pudgy. Who's the kid that played Vern? And he grew
Jerry
up.
Jerry O'Connell, right?
Yes. And he was pudgy when he was young. And then he grew up and he's fucking, I guess not.
Married Rebecca Romaine Stamos.
Fuck.
Like, listen, it's not good coming after John Stamos, but I'll take his leftovers.
I'll come fucking. That's right. I'll be 5 comes after John Stamos. I don't care.
I'm like half her size, by the way. I'm like, I know she's like a tall lady. I'd be looking up there being like, Rebecca, like, show me the ways. But anyways, I know. Especially if you see the up and there is Brian De Palma movie. Christian just went, huh? Brian De Palma? And started jerking the fuck off. But Femme Fatale, where like I don't think she's ever been sexier. But all that to say, anyways, I've seen the one 2023 movie, and Dave, you saw May Threegan and.
I did.
Something else, or one he texted me about, folks. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, I saw Candyland, which is a new sort of slasher, and I saw that yesterday. And I saw Megan. And speaking of that, how funny is this that somebody actually put this fucking post up? What was yesterday? The 7th of fucking January.
Yeah.
And this is what somebody posts. Speaking of her, okay.
Oh.
Can you see that? Okay. Now what did the person say?
The Megan poster.
Yeah, let me go in the big window. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the big window. There we go.
Can you see that?
Oh shit, bitch!
I love this film. Best film of 2023 so far. It's gotta be a joke. It's gotta be a joke.
Nobody reacted like it was a joke. I saw no laughing emojis. I didn't want to be the jerk that fucking took it that way.
It's gotta be a joke. Come on.
I don't think it was. I just think that people are fucking weird. I'm gonna go back on my Facebook and look up this thing and see if people responded that way and see what his response and see if it was. Because I got a kick out of that. I'm like, really? So the first fucking movie you saw, probably fucking 2023.
Was it good?
Yes, it was.
Or
good.
Was it Malignant?
No. It was good. It was
you stop.
Yeah, let's see. There's nobody laughing.
Is it the best film of 2023 so far?
So far, The Pale Blue Eye is my number 1 of 2023.
Yeah. Nobody thought a joke of it. People are fucking responding, saying, really? Oh, hey, should we go see it or something? And then something else said, I 100% approve, 2 thumbs up. And then someone says, I can't help but feel like this is your way of saying it was a bad movie. Am I reading this wrong? And there was no response.
No, you don't say.
Fucking people. Yeah.
People. It's
crazy.
Funny. Yeah, but I got a kick out of that.
Life would be great if it wasn't for all the fucking people.
You could say worst movie of 2023 so far, too.
You could also do that.
Hold on.
Pale Blue Eye is also in my bottom 5. So far.
Yeah, it's in his top and bottom.
Yeah. Yep.
So
one of those.
I saw 2 movies yesterday. One I rated higher than the other by half a point. So I could say, Yesterday I saw the best and the worst movie of 2023. So, and I'm not lying.
Sweet.
I
like that, Dave. Please say that on Jay the Dead's new horror movies. That's awesome. Don't.
I'll say it later.
Yeah.
Right.
I like that. See, have you seen any 2023s?
No, not a horror yet. Okay. I usually jump on, and usually the shit balls. Like right out of the gate, we get a bunch of shit breeders that I end up watching. I'm like, why am I doing this? And I didn't even keep up. Like I said, that Poe one, we were fumbling around. I'm like, oh, this looks like it's more of a drama, but yeah. I'll check it out. I'll check it out for sure. But I mean, no, I watched The Whale. My wife and I went to see The Whale in the theater.
Oh.
Brandon Fraser's film. Aaron Aronofsky. Yeah. His newest. It's based on a play. So yeah. I highly recommend it from an acting standpoint, and the fact that it kept my total interest, considering it takes place in one location for 98%, 99% of the time. I mean, even if it's not that one location, it's because it's on the balcony or the balcony of that location, or it's some reoccurring motif, visual motif that they show throughout the film. But highly recommended. I mean, I'm really on board with his films. Like literally Mother which they're fucking high on. That's my least favorite of his films.
Same. Yeah.
I actually did not like that film at all.
Me neither.
Lean into that detest.
Well, you just
category.
Don't get it, see.
Yeah. Sorry.
You just don't get it.
Yeah. Again, on that note, no projections. So Possession, 1983 pops up on Shudder. I don't know if it was just Canadian Shudder or both American and Canadian.
It did.
5 fucking skulls across the board. I looked at characters oh, you're putting on a horror movie? I'm like, no, but I just wanted to see what was new. This is not new. Carrie, you got to see this. Everybody blows this movie. She goes, did you just say blows the movie? I'm like, yeah. Chuck, you've never heard this term before? And my wife was usually up she's like, no. I'm like, oh yeah, no. Everybody blows this film. I fucking hate it. And I said, just check out these 2 scenes. Didn't give her a check. I just went right to the scene of them arguing in the restaurant when they're sitting at 2 separate tables adjacent from one another and talking to one another, yet not facing one another. And that's, supposed to be some, brilliant art. I guess he's making some comment on broken marriage, whatever. That, and then the scene with him rocking in the fucking chair, back to back. There you go. She's like, I'm out. I'm like, isn't this fucking hilarious, or am I exaggerating? She goes, no, this is absolutely. If you don't know anything about that film, you're not watching that film, you just take those sequences out. And I'm not saying those are the only ones. It's the acting is so different level, but I guess it's so different level consistent that some people forgive it. I just can't get into that movie. I went that shot, that scene, and I was out. And I laughed, and I don't change the fact that I'll never watch that movie again.
Christian, can I blow everybody? Whoops, my Skype paused. No. Can I blow everybody's mind? Can I blow everybody? No, listen to this. So remember when you guys on the show used to do cliffhangers, and you'd follow up on the cliffhangers? Let me follow up from a cliffhanger from 2017. Okay.
Holy shit.
Let's go back. First time I was ever on your show, and I was hopped up on caffeine. I was crazy. I'd only really done 2 other shows before that as a guest, other than solo cast shit. And Christian, you told me you talked about Possession and how you felt like it had and these are your words. I've always remembered this because I still have. Well, here's the reveal is I still have not seen that movie, but you wanted my opinion because you said you felt like Possession got the golden handshake of art. Is what you said. And then Dave Z wanted me to go through the Rec franchise, at least go see Rec 2, because I think the episode I guested on, episode 36 or something like that, where it was Rise of Leslie Vernon and Rec, and I never did see any of the other Rec movies. So everybody who's been wondering since my first appearance on Exploding Heads in 2017, no, I did not follow up on shit. So there you go.
Again,
I will.
Possession is all these movies. I put Men in the same category that came out last year. I put Mother in that category. Men. It's these allegory films that maybe not Men to the same extent, but yeah, you liked all these movies, Dave. So take it for what it is.
No. Wait a minute.
I'm the one that's sort of like, I group them all together. Yeah. And again, maybe I don't totally understand it, but where I'm going with it is, I don't necessarily, there are movies that I love, like Videodrome. Like I say, I pull shit from that all the time.
Videodrome.
I'm not even going to first say that I understand everything that's going on in that film. And that's what I love about it. It's like I kind of pull something new from it every time I watch it.
I love that movie so much.
Did a review
that's
on
the
show.
That is a 10.
It is a 10. It is a 10.
Wow.
And I pull for it. So, and some people might go, what is this fucking shit? And just totally dismiss it. So I can understand that. Yeah. And it's just Possession. It's just not for me. And I'm just shocked. It seemed to have, it's one of those resurgence films. Never heard anybody talking about it. Probably because it was, I think, cut to shit back when we had it on video back in the day. No one talked about this movie. No one, and again, that's fine. It gets this resurgence and it finds a new audience. That's good. That's not a bad thing. But for whatever reason, because I saw it back in the day and thought it was absolute garbage, something has just stuck with me. But I can change. I changed with The Descent, and I've changed with a lot of other movies in the past. Halloween 3, Sleepaway Camp. I hated those movies when I was a kid. And now I appreciate it. I'm not putting them in the same level of necessary. But Possession is art. That's and I hate using that term, but like there's some movies that are just like, I'm going to make a painting or whatever. And it sort of got that, but I sometimes that resonates with me and sometimes I don't. I just think there's a lot of great looking movies, but I'm just saying the style, the way that they're doing this film, I just cannot get on board with.
I feel
it just rubs me the wrong way.
I gotta see it. I have to see it finally. I will. Next time I'm on the show, I'm gonna show up with some Rec stuff and Possession. I promise. Yeah. I don't.
But there are people that absolutely.
I don't promise. It's a resolution.
And hold this film as brilliant, right?
Yeah.
I'm in the minority here.
Yeah, but see,
so
you're not gonna come around on those type of movies. Movies like that. If you don't like them if you've given them 2 chances, and like keep this in mind, I saw Possession once in my life, and I gave it an 8 out of 10. And I said, this is the type of movie I want to watch again, and I should see again, and maybe I'm gonna pull more. Even though I said all that back then, something inside of me hasn't given me. I haven't wanted to go out and watch it a second time, so I can say that. As far as Mother, no, I wasn't into it. I feel the same way you do. Men, I think, had a cohesive enough narrative to get everything that was going on, and that was fine. And I thought the visuals were really cool. And all that guy's movies, and I forget his name, but he's 3 for 3.
Alex Garland. Yeah.
Okay, I think he's 3 for 3. But I will say this: I think each movie I've liked a little less. Like I think the first one's a 10 out of 10. Right. Well, the second's like a 9, and
he secretly directed Dredd. With Carl Urban, but he wasn't credited. Dude, it's like
it's a remake of the sort of darker version of the Judge Dredd.
He directed.
I did see that.
It was like, and that one is my favorite of his movies. And like you're saying, Dave, I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just it's so he's like like I like all his movies, but it is diminishing returns for me. It's like I Dredd's like high. Like I think that's my favorite of his. And then what was his next one after that? The one that put him Ex Machina.
Yeah.
Ex Machina I love. And then I saw the girls go in the shimmer thing, and I was like, okay, fine. Okay, sure. That was like my response to that. And then Men, I was like, oh, okay. I'm just like, I'm kind of like, ooh, buddy, like, and I did a whole dissertation on freaking Men on a Horror Movie Weekly, and that we even had a guest on that episode who was
she blew it.
Well, she was actually she and I had the same score. Susie was the one who really liked it, my co-host over there, and she was afraid to talk to me. Actually, I mean, she's not going to hear this, but she was. That's the only reason I'm saying it. But she was a little. She said we were texting afterwards, and she's like, "Dude, I had a lot of fun. I have to admit, I was afraid to talk to you." And I was like, "What?" I don't know. Okay, cool. Right on. I'm glad we're friends now. I think that's great. But Men has a lot to it. But yeah, Dave, you were saying that for you, Alex Garland's movies are diminishing as they go, because it's the same for me. If that's what you're saying.
But it's not a knock.
It's still
a 10, a 9, and an 8.5.
It's 5 on Men, which is my lowest of his movies so far. It's not going to make a top 50 of the year, but I still liked it. It was fine.
See, and that's I can see that. I understand that. But like when I say diminishing returns, it's not a bad thing in this case because I rate them all so high. It's the same thing with Oz Perkins. I thought that it's been diminishing returns for him, but we're talking a 9.5, a fucking 9, and an 8.5 to a 9. So it isn't like fucking. It isn't like he went from a 10 to an 8 to a 6 or something like that. Then that's something to sit up and take notice for. So it's the same thing with Oz Perkins as it is for Garland. I still think that they're all great films. So it's just that I happen to enjoy them in that order. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody's lost anything, or I don't know what it is. It's just just something that I noticed about him. But I still think he's 3 for 3. But,
cool.
But the thing is, like I was saying, see, you're not gonna come around and like Possession. It's not gonna happen. It's something that look at me, dude. It's like me and what's that movie we covered? Santa Sangre, which fucking everybody blows. What I give it a 5 or whatever. And I was like, I don't get it. I don't fucking. This doesn't make sense. Whatever I said on that show, I can't remember. Same thing.
He's another director that's very much like that. So it's definitely funny, but that one resonated with me more. And it resonated with me more back in the day when I saw it, just like when I saw Possession back in the day. And like again, I'm not shitting on people for liking these movies, and I praise these like Arrow and whoever, like all of them, like Vinegar Syndrome, like that are finding these like sort of untapped or older school movies and bringing them back for people to appreciate. I mean, that's great. That's awesome. I just that one just doesn't sit with. And you're right. What I've done, it's very difficult because I put up a blockade now, so it makes it extra difficult for the movie to win me over. I can't. It's just personal. I think we all do it.
Yeah.
Just like
sure,
nostalgia
absolutely.
For Friday the 13th. That blockade doesn't exist. I mean, I definitely could shit on some of the franchise. I don't say the whole franchise is fucking fantastic, like JP. But I appreciate
you fake Friday fanboys.
And I still take some enjoyment out of the Shipbreeder installments. I'll still watch them, even though I know that they're shit. Something about them I still will grab. I'll still watch Jason Goes to Hell and Jason Takes Manhattan.
Okay, not that one, but every other one, yeah. For me, I can't.
Not Goes to
Hell. In my life. And JP told me we'll get you to watch that. I'm like, yeah, if I'm hanging out with you and you put it on and I don't leave.
It's like Wreck 2.
It's fucking horrible.
Yeah. But
Wreck 2 is awesome though. Like that's not Wreck 2 is on par with Wreck.
Oh,
I wouldn't go that far, as I've recently rewatched it, and I was like, well, okay. It's still pretty good. It's no Wreck, but it's it's still pretty good. I'll say that.
Sweet.
Well, to me, it's like an Evil Dead versus Evil Dead 2. Well, I mean, I like that whole series.
Buddy.
Speaking of which, Evil Dead Rise. We're talking about projections that coming out.
Yes,
that
movie looks great.
Everybody talks about Demons 2. How when I first heard about it being in a high rise, I thought Demons 2. I also thought Wreck. But no one's talking about Wreck. That's what I was thinking. Like Wreck.
That's because you're advanced.
Why is Wreck in a high rise?
He's laughing.
It's the first time it's ever been said on the show. What?
Everybody, C has the golden handshake of art from me.
Yeah.
The Golden Glove.
The Golden Glove.
The Golden Shower of art.
Okay, so now I know. C, did you watch the trailer? Because I actually don't know your stance. I'm anti-trailer. I can't. My son, actually, we were playing Dead by Daylight, and he goes, "Hold on." Between matches, he's like, "Hold on." My friend is obsessed with the Evil Dead franchise, and I was like, "Who's your friend?" And he told me, and I was like, "Oh, that kid's cool." And then he goes, he wants me to watch the new Evil Dead Rise trailer with him, so I'll be right back. And then he did tell me. I said, "Is it a good trailer?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm just not going to say anything about it." And I was like, "Come on, you could be a little more revealing than that." And he started taking off his shirt. I was like, "No, son." No, just kidding. But he was like, "What the fuck is wrong with me?"
Awesome.
But yeah, he's
awesome.
I'm going to go like to confession or something, even though I'm not Catholic. But yeah, then he did say he's looking forward to the movie still. And I'm on one of those things where, everybody knows Evil Dead's my favorite franchise. It's like Evil Dead 1, 10, Evil Dead 2, 10, Army of Darkness. I'm like all the way down at like a 9.5, Evil Dead 2013, 10. The show is my low point at like a low 9. I'm just like, so this franchise means the world to me. I'm
right with you.
Yeah.
I'm giddy. It looks scary and it looks gory. So it looks like they kept the gore content or even shot the gore content well above the 2013, which was gory, as I talked about recently on the show again. I just rewatched that because I watched the whole franchise as well. And man, that movie keeps going up for me every view.
Same.
And the reveal that I said is that the big problem everybody we had on the show was talking about how many souls needed to be killed or whatever. And there's a bit of a plot. That's all. There's no issue if you watch the unrated version. For some reason, they edited out the important bit in the R-rated from a timing standpoint.
Yeah, I finally saw that version last time my son and I went through the franchise. So yeah,
first time. It's weird that they did that, but they did do that. And the R-rated now, the 4K. Yeah. And the 4K has got both versions.
I want that so bad. I want to fucking get that so bad.
It's expensive.
Yeah,
I've got the Blu-ray. I got the Blu-ray, but not of the two films, just of the R-rated cut.
So you're saying that the 4K has both on it?
Well, I double checked. I physically had it in my hand because when I looked online, I'm like, this doesn't look like it's got the unrated on it. I physically had a version of it in my hand at like during Christmas shopping, and it said contains both R-rated, theatrical, and unrated versions.
Oh, wow.
But I don't know if they're two of the same, but it was the 4K copy.
Okay.
And it was like $45 or $49.99.
No, it's cheap right now, the 4K. It came up on fucking Blu-ray the other.
Because when I looked on Amazon, I couldn't. I wasn't seemingly getting a definitive answer, but it's got to be. It's got to be the same one.
I derailed this, man. This new trailer, though. I'm sorry. I went into.
Oh, sorry.
You start talking Evil Dead, I'm gonna go off. How does this new trailer look for 2023 projections? Is this gonna be one of the? Do you think is this looking? Judging by what you saw, is this gonna be one of those movies that's gonna be? I mean, it's great to say this in January, but is this gonna be like a list maker? You think?
I believe so.
Okay.
I truly believe so. The second I watched the trailer, I actually told my daughter who was studying, doing something in her room, I think studying or whatever. I don't know. I just said, just stop whatever you're doing and just watch this trailer.
Oh, cool.
And like, I'm not anti-trailer. I have uttered the words that I'm going to maybe stop watching them. My biggest pet peeve is going to a film in the theater and they show a little featurette or the trailer of the film you're watching right before the movie. Mm-hmm. So like The Whale, for instance, they had this big like sort of behind the scenes featurette showing scenes from the movie and talking to Brandon Fraser. I'm like, no, we're going to watch. We're 5 minutes from seeing the fucking film. Don't do that, theaters. That's a stupid move. Yeah, they do these little quick, like just like it's like a pregame show before the trailers start. It's like trivia pops up. I don't know if you guys must have.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Kind of been around for the last 15 years. They'll do trivia, they'll do whatever as you're, counting down the time till the movie starts. And then it will have like sort of video commercials, of course, fucking commercials at the theater. And then these featurettes. And it never fails that they do these featurettes typically of the movie you're just about to watch. Like, give me that as a Blu-ray feature if I want to buy the fucking movie. I don't want to see that or any reveal to the movie I'm just about to see.
Yeah.
But I'm not anti-trailer, generally speaking.
Cool.
Dude, they had a bunch when I saw Megan. They had I had to look down for everything. It was fucking Evil Dead Rise.
Yeah, what's coming out? Yeah. Tell it.
Now I have to remember. Hold on. But they were all ones that significantly I didn't want to see. They started, I was like, oh yeah, I can't watch that. There was the fucking new Shyamalan movie. There was Evil Dead Rise. And there was a third one. There was another horror one that started, and I was like, okay, what is this? And then I noticed.
It's just a teaser anyway, but.
It was Scream.
Scream 2?
It didn't last long.
I'm not letting that go.
I know, right? 5 Cream 2.
I'm looking for like any horror fan. I'm looking forward to all of them. I'll watch them all, even though I wasn't high on the last Scream. I'll give the next one a chance. Like it's a franchise film. I'm a sucker for them. Yeah. I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess. But yeah, Evil Dead Rise. I'm with you. And I'm me, an Army of Darkness.
Yes,
I honestly think now I can honestly say 1, 2, and 3 are 10s out of 10s for me.
Oh, because I love it. My son is with you. He loves Army of Darkness so much, and even though I'm all the way down at like a 9.5, but like it's Ash is just my guy. That whole I don't even like the sword and sorcery stuff, but him in there, it's like this is my shit.
Oh, he's the best. He's at his most iconic there.
Yep.
No question. And then the remake, I was I liked it when I saw it. I thought it was good.
Same.
And then did it for the show, and I'm like, oh, this is great. And then I watched it again when I watched the whole franchise. I'm like, this is like almost not underrated. Like, I don't want to like.
No, it's.
Like, I don't
people
feel
consider
like
it to be one of the best remakes, if you will.
It
ever,
is.
and I'm fine with that. Like, I agree.
Oh, it's super fucking gory, super gory.
Well, they went back to the video nasty shit that they where their roots, And I'm not. Oh, no, I'm done. I'm not going to go off on Evil Dead right now.
So no, I know we could. And then the show, I agree. The show really takes what was Army of Darkness and Evil Dead 2 and then just runs with it.
Dude.
And so if you're more of a fan of the darker, scarier version, the show's not for you, obviously. I mean, we're talking about this as if the show just came out, and the show's been out and done now for a couple of years. So if you don't know it, then yeah. Newsflash, it might not be for you.
Then fuck you. No, just kidding.
Dude, it's $12. It's $12 for the fucking Blu-ray uncut fucking Evil Dead right now.
All right.
Total comes to $13.13. That's a fucking omen.
That's amazing. So
it.
the Blu-ray that has two versions used to be super expensive. I would get that. Like, do I need? Like, that's what I say. There's certain movies, especially these modern ones. I don't know how much. Like, 4K will probably look great because it is modern, but those Blu-rays sometimes look amazing still. Like, this is what I was saying a couple of shows ago. I'm like, there's a certain list of 4Ks I want, and I got Poltergeist and I heard that's not the best transfer, but I'll take it because there wasn't a good blue. Or if there was a blue, it was out of print.
It was a bare bones, and I have one, and I've been wanting this special one forever, and we got it. So still haven't watched it.
I got the Lost Boys, and I thought that transfer was actually quite good.
Oh, sweet.
I haven't gone through all the featurettes. And they put both the Blu-ray and the 4K in there, but I was happy. There's a short list. I've said the list on the show before of ones that I want in 4K, but I've got all my really all-time favorites. It's just going to be filling in a couple of gaps.
Nice.
Like the Black Christmas 4K for whatever reason never came to Canada. I don't know. I don't know why. It's not in any store shelf I've seen that has all the regular Stream Factory ones or Arrow ones.
And look for
order it. It seems really expensive for me to get it in. So. But I'm not. I could wait now because we just had Christmas. I watched it and everything else. I'll wait till next year.
I'll look around. I'll buy it for you, and then you could stop by next time you're in the area and fucking. You know what I'm saying?
Man. I can find it, but it gives you they up the price. There's import fees and everything because that fact. You get hosed.
Hosed, he says. Totally.
You hoser.
Yeah, that's awesome. You got hosed.
You got hosed. So,
but the thing about C is, I was thinking of the Canadian thing because I listen to podcasts. I listen to some people that are Canadian, and they are so much more thickly fucking Canadian than C. One more reason to love C. He doesn't have that fucking strong fucking accent like every other Canadian. There's anything wrong with it, but it sticks out like a sore thumb when I listen to it. When I'm talking to C,
C sounds like he's like an East Coast boy. He sounds like he's from
a little Canadian.
He has a little bit of that shit, a little bit. But for instance, Moods also doesn't have a thick accent, but he does say, I don't know if it's a Moodsism or if it's a Canadian thing, but instead of saying hey, right on, he goes reet. He says,
that's a Moodism.
Okay, I was gonna say, I don't think it's a Canadian thing, but he'll go, that's a movie I'm watching Reet now, and I'm always like, huh?
Reet.
Yeah, he says Reet. Listen to the show.
Maybe it's a northern BC thing, but I don't know.
Wow. Reet hand. Yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, I listened to Heather, and I listened to what's his name. He's the most Canadian person ever for any podcast. Is Bill Van Vagel on Land of the Creeps.
Bill Van Vagel. Bill Van Vagel is extremely Canadian.
He's Mr. Canadian.
I love that guy. Yeah, he's an extreme horror guy. That guy from Land of the Creeps. Everybody, he's the man.
Yep, absolutely. And again, see, I listened to their end of the years. There's very few end of the year fucking podcasts now. I listened to Land of the Creeps. They were the first one. I listened to Colors of the Dark, which was the old Shockwaves, and I listened to what was the other one? I listened to some other ones that I don't ordinarily listen to, and I'm reminded why every time I fucking go. But I'm like a junkie. Beginning of the year, and I'm not even listening. The only reason I'm listening to podcasts right now is because I'm in between. I'm accepted for my new job. Actually, my pay rate starts tomorrow.
Nice.
And
get that
but
money.
for the first couple days, I'm still doing this I'm sorting papers. I'm matching fucking meter orders. It's tedious fucking things in a room by myself all day with papers. So I can now listen to podcasts. So I've been listening to these things and nothing's out. Like I listened to a couple other ones. And again, like I said, I'm reminded why I don't like it. One was so fucking boring. It's on the Bloody Disgusting Network, and I won't say what it was, but God, it was so fucking boring listening to these guys. Oh, they were so. It was like
speaking of Bloody Disgusting. Holy shit!
And speaking
hey, we've done it. We've done it on our show too. So
whoa. Okay. I didn't say they talked politics.
Sorry.
I said it's like listening to somebody talk politics, like on like a very serious conversation. Yeah. There's no.
Like it's very dry. Yeah, there's no.
You guys make jokes like anytime it gets too political. You guys like will make jokes and shit. That's like the best. It's the freaking best.
Well, because again, I think the reality of the situation. Let's not get into it because I will talk about it and we'll over-explain why we don't talk politics by talking fucking politics.
Yeah,
it's fucking vicious.
Hey, I stormed the Capitol the other day. It's the 2-year anniversary when I stormed the Capitol. There you go. There's
it's
your
actually
politics.
very close to, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Well, I'm in Washington State, so I was nowhere near there. So just in case the FBI, who is listening, as we have found out, I'm in Washington State. Everybody, I've never even been to Washington D.C.
They're Patreon,
and it was a fucking work anyway. It was a work.
Oh, dude, of course it was. Of course.
But here's the funny thing: I don't know who worked it. I don't know if the left did it so they can make the right look worse and have something to bitch about with them, or I don't know if the right fucking worked it. Just because to make a statement. You know what I'm saying?
It could be it was both of them like not knowing the others working it.
Because they got into
I'll ask Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough of that.
So you said you were listening to some podcast, and I know Jay the Dead's New Horror Movies was going to have a super early, probably around the same time, maybe a little after, a couple weeks or a week after you guys did, we here did this show, part 1, but Jay got super sick and hospitalized and had a piece of his lung was in necrosis. He was fucked up. And so we haven't done our year over there. And I got to say, guys, I have done more rewatches, and I'm not sure. I'm just saying I might move a movie around is what I'm saying. In my top 10, because it's going to be a top 10 over there. I might have to move one back and move something forward. And I'm still figuring it out, but it's one of these where I finally did the second watch. I was like, shit, this should have been higher on my Exploding Heads list. I really should have put this higher. Like, it's still one we did in the top 10. It's in the top 10. It's just going to probably move ranks and go higher. So just a surprise for Dave when you hear the show. And
okay. Yeah, it'll be a surprise. Okay. I want to ask questions. C, you were going to say something about Bloody Disgusting. I had something to say about that.
Yeah. Jump. No, I've been cutting off left, right, and center. It seems to be my MO on the show now. Their lists. I was kind of flabbergasted. Like I thought my list was fairly generic when I did my top 10, but I'm so surprised at the love that Scream of 2022. I think someone had it as their number 1, and all their top 10. I was really shocked by that. That's it. I was like, these horror sites. I thought, I don't know, maybe I was expecting a bit more, but everybody's. I mean, to each their own is what we say.
Yeah, of course.
Like what you like. What am I going to say? I was just a little surprised, I guess.
Well, both of your lists really impressed me because you had movies I hadn't seen. Both of you did, and I don't know if it's just the nature of the year, but our lists were very different. We had a lot of the same ones. Yeah, we did. But just the way our top 22s, especially when getting into the top 10s, were so different and interesting with the way they went that, I have seen some of these, the Dread Centrals and the big horror authority lists. And I'm kind of like, not just that I disagree, but just that I feel like these are people who saw 15 horror movies. I don't know. I could be just talking shit. I'm not meaning to, because lists are. I mean, hell, my segment on Jay the Dead's New Horror Movies is a list segment, Mr. Watson's Horror Hierarchy, and so anybody could flip me middle fingers there, and I've gotten some pushback, and fine. But yeah, I'm with you. See, it is like I've seen some of those lists, and it's just seeing like Scream at number 1. Sure.
I mean, it's like sure. I know Alex Harrow. loves it. It was his favorite of the year. So be it.
Cool. That's awesome.
I mean, and I'm sure it was Dan and Lacey's favorite of the year too. I don't know, but I'm sure it was. So be it.
Lacey yelled at me over the phone, for not liking it.
I just was, over the phone.
Well, I was talking with Dan, and I was on speakerphone, and I hear Lacey in the background. Fuck that! I'm like, sorry.
It was.
But you see,
it was a good, okay watch.
Yeah.
Nothing. It didn't elevate. To me, it didn't elevate or do anything. And I know we've been talking in circles because I'm sure someone could throw that back with the Friday the 13th movies.
Oh yeah. I mean,
and they can.
Well, hold on. Hold on. I think there's a difference.
Friday he says I hate overlooking things, and I keep bringing up Jason surviving all that time.
Hold on.
For part two, and Dave has no problem with it.
Brandon just texted me, and Brandon just texted me, and he's taking a shot right now. He said, "I'm glad I quit the show." Oh,
yeah.
And then for some reason, he sent me a bunch of dollar signs and
No, wait a minute. Stop it. Hold on. See, that's very unfair, and I'll tell you why. I'm the guy. Hold on.
Let's go.
And we're going to get into it later when I when I rate a movie that you guys both liked, and I'll tell you why I had the problems with it and what it was. If I'm watching a movie, and this just happened last week, I don't care what the title is. If I see a problem and I can't piece together why or how, then it affects the score. If I'm watching any movie, whether it be a Friday the 13th or whether it be The Best Man, if I can't put something together and it doesn't make sense, and I can't even come up with my own fan theory on it, then guess what? If it's not plausible, it's going to affect my rating. When I talk about a Friday the 13th, 1, 2, 3, or 4, or whatever, I am going to have a definitive fucking thing. I'm not going to say, well, this and this can't equal that. It's not possible, right? So I won't do it. But I'll say this: for Friday the 13th fans, you and I included, if a new Friday the 13th comes out and we watch it, and it happens to be we watch it, and the impression we get is a 7 out of 10, just because it's a fucking movie. It's not. I mean, this is the difference between some people and other people. Is that me? Every time I watch a movie, I don't care who directed it. I don't care who's in it. I don't care what the title is. I don't care if it's a franchise film. I don't care the production not one thing. When I watch the movie, I rate it the same based on what I saw on the screen. Now, the difference between us and Scream fans is if a new Friday the 13th comes out next year, like that show, and we think the show is a 7 out of 10, let's say we're rating shows, we're going to watch it. We're not going to say, oh my God, 10 out of 10, it's Friday the 13th, it's my fucking favorite show of the year. We're not going to do that. Where a Scream fan, by default, will automatically fucking say that it's their film of the year. Before it even comes out, they already know it. They're like sitting there saying, the only way this is not going to be my top movie of the year is if it's a complete fucking turd ball. So all they got to do is come up with something decent, and they're all going to fucking pedestal it. That is the difference between Friday fans and Scream fans.
And here's another reality, and Halloween fans will put in the mix too. That's why I think that's why you like Halloween Ends even more so, because it was like a FU to the Halloween fanboy brigade. And I heard a rumor about Scream 6 that Corey's the killer.
Scream 2.
Scream 2.
Scream 2 2023. I'm calling it that. I'm never.
They pull off the mask, and you're like, who the fuck is this guy? He's like, I'm evil, bitch. And then that's the end of the movie. And he's wearing a bulletproof. He's bulletproof vest, of course, because they all fucking wear bulletproof vests.
Yeah, bulletproof vest and 5-inch heels to make her as tall as Dewey.
Hey.
And then she kills him when he's a legacy character. I'm just like, fuck you. Anyways, we're gonna talk about that when we get into disappointments. I do. I do have a question, Dave, and see about the 2023 releases. Because I know a few movies that are coming out, and I don't know. Do either of you have like a list? Because
I have articles here. I'm ready to pull them in fucking fair. Oh yeah.
Okay, because there's just a couple I have a question about, and I'll just go as you mentioned them. But there have been a couple that like I've been wanting to ask Dave specifically, because I know, like for instance, the Winnie the Pooh movie. I'm gonna watch the hell out of that. But Dave, I know you're gonna go. Ugh.
Gonna be fucking.
I actually saw the trailer for that too, and I was shocked at how good it looked.
Wait, what?
I'm shocked.
Oh,
there was a trailer for it that the Winnie the Pooh one, and the Mean one. I saw the trailer for that one. Didn't look as good.
Dang it! Yeah, it never played anywhere near me. Yeah.
So the mean one?
Yeah, it's with David Howard Thornton, who's Art the Clown, and he's basically the Grinch. And it came out technically last year, but I couldn't see it, so I don't know if that's going to count as a 2023, or if you by virtue of people could technically see it last year, it's a 2022. So what do you think, C?
I would probably have to say it's a 2023. I did get a theatrical release, so it's going to be one of those things where it's going to be argued. I'm going to take the Film Fest approach and say it wasn't universally released until 2023 for everybody to see, so we could use that as an argument. But I have a sneaking suspicion it wouldn't be on my list anyway. Just I feel like it's not.
It's got low
I think it's
ratings.
So
it's been on the internet. It's been on the internet in the United States since December 15th, 2022. So it's one of those late fucking at the cusp. So it's a problem.
But then I take back everything I just said. But I don't think it was going to make any list anyway. But that Winnie the Pooh one, the marketing behind it, not just by taking the public domain factor of Winnie the Pooh and being able to make a horror movie of it, the 100-acre wood or whatever the fuck they're calling it, it's that it actually looked pretty fucking creepy and decent from the trailer. I was shocked.
Wow. Okay.
It may be good marketing, but usually these ship reader low budget movies, the ones that don't have like the Death Escort services of the world and whatever, don't usually it goes right back to our talk the other day. That don't usually, like, the trailer's not going to lie to you. Suddenly you're not saying like, wait a second here.
Yeah.
You know what you're getting. They practically don't even have to put a trailer out. They can just put the title out, and you're either gonna watch that movie or not watch the movie. There was one that like something came out and it looked. Mutilator 2 is a perfect example of what I guess what I'm trying to articulate. That movie looks like a piece of shit.
Oh, no.
Dude,
really?
Dude. Oh my God! Listen to it. Oh, okay, stop. I've been waiting to talk about it for 10 minutes since you said bloody disgusting. No, don't be sorry. You didn't know. No, I have. Dude.
Ball break.
I've been on their Instagram for over a year. Okay. Now I was gonna say bloody disgusting when you had your thing. I was gonna say bloody disgusting is now all of a sudden talking about Mutilator 2. A year ago, actually, I'm gonna tell you right now because it's the Instagram. When was their Instagram fucking? Okay. I the first time I saw it was fucking. Hold on, let me see when they put out their very first picture. When it was fucking. Actually, I don't know. It's been. Pardon me.
That horrible, like, of the horrible poster that came out?
That fucking poster, when I saw, hold on a second here. It's been out since, like, it says May 2022, but I'm pretty sure it was before that. Look at that fucking poster. Look at the way that hook looks. C could do 1,000 times better on his computer right now by the end of the day of a fucking poster to represent your fucking film. All I need to see is that to know it's going to be a piece of shit. And no one said anything about it all this time. No one has said one word about it. Their thing is
haven't. That's the title. The title actually looks better, and I'm just adding to what you're saying. I'm not trying not to cut you off, but that title card is actually the best thing I've seen of it. That there's a one-sheet poster that came out that looked. People were trying to defend it. It looked like garbage. It looked like fucking garbage. And then the actual trailer is out now. I'm sorry. The only thing that will save it, and they luckily didn't do it. That's that poster I'm talking about. They didn't do anything to show any gore, and I think that's the probably smartest move is let us experience that for the film. That's the only saving grace I can think of that will be in this movie. They're taking a meta approach. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you anything more if you guys are both anti-trailer. That's the only thing that I took away from that trailer is that's the route they're going down. And I did cut you off, Dave, and I apologize for that, and I apologize for you've always explained yourself on what if you can piece the thing together in the film, it gets a pass if you rationalize it. And I apologize because you're right, it was an unfair kind of jab.
That's okay. That's okay.
Sorry,
but the Mutilator 2, I thought it was just going to be something that was going to be in a fan film or on YouTube, some piece of shit. Just some because it looks like a piece of shit. Now all of a sudden people are talking about it, and Bloody Disgusting's mentioning it. I'm like, are people really going to fall for this? Just like Night of the Scarecrow 2. All of a sudden came out of nowhere, was advertised. And I remember I'm thinking to me, this is going to be a piece of shit. What is it about me that I know something's going to be a piece of shit? But people that I know are going to spend fucking $25 and order it and hope for the best because they like the first one, and then go, oh man, what a disappointment! I'm never going to watch it again. I don't know how do I fucking have? Why am I so wise? And of course, this is I'm not. I know,
it's not about. I agree with you. It's what they're doing is they've gone to these festivals. So the Blu-ray came out from Arrow, was a huge hit. You get these people that want them signed. They see Buddy at a convention, maybe. I'm spitballing here. I don't know if any of this is true. I'm just going by like things that I've seen based on other fan films or other movies. And I think they probably said, we really need a sequel to this. I don't think this guy's made a movie or been in the business. Again, I haven't researched it since. And so it's like at least he has a bit of tongue in cheek with it. Like he's like another Buddy, whatever movie. Like that's how it's presented on the screen. So it's kind of funny, but the movie, like the trailer looks like direct to video garbage. And I'm sorry, I am putting everything, because I know there's shut on video fans out there. God bless you. Enjoy the movie, because that's what you're going to get. It looks like that. It doesn't even look like digital. And I know it's digital, dude, but it looks like they popped out their old shoulder camcorder and filmed the damn movie. That's what it looked like to me.
It's like an Amityville. It's like an Amityville movie now.
Yeah, like I'm really hoping I'm wrong.
Yeah. Or something. Oh, man. No, dude, you're not going to be wrong. And this is the thing. No. I saw that picture a fucking year ago, and I determined, and people are going to say, geez, Dave, how the fuck do you know based on a picture? The picture is the first representation of your movie. If Exploding Heads movie fucking comes out, whichever one, when we do our fucking thing, if I gave that artist conception to somebody, and that's what they sent back to me with that hook looking that way and the font, I would say, listen, no. That is not going to be the first representation of my movie. It is a fucking immediate turnoff. I'm not saying it has to be fucking, top of the fucking mops. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, mops, yes.
Yeah,
but you know what I'm saying. I would never let something like that represent my fucking film. And if I did, there'd be a fucking problem here. Because that just goes to show you that somebody is lazy. If you're going to spend money on something and you're going to be creative about something, the first look of your movie, let it be fucking something that looks good. But here's the thing. Why am I so fucking
people free?
Everybody else don't seem to care that it looks like a fucking turd.
There are people that do. Like anything on the internet, you'll get that. But it's I'm shocked at how many people are. Nothing against Buddy. God bless. Like the guy, like obviously he made a film that ended up having a cult following because slasher movies kept the momentum going. Like after all these years, they died out. They found a rebirth on video, and then DVD, Blu-ray, and 4K have given this amazing comeback. Just like Possession we talked about earlier, and whatever. But so there's some. I guess he just figured we could market it because that was what the Mutilator was made. Let's be honest. The Mutilator was made to capitalize on the slasher genre and to make turn around a buck. It was an investment that they made back in the day. And I guess they figured, why not try it again? And we can make it,
sure,
cheaper or for the same and have a fan base that's been waiting for it. But I guess just based on what I saw, they should have just they just should have gone a straightforward route, and they decided to inject this meta aspect to it that I don't think was needed at all.
Oh, okay.
100%. And again, I'm trying to be like, that should tell you enough without spoiling everything that the trailer has to offer.
But dude, why not? Sorry.
No, I'm done. Really.
Why not fucking get investors? Why not raise money? If you have a property, you could prove this. If I'm the guy, Buddy, whatever, if I could say, hey, listen, these are the domestic sales, these are the overseas, this has been picked up by a foreign company, Arrow, this is my movie's being purchased, my movie's being streamed, it's on Shudder, it's this is something that's already a property that exists. How does a movie like Candyland, which I liked, by the way, but it's just the most recent film I've watched like that with kills in it. I'm thinking, okay, so this is a fucking brand new movie in 2023 that has nothing coming into it all. It's just another fucking horror movie that came out, which could be slasher. Okay, so Candyland. How the fuck do they have a fucking budget of all this money, but this Mutilator can't go out and take their time and fucking do and get a budget behind it? That's what I don't get. Why can't it be this way?
I think it can be this way. I think it's how they choose to to go about it. Maybe because like I said,
how do you not know? You're gonna put out an Amityville movie like nowadays, and it's not gonna fucking make anybody's top 10 list at the end. Not that that matters to a filmmaker, but I'm saying it's not going to. It's gonna come and it's gonna go. Meanwhile, we get these indie gems. We talk about these movies all the time that come out, and they're gonna be remembered for years. So why not have the fucking foresight to say, hey, this is what's happening in the horror landscape? Like this movie you guys just talked about, which, by the way, I was wrong. It says it was released December 15th. It did not come out. So IMDb was wrong about that, and it's nowhere to be streamed in the United States. So, but even that movie, The Mean One, is getting some type of buzz, and it's just another fucking movie, right? But we're sitting here talking about it. No one was talking about fucking Candyland or whatever. I'm just saying, like, Mutilator 2, it's gonna come and go, and it's gonna probably be shit on because now there's more eyes on it because it's a property. It's something that you put a 2. It's a sequel. So people are gonna see it. You're gonna go watch that movie. It's gonna look like SOV or whatever the hell you said. It's like an Amityville film coming out now. There's just you're not gonna get any. I don't know. I'll get off it because I don't want to shit on a movie by a fucking guy that we want to make a movie too, and it's not fucking easy. Of course not. Yeah. And I don't want to shit on it, but I just think it's a poor decision to represent your movie to have that be the fucking your first looks at it. That's all.
Well, the funniest part of it is no one wants to work for free, and people would have pissed on this as well. But if you put it out there and said, hey, we've made Mutilator 2, help us make a logo for it, you would have had, and make sure it's copyright clearance or whatever, you would have had a ton of submissions, and they would have all been better than that. What they're trying to do is use the nostalgia of the Hook from the original poster. And that original poster, and that's why Dave probably hates it even more, because I think that original poster, was on all of our iconic posters. It's actually by sword, by pick, by axe, by with them hanging up, and you see the weapon of mass destruction in front of there. Great. This is just so ho-hum that that's the insulting part. That's what I think you're getting at, the root of what you're getting at, Dave. It's just like you had it. You could have just reused that other part, bye again. You might as well have just done that.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah.
Oh no, then it's a song. Bye. But I can't do that. But that hook. That hook. You know what that hook looks like? It looks like something that would be on a website in like fucking 1998. Like a fucking Angel Fire. That somebody that started a message board fucking made at their fucking house on a computer. It's that fucking poor. I just don't see.
It's really bad.
Oh, yeah. Man. That bums me out. I have a special place in my heart for the Mutilator. I was at a horror movie festival a few years ago, a 24-hour thing, and Mutilator was in the lineup. And when the Fall Break song kicked in, and I brought my son and everything, he was a lot younger then, and I started a big clap during Fall Break, and everybody broke into a clap, and they're just doing the football games and it's just like, we're gonna have a good time, have a good time. I love that movie. So the fact that this is bumming me out that it's not a, it's like I know that in 2023 we're also getting The Nun 2, and I'm kind of like, well, I hated The Nun 1, so
Cruise Control. There's a movie that I liked, but I will say that it was Back in the Habit. Is that what is it? That
Sister Act.
That is Sister Act 2. Yeah, that's awesome.
That's fucking hilarious. That was a way better reference. I liked that, but I like that more because it fucking looked amazing. They have an amazing cinematographer on those films, and The Nun just looked phenomenal.
The Nun looks amazing film.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, I don't know. I had writing issues with that Nun movie, and Dave, I don't know what you have on your list, but I just Googled upcoming horror movies, and there's like 10 in front of me right now, and some of them look cool. Actually, everything looks all right. I'll see all of these except for The Nun 2. I'm gonna have to listen to you guys and find out if it's worth seeing, because that first one. But The Mutilator 2 bums me out that it's bad, whereas The Nun 2, I'm like, yeah, I have no hope in this at all. So. I don't know.
That's fair.
I'm going to watch Mutilator 2. I'm going to watch it.
Oh, yes, same. Absolutely. and if please, for fuck's sake, if it hasn't happened, film this scene. I want to see somebody being like, man, we're going to have a good time on our fall break. And I'll be like, okay, all right, 10 out of 10. Fine. You got me. You got me. Yeah, 10.
Wouldn't it be
I'm trying
cool?
to find budget information. I can't seem to find budget information on it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be cool? It would be the next best thing to dropping something out of nowhere. To have fucking the marketing actually look like this does, like the Mutilator 2. So there's still a buzz because, like I said, it's already an established product, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it looks all shitty. And then the movie comes out and it's nothing that was seen in the trailer. And they have a whole different font and it ends up being fucking incredible. Could you think of, has anybody ever done a bait and switch like that where they try to make their movie look less than and end up being amazing? How cool would that be?
Did you read recently about, and I thought this was BS. I thought it was an actual, and it could actually be, because I don't, like, again, sometimes I clicked on it, read a little bit of the article, I'm like, this is real? But about movie studios can be sued for false advertising. Did you guys come across these advertisements? I swear this has to be BS, but showing like things that are not in the trailer or feeling like they've been a bait and switch, that you could be held accountable for it.
Doesn't that seem like a practice we've seen movie studios do a bunch? Like,
it's called marketing.
Yeah.
Like it is marketing, and it's like, and not to shit on anything, but like look at I finally did see the trailer for Halloween Ends, and they weren't like the Corey story, love it or hate it. Yeah. They advertised, the showdown, which that's not the movie. Becomes the movie, but so I guess. I don't know, selective content sharing or which is to say that, they can, selectively pick, cherry pick what they want to tell people. But yeah, I didn't know there was something in legalese that says no for something like that. Interesting.
And I'm trying to do a quick search, and I'm not finding what I saw before. So take that with a grain of salt that it could have been, because it was like it definitely wasn't just a headline read. I clicked on it going, what the fuck is this? Because I just take it as marketing. Like, there's been, how many years have we gone? Like, this would be like us going back and deciding to sue because, Freddy versus Jason, because they didn't have the place your bets line in the actual movie or whatever.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I mean, it's like, okay. I mean, I remember Tarantino said he was waiting for that line to happen because he loved that movie so much, but he wasn't going to sue the fucking movie production for not being in the movie. So I feel like it was probably, like, at this day and age, people have a lot of time on their hands. It could have been a made-up article, but I do recall reading a good chunk of it and go, this is fucking ridiculous. Then I stopped reading. And it was like one of those things where I'm like, this is true. This is happening. This is fucking crazy. Because, like, I do say that's marketing. They want to get you to see the film. I mean, obviously, if the essence is there, a line or two might not be, or might be changed for the promotion, and that's enough. But I'm not finding anything. So, like I said, it could just have been something made up.
Interesting.
Sue everybody. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's pretty much the Saul Rosenberg mentality.
Right. Okay, so listen, we got to start moving on. We have an email. We're going to read the email. After the email, we're going to go into our discussions on our lists, and then for the end of the show, we'll be able to look at all the upcoming stuff. I think we'll be able to do it in a somewhat timely fashion. So Denise Thomas sent us an email. Just arrived a couple of days ago, and I'm going to read it here. Okay. Hi there, guys. Been meaning to email you for ages, but working 6 days a week keeps me so tired. All I do is work and sleep. But after hearing these last few episodes, I realized there was a lot I wanted to say, so here's some random thoughts. I genuinely loved Halloween Ends, but the general discourse around it seemed to make being online in horror circles miserable. I understand not liking a film, but I'll never understand making your entire identity about how much you dislike it. You know what? I agree with that. I heard something on a podcast the other day, a call-in, and the guy, every time the guy calls in on the fucking podcast, he has to take a shot at fucking Halloween Ends. And every time I hear it, I fucking roll my eyes. But anyway, you two said it best on the last show. I truly don't know what horror fans want these days. I can't tell you how exciting it was to hear y'all giving some love to TCM 2022. Watson nailed everything that I loved about it. I appreciated the amount of love that Christian gave the Black Phone. I finally managed to catch up on it last week and really dug it. Dave, it was great seeing Hellraiser so high on your list. It's easily my number one of 2022. Thanks. Lately, I've been thinking about the whole bands having 4 great albums in a row discussion. I could listen to you two talk about music all day long. 3 of my favorite bands, Metric, Manic Street, Preachers, and Muse, have 3 in a row that are perfect, just falling short of 4. Yeah, that's a common problem. I love this. Oasis was the first big band fandom I ever had, and for me, they come closest of all. If Standing on the Shoulder of Giants were just a bit stronger, they would take it. Keep up the amazing work. Awesome. Been with you guys since episode 1, and you get better with every episode. If I have a regret, it's that I never emailed you to say this while Brandon was still here. Love, light, and peace to you all and your families, y'all. Denise T.
Send that to B. That's awesome.
That is
I
sweet.
will.
Yeah, thanks, Denise. That's cool.
Yeah, that is very sweet. Man, thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome. And we talked about Muse earlier this show, but that was before the Big Short.
Oh, right. Okay.
Hey,
was because we're talking about Watson and I were talking about it because it's a concert that I think that your son or you and your son and my daughter and my wife are going to be going to come springtime.
Oh, that didn't make the show. That's right. That was while we were waiting for Dave. Yeah, we're seeing Muse and everything. Or did it make the show?
I thought that was on. I thought
it might be.
About it on the show.
We talked for a while last time, buddy. I don't remember.
Because we talked for a long time afterwards. Yeah. So if it didn't make the show, we're going to. I'm going to Muse. Oh, I'm not going to Muse actually. My daughter and my wife are, and I think Watt and his son are.
Yep, we're doing that. We're actually gonna drive down to Portland, Oregon, which is, a lot farther than Seattle, so we can get a weekend show in, and because I want to go see polar bears at the Oregon Zoo.
Of course you do.
Yeah, you know me. So yeah.
Yeah, Mr. PB.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, cool. Well, no, that was cool with Denise, and I know that I'd expressed some trepidation and dislike of, say, Halloween Ends, but like my identity's not wrapped up in my opinion of that movie, my negative opinion of it. It's not even that negative. Like, it's just but also,
it's the way you describe that negativity. You don't do what is so commonly done in this industry. I think anybody. Yeah, I'm probably the most guilty of it.
Well, exactly. Well, it's the attacking of the people with the different opinions. Is I think what you're getting at. And also, I have seen people, and this is the flip side of the coin here, where I know, and I know this for a fact. There is the counterpart of the people who are so mad at the movie they want to make it their thing. I've also seen people who are loving it only because people hate it, in that sort of contrarian fashion. And folks, that's just as cringe. Just be honest with yourself.
Oh, it's true. So
it's true. It is cringe.
And our community has just as many of those as they do the other. It's but again, I guess that's what makes it a community. You're gonna you have to have this thing. It fuels the everyday life.
Yeah, you're never gonna have none of one and none of the other. It's gonna be there. So but to Denise's point though, like I feel that, and I don't like the idea of either way tearing down other people's opinions, even if I do feel strongly about something. Like when we get to biggest disappointments, I've got sort of a tie, and it's just more me being sad, not like, the people who like it can go suck a dick, but only if they don't want to. So it's like, so yeah.
Why don't we get into it? Are we ready to do, or are we still talking about there's so much, we're all over the place here, but
No, I have it all. It's easy. We have our fucking, we could talk about.
Guide us, Dave.
Well, let me just weigh in really quick on this thing about the Halloween thing. It is shitty if you're just doing it to be contrarian. But there's also the other side of the coin. If you happen to like the movie, like I was in the beginning, I saw the movie, I liked it, and then I saw everybody going out of their way to shit all over it. That's when I would make a post about it. But I was doing it in retort to all the negative I was seeing. I wasn't like saying I'm going to like it because no one else likes it. I just happened to have liked it. But the thing is, every time that happens, every time someone doesn't like something, that's all you fucking hear about. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's very rare that when somebody likes something, that's all you hear about. The negativity always comes in stronger. So if I would have said something, that's why. I'm just telling you, I don't care what other people think. Sometimes it's fun in a way.
Well, you're a good faith actor, Dave. But you're never lying to people about your opinion of a movie. You're just you, and you're honest, and you tell it. But I know there are people who are like, well, who aren't that way. And, I don't know who, specifically, but you're just a good actor in that way. A good faith actor, which is to say you're on the level, man. So
I'm a good actor too, in case you didn't know. We discussed that. We'll see more.
We're told.
Anyway.
We're told this, Watson. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I believe it, so I guess he is.
So there you go. I sold you. See? Sweet. So now, hey, man, everything's an act. I mean, it's the show of life, you know? So anyway, what was it? Okay, the Oasis thing, I could meet her on that. Standing on the Shoulder of Giants is a great album. Actually, I'll say this about Oasis, and I might have said this on the show. They're the most consistent band that nobody talks about. I don't think they've ever made a bad album. And my second favorite album by them is actually Don't Believe the Truth, which was their second to last album. Both their last two albums were pretty freaking solid. I think their weakest part was the middle. And to say weak for that band is not weak. They're still like, you know, if I'm going to rate them, they're still at least a 7 out of 10. You know what I mean? So it's like they are a very consistent band. So I will meet you on. I'd love to talk Oasis. I know you're a fan. Now I know that. Carly is actually a big Oasis fan too. I've discovered recently. So it's cool to know the people out there. Yeah. So Carly and I are very like-minded. I'm telling you. And in music too. Yeah. Oh, she's fucking awesome.
She's okay.
Sure. Yeah, she's mid. Carly, you're mid. No, just kidding.
Mild head rumble. I even screwed up my own rating.
Start rating the listeners. Start rating our friends. Let's see. Okay, we got the Scott Crawford. I don't know. Mild. No,
full head explosion. But Carly, I would have cracked the joke here. She would have called me a douche, and we would have gone on to the next part. Exactly. That's the relationship. No, Carly's awesome. She had to put up with us when Dave and I were live, touching each other in.
We're live.
We were doing live. It's alive. He's alive. Yeah. The Big Short was alive. Everything was alive that day.
The Big Short. Okay, so listen, let's do the list stuff first. We'll talk about our bottoms. We'll talk about fucking any honorable mentions that we want to discuss. We'll talk about our biggest disappointment, any other award that we weren't able to give out. So if, you know, there's no particular order for this. We could do it any way we want. I'll tell you this. Movies that did not make my list. Actually, no, I won't do that. We'll do that after. I guess we should do. I have to go back to my list, like the top 22 and all that other stuff.
Yeah, I'm pulling mine up too. Yeah.
I will tell you the bottoms that I have, and then I will tell you and my biggest disappointment. Okay, so fuck. Okay, here's my bottom 5. And I'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, like the reverse order. So the Alien Report, it's a 6 out of 10. It was a disappointment. It was a found footage film, cool concept, some actual cool videos. Pardon me, cool visuals. There's going to be more. There was just something missing, but for found footage enthusiasts, I would check it out because there's going to be more coming, and there's some actually cool stuff going on in it. It's just all in all. It was a little too slow at parts, and there was just something missing. But I would still recommend it enough for people that are into that stuff. Anything involving alien and found footage, it's different. So, but you know, again, that's it. Now number 6. It's a 6 out of 10 again, and that's Deadstream. And I know it made your guys' lists.
Oh wow!
It's perplexed me. I just said something yesterday online, which kind of sums it up. Now, we reviewed it here. Did we review it, or did we have a deep discussion about it?
I think we just had a discussion about it because we did do like a full review. Because I was talking about Hellraiser just dropped. I watched it, was very disappointed with it. First watch, as we know, I've come up on it since a bit. But Deadstream, I watched right after, and I was like, this is great. Like, because it was just, I guess it just knew what it wanted to be. I thought it was actually charming, and I thought it was well written. I was laughing my fucking head off with those, like what the comments made, as I mentioned when we were talking about it on the actual top 22, and it was gory, and it kind of had that Evil Dead found footage vibe. And it was a husband and wife team that made it, and they took that all into consideration. I was just like, this was just a bowl of fun. Yes,
well, hold on
now. A bowl
but
of
I
fun.
said but I can explain. And I said this yesterday. Luckily, I happened to respond yesterday, so I'd remember to say this today because David Michigan Garrett said something on one of our groups about it. Maybe Watsy actually, about this and that and what he felt about it. And said, what are your thoughts? Because he asked for my thoughts, I said it. Now, otherwise, I don't fucking say anything negative about a film. But this is what I said. I said 2 things. I'm Mr. Found Footage, and it was a big disappointment for me. One huge plot hole. And I wasn't sure if the lead actor was trying to be sounding silly when he was supposed to be scared or not. Then the ending stuff, which also didn't make sense for his personality. Outside of that, it was solid found footage stuff, but ended up being in my bottoms of the year, unfortunately. And then he asked a few more things, and I said, he said he was intrigued at the plot holes and what my issue was. And I said, okay, I'll try to say it non-spoiler. When someone shows up and then we get a reveal later, think about who she says she is, and think about how she says she came to follow him and be there. Very silly, pretty contrived. But people were so jazzed about the reveal, although it could have been an easier fix just saying that she was a relative, and it was kind of an easy reveal at that, but nobody stopped to think about it. It happens sometimes. So these are one of those things that when I watch a movie, I don't understand why people don't have the same complaint about an obvious, very silly and contrived plot vehicle. But that's okay. Obviously, you guys are among that. You didn't have a problem with it. And when it happened to me, I wanted to stop watching the movie. I said, wait a minute, that's fucking stupid. You're going to expect me to swallow that? So I checked out of the movie. But I can still appreciate some of the found footage stuff that did happen and the others. But then the end didn't make any sense. His reveal, because he was too goofy and silly the way he was acting scared, for him to be that type of person, oh yeah, by the way, I'm also a fucking Nazi, an asshole. That doesn't fit his personality at all as to what we saw going through. I don't know. So that was just like that left that bad taste in my mouth after I already checked out earlier, and then I saw that. I'm not saying it was a bad movie, but this is one of those things about me. And you say that I'm a true actor or whatever the phrase was. Mm-hmm. This is the thing that borderline angers me when a movie like this or a movie like Hell House LLC, which literally nothing happens in the third act, are beloved found footage movies. And I love found footage more than fucking almost anybody. And I see these things and I'm like, how come you guys are focusing on these? And there's so many of these other great ones over here nobody ever talks about. How come these are the fucking sacred cows in found footage and there's obvious problems here? That's when I get a little perturbed.
I did that whole found footage test. Because I wasn't Mr. Found Footage and still not Mr. Found Footage. And I admittedly say when I find out a movie's found footage, I'm like, oh. My initial reaction is that deflated feeling. And I'm like, oh, fuck it, I'll watch it. And that's why this just won me over more, because it's my style. They explain it out of the gate. I loved where he was coming from. I love his fall from grace, and he was trying to win people back. Like I said, the fact that you get the interaction from the people, the live stream, that's what resonated for me.
That.
So that I oversaw. I none of these things that you brought up, I almost have to watch them again because I didn't even think of them as problems because I was just gleefully around for the ride. And that's all I really need from a movie. And if it strings me along, as long as it's not just like a pile of shit script. And I thought, I actually said I give the script one of the best screenplays just from the quips and whatever. And I think he cut down on the fact that he was writer, director, and he said, I'll be the actor because I feel like I could pull it off. And it was really a true husband. And I'm not saying no one else was on the film, but she played the visitor.
And that's the wife?
I'm almost positive, if I remember when I read up about it when it first came out, that's the husband and wife team. And I think that's another reason why I liked it, right? Like they put themselves in. And so, yes, he's not the strongest actor. I can't disagree with that, but he sold it enough for me because I come down hard on acting on this podcast.
He felt like a YouTuber. He felt like that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And that whole influence and whatever. So I guess the script problems I oversaw, or they didn't even rear their heads to me because I was just enjoying it, for what I got.
And see, this plays into when I was back on the summer series and we were on the 2008 episode. It basically came down to me and a group of people who hate the movie The Strangers, right? So The Strangers didn't go through. That. But it was Duncan and Jamie and David Garrett Jr. who wanted to push forward Lake Mungo. Now, I've never been that much of a fan of Lake Mungo. But then when I watched it again, there's the hugest plot hole to me of that movie that, first off, didn't like it before I found that plot hole. And then after I found that plot hole, I'm like, I cannot endorse this movie. I can't.
Buddy,
and it
you changed me.
What's that?
Changed me. You changed me. I love fucking that. But no, but it's okay. I can, when someone points out an obvious flaw in a movie, That's one of the few things I like about myself, that I don't hold on to my opinions like my balls and say,
balls, we say that all the time, yeah.
I do, okay? When you pointed that out, I was like, holy fuck, he's right. That doesn't make any sense. Now this movie's going to go from a fucking 8.5 to a fucking 7.5. That's just, and it happens to me. Now, I know I can tell you guys the fault that I have in fucking that movie right now, and I guarantee it's not going to change your rating. And I don't understand that. I don't know why people don't, again.
And to that, my point, you might have been the only person whose mind I changed. Duncan, Jamie, and David were all like, well, it's still better than The Strangers. And I was like, now, not that they needed to change, not that they should have changed.
I know.
But whatever it was, this huge plot hole that just is sucking the points right out of this movie for me was not a problem for them. Whereas I'm like, you guys, the summer series is all a matter of a cross sample of people who agree or disagree on a movie. You realize that you three are the only three in the community who are ever going to vote the Lake Mungo over The Stranger. So stop. I know I'm the lone voice here, who, like, because you guys are the only people going, The Strangers is mid, and it's like, okay, stop, and and they have their reasons, sure, and they explain themselves well, as they all do, and they're great at it. But it was just one of those things where, you're talking about not having the problem with a thing, and so on the flip side, Lake Mungo, which I didn't love from the start, just like when I saw that huge plot hole in the middle, I was like, I can't with this movie. And so, so then going back to what you said, Dave, if you saw something like that didn't occur to me, that, maybe watching it again, it'll occur to me. I'm not picking up what you're putting down, but that's a conversation for another time. And I do plan to watch it again, and maybe I'll notice it and go, oh shit.
Well, it was so obvious that I'm watching the movie. And again, I do set out to enjoy everything, but when I see something and someone says that they're this, and they say, well, I came to follow you on I pretended to be a fan on YouTube, but I'm actually this. I'm thinking, well, how the fuck does that make a fucking lick of sense? It doesn't. A ghost is going to be sitting around on the off chance on a computer following YouTubers one day, hoping that somebody was going to talk about their fucking haunting at their fucking place, and then I'm going to go there and fucking show up. That's fucking stupid. It's just fucking, and I'm sorry.
You know what? We'll have to do this another time, because I think I interpreted that differently. We might have to have a discussion on this, because I think I interpreted that differently, but that we don't want to bog the episode down.
Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe you'll prove me wrong.
Or maybe I'll be wrong. I just, so yeah.
You see, I know what Dave's talking about, but I interpret it like that. Like, I think it was like, I think there's more to it, or again, I didn't take it that it was like some, like how you just explained.
That's what she said, and this is what I was saying.
Yeah, she did say that. She did say that. Yeah, she did say that.
I was hoping, but she was the faithful follower for a long time. She was a huge fucking, fan of his show. It would be like all of a sudden,
oh damn it,
we find out that Chris, aka Scott, is really a fucking ghost, and we were ghost hunters, and all this time he was doing all this. Come on, anyway. It makes so much sense to me.
You might be right about that, Dave.
Right. I'm watching the movie, and when this person shows up, I'm thinking, this person. I go, here's what I knew right away. She was going to be something else. I was like, there's going to be a reveal that she is the great granddaughter.
Yeah, or an acolyte of the. Oh, that would have been such better writing. Damn it, Dave. You might. I got to watch this again. Damn it, Dave.
Stupid. And I'm sorry. I shouldn't say stupid. To me, it was silly and contrived. That's a better way.
As long as I'm talking extremes. Stuff. It's fine.
I'm an extremist.
Shitting on things you guys like. Another one of my bottom 5. Again, they're 6 out of 10s. I'm not shitting on anything. They're all
6 out of 10s. Even though those aren't in your technical, I think you've always said 7 out of 10s and above are your official recommends. But 6 isn't bad. I mean, at least for me, a 6 is a fine average movie. It's like, oh yeah,
okay.
That's average.
I don't desire to watch it again is what it means. Yeah. It's a 6. I don't regret my time with it. It's not a bad movie, but I try not to watch bad movies. So this is why my bottom 5 are fucking rated well. Okay, number 6 is Moloch, Moloch, which you guys liked, I think. And I looked at it now to see what it was. Ultimately, I couldn't remember when I read the description. I remembered a little bit, but I guess that's all I need to say. Is that I must have been bored enough by it, and it was unmemorable enough for me that it just didn't grab me. So I'll leave it at.
I liked it, but it's not even on my top 35 here as I'm looking.
It was one of those for me that hit, I think, in the 22 spot, but it was one of those where anything could have, and it probably should have been the black phone somewhere in the. So yeah.
Okay, so that's all I'll say. Number 6, another one that's a 6 out of 10. VHS 99, 6 out of 10. I was disappointed because I liked the other one more. This one, they were okay. Maybe I would watch it again because it's an anthology and it's VHS. It's not as bad as the fucking as Viral was, but it's not as good as the one that came out just before was. I forgot what it was called, 94 or whatever
94,
the fuck.
yeah. And Dave, same filmmakers who did Deadstream did that Hell thing with the girl Mabel. She was the girl in the house who shows up in Deadstream.
No
same filmmakers.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a bad movie. It was just a bit of a disappointment, and 6 out of 10. So what? The only movie that I rated low, and low for me was a 5, and I talked about it on the show, was that movie Dawn Breaks Behind the Eyes. Which
is that not good? Okay.
Well, it goes crazy trippy in the fucking second half, but crazy trippy in a way where you can't follow or understand what's going on, kind of like The Wounded Fawn, if you will, which some people blew. And
that was on a top 10 list, a lot of top 10 lists. Holy shit sticks.
Yeah, I don't get it.
It's okay.
What was the name? What was this called?
Dawn Breaks Behind the Eyes. It's one of those. It's one of those I found out about after we did this. The first of this coverage.
I saw the sequel. Dusk Comes in Your Eyes. I honestly should just leave.
And Dusk is my favorite porn star, by the way, so that works.
Wait. Oh, of course. That okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, sweet.
No, it's not. I made a worse joke by saying there's someone named Dusk.
Damn it! I could believe it though. That
elevated my joke to another tier.
Well, that's my bottom 5, and my disappointment of the year is this. It was Satan's Slaves Communion, which I give it 6.5.
Yeah.
And hate
I get it because you love the other one so much, right? Yeah.
Right. The first one was like an 8. And this one was a disappointment because of how I felt about the first one. That's all, and I'll leave it at that. And again,
did you hear my mine and Jay's review of that over on New Horror Movies?
I must have, yeah.
Yeah,
you guys were on it too, right?
I wasn't that high on it, but I kind of forgot about that movie, which is saying something. I sort of found it to be I think in the scheme of a trilogy, it'll work better. But as a standalone movie, or as a sequel, if let's say it ends there, there's no more, Jocko Onward makes no more Satan's Slaves movies. That's gonna be a bummer.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my number 15. I just had a lot of fun with it.
Oh, same.
I think that's the thing. I think maybe it was that I liked the first one, but I wasn't even as high as everybody else on the first one. I think I was like a 7.5, 8.
Well, that's what I am on the part 2. I'm like a 7. I think 7.5.
Yeah. And I think I was. I got bored. 7.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just kind of got
on this too.
That happens. So who wants to go next? I get it. Lives and disappointments, or whatever.
I'll go next. I've got it all here. I mean, sure. We'll see was the closer on the previous episode. So my bottom 5. So the first 4 of my bottom 5 all have the same narrative trope in common. Y'all know the one, especially if you know me, where everything is in the characters' heads. Fuck that. I'll say it until I'm blue in the face.
A B'ism.
B would be like, that's my top 5. But that trope, that cliche, stop being clever decades ago, not just in film, but 100 years ago in literature. So it's like, stop. It's not smart. It's not profound. It's just a way to piss me off. So out of the 80 horror movies I saw this year, well, a few more since we did the list, but the first in my bottom 5 in 76th place, so like Dave, I'm doing it in reverse order here, was, and again, these aren't movies that I hated. I did see some low budget anthologies, and even there was like a German movie that I thought was complete garbage that I think I even rated lower than these, but I had no emotional reaction to them. So these are 5 films that I had an actual emotional reaction to. So that's why they made my bottom 5 rather than just some dumb movie I went, I don't like it. This is like, I was on board and then they just, so at number 5 or in reverse, so it's 76 of 80, Monstrous. And like I said, I was on board with everything going on here. I adore Christina Ricci. She's aging like a fine wine. It's like good Lord. But I'm just done with these sorts of movies that have this ending, and they dress it up a little bit to make it kind of clever, but it's evident what they're doing, and it just made me, it took the wind out of my sails. I was like, this is how you're You're going to explain this. This is fine. So it doesn't necessarily help that it was a chicken soup for the soul film production. That's actually the name of the company. Now, like I said, when Jay of the Dead and I reviewed this, we said that our co-host over on New Horror Movies, Count Macula, would love this movie. Turns out he didn't even hear that review and did, because he's that guy. He likes, that entry level horror stuff. Fine. I'm not, no value judgment here. It just didn't work for me. Actually value judgment on that ending. Fuck it. Next, and on our list where it's all in the characters' heads, and this broke me, guys. When I Consume You. After I saw this, I was like, I'm serious. When I first saw it, I was like, this is the micro budget indie darling of the year, and I'm about this fucking movie. And then when I brought it over to Horror Movie Weekly for review, Jay of the Dead and Projectile Varmint took me to school and showed me that I'd missed the fact that every single interesting thing in this movie was just a metaphor. None of it was real. I was wrong. They were right. I'm going to say it. And now I even said, all right, this is either an 8 or a 3.5 or something like that. So, yeah, I'm serious. And this director loves doing this.
8 out of 5.
A Brandonism. This guy did They Look Like People from 2015 or 16 or whatever it was. And I thought it was a good drama. But when you get into the horror aspects, and you find out, okay, here's the dark part of the movie about the demons, and characters' heads. I'm like, oh, that's clever in the 2000s, except it stopped being, I would wager in 1920, if you're pulling off those in literature, you're stupid. So I was so mad because I was all about this movie, and I had the reaction where you can listen to that review of Horror Movie Weekly and you can hear me just get sad in real time. So that's When I Consume You. Next up in the same tradition is another anti-Watson film like this is The Twin. Teresa Palmer, God bless this woman. But every intriguing and potentially evil aspect of this movie is just done away with in favor of the it's all a dream trope. And when you look at the movie through this lens upon a second watch, there is no point to this movie. It just, there's no point to it. If you watch it again,
it's funny. You're right. But your time while you're watching it that first time,
that's
great atmosphere.
That's the problem. That's why I had the strong reaction, because this build up into that final act is like, this is going to be an 8, not even trying. And then they go, we're just, characters' heads thing. And I was like, oh, you son of a bitch. And so listen, Teresa Palmer, I will have your babies. If you didn't already have 5 of them, good Lord. Right. But, even she couldn't save this mess. That's The Twin. It made me so mad. In the same vein, we're going to go with my favorite actress of all time. The remake of Goodnight Mommy, and amazing. We've got amazing actresses starring in movies that their talents couldn't save. Naomi Watts, she's my girl. She's my favorite actress. She couldn't save this, whatever the fuck this was, toothless, pointless remake. Now, I didn't even like the original because of that same ending, but what that original did right was it had intrigue and it was disturbing. This movie was like, it took all the best things out of that OG and amplified the worst things. And so what we have on our hands,
everything.
I mean, it'd make a good pairing with Monstrous, the Christina Ricci movie, because it feels like a chicken soup for the soul Lifetime original movie, which, listen, there's the crowd for that. It's just not me. So no hate. Well, actually, yes, hate, but I get it, but yeah, so I can't imagine loving the original and seeing this and going, this was great. I don't know. It just, anyways. And
Naomi was weak in it, but it's not her fault. It was, I think, the direction she was given to portray the character as this wooden, lifeless. Like, it's just, you're like, because I went from this going, because I love Naomi Watts as well. As Dave knows, she's my choice if I would have her as Pamela Voorhees.
Oh,
she's great.
Brother, I think she would be the perfect Pamela Voorhees. And she would have no problem dressing down and stripping away the makeup to portray that crazy. And then I went to The show The Watcher that came out on Netflix, and she's fantastic in that show.
She's in that?
There's Naomi Watts. Yeah, in the show Watcher.
Watcher. Yeah. Well, oh, cool. Okay, well then I might have to see that. I just ended my Netflix, but I've got ways, folks. Well, and then my least favorite movie of the year, and it's only because I don't think it's the worst movie I saw, but it's the one I had the strongest reaction against, and it was Watcher. I know that some people out there adored this film. See, you had it, rated high, and I hate to be that guy, but I I detest this movie, but only because it captured me like it did at the start. I think Micah Monroe's wonderful as usual, and this movie's beautifully shot. Bucharest, I mean, my goodness, Romania. But from a storytelling perspective, I think that this is where I want to break this movie down and just see if people agree with me or don't care. But it's just this movie's foundation is built upon the idea that 3 separate plot points are actually one and the same, and the odds of this happening are astronomical, especially in the scheme of a real world film. And it just I can't stress enough how much of a mess I felt like that was. And then for it to suddenly become a message movie in the end felt insulting to me. It felt like, I feel like if I were in the group this is trying to cater to, because I read interviews with the director and she was like, really wanting to champion her, like, hey, here's what I think. And it's like, really? You're using this as your soapbox to say that? Sure. Go ahead, lady. Go ahead, you broad. No, just kidding. No, because the whole thing is.
But no, there we go, Dave. There goes our ratings.
Yeah, I know. There we go. No. I'm kidding, everybody. But no, this movie had potential to be a brilliant look at the fallout of giving into obsession, and when it was leaning into that, I was like, this could be a 9 out of 10. But then it becomes the Butler did it the movie with a dash of #BelieveWomen, and I just felt like it was manipulating me. And I was like, yeah, I can't. Now, listen, I'm down with a Believe Women movie if it's insightful. But this one felt like, all right, anyways, I don't want to get into the whole thing. I'm just saying, if I had a daughter, I would show her this movie and I would tell her, you be absolutely nothing like this main character. And so, yeah, anyways, that's watch her. And it was just because I was seriously at a 9 out of 10 for most of the movie. And then when that third act hit, I was like, you can't be serious.
So, I like the third act. I do think, and Eric Webster texted me about this. This is, I think, what he was texting me about when Eric Webster was texting everybody. Yeah. We were making the comment about it. It might have even been earlier this show. I can't remember because it might have been in that segment on Friday that we recorded before The Big Short. But once again, Eric Webster said he was right on board until she was stone cold dead, no questions asked. At the end. Well, and so that was his problem. He was on board even with the big climax. And I agree with that. I said that they still could have gotten, even if this message portion that you didn't like, I'm fine with it. They could have still gotten the point across with her being dead. And that would have been the wow factor.
Been better,
I think Dave and I were talking about.
Absolutely. But there's that scene on the train where the guy has a monologue to her. And if they had just leaned into that rather than trying to be clever and be like, the serial killer in this huge city is also the guy that she randomly looked at the window and also the guy she was following. And all 3 of these narrative tributaries are the same. It's like, fuck you. No, they're not.
Well, my wife actually thought the serial killer was going to be somebody else and that she was going to save her.
There's no way.
And he was going to save her at the end. And they could have still done it with
that's
you.
What
is
I
that
figured.
A head in there? Is that a head in there or whatever? But then I thought the same thing, Dave. I was like, they're going to give us the old
but we've seen that before.
And then they decided not to do that.
They did,
but then she should have been dead.
It's like everything they're leading you to believe is the movie.
And I respect it kind of for that in a sense.
In a way, yes.
Kind of just said,
that.
Fuck it with the plot twist.
No
I'm going
swerve.
This way.
Right.
No, you should have been dead.
You don't even need a plot twist, but here's a woman who sees an infamous serial killer in Romania, and then that also happens to be the same guy who she's looking at the window, looking out the window, sees the guy. It's that same serial killer, and also the guy who she's randomly following, who's following her, same guy. They're all the same guy. It's like, no.
Maybe they should have been all in her head.
Then I would have rated it higher. No, so anyways, those are the bottom ones, and only because this movie was like a 9, and then I was like 3 out of 10. And then biggest disappointment where it was a toss-up for me between Halloween and Scream. Probably more Scream, honestly. Halloween Ends and Scream. Listen, I'm one of the biggest defenders of David Gordon Green's trilogy, or at least the first 2. I know everybody's like, Halloween Ends sucks, and I'm like, I know, sure, but I loved it. And it was just, this movie didn't work for me. I watched it twice, and Dave did this amazing thematic breakdown of the movie, and I agree with everything he said. I just feel like this movie was just misplaced. All the ingredients are there, just placed wrongly for me. My identity's not wrapped up in it. I'm not even mad, just disappointed, like I said, just like kind of like, but to the extent that when I go through this franchise again, I'm skipping 5, Resurrection, and probably this. I hate to say it, but Scream, that's even more of the disappointment for me. I want to take my son through the Scream franchise. He has only seen the first one because it's a 10 for us. But This movie did nothing for me. And again, not offended or angry about it. There were times where I thought brilliant things were about to happen, and this movie just tended toward the opposite of it. And I was, and also fuck Amber. And so anyways, that's it. And then we do biggest surprises, or is that later, Dave?
Go ahead. I think you're supposed to be there. Dave forgot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, then my biggest surprise was.
Oh, I had mine. I did it. Mine was Smile. I said it
Smile.
when I did it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's right. You said it was A24's Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. Now, I'm not a Pete Davidson fan. I don't think his stand-up's funny. His SNL sketches don't land for me. Even the way he is in interviews.
What about his huge cock?
Well, yeah, I mean, I love that part. Me and Kate Beckinsale tag team that shit. No, but what a lucky fella. But no, even the way he is in interviews and some stuff he was saying during the lockdowns, I was like, yeah, sure, go ahead, rich guy. Tell the poor people to go tell the poors to shut their businesses down. They don't need money. But so I was like, whatever, fuck this guy. But then hearing he was in this movie kind of turned me off. But I watched it anyway. And as I watched, hearing that it's meant to be this Gen Z satire, like I was kind of going through this movie not convinced it was satire. And then much to my delight, the satire kicks in, and these unlikable people suddenly make sense. And the central mystery and how it all turns out, it was like, wow, this, and I even had respect that, wow, they're actually willing to take shots at these pampered, rich Gen Z youth types who have all the correct politics since, and what's funny about that is most movies try to cater to that, but this one's making fun of it. And, but in a very clever way, I thought it was funny. Pete Davidson even won me over in this movie, despite me kind of being turned off to the guy. So Bodies, Bodies, Bodies was my biggest surprise of the year. Just like, wow, I'm not that high on it, but I was like, okay, like fun stuff. So.
Yeah, that was on a lot of people's top 10 as well. And I liked it. I liked it. It was okay.
Yeah.
But I didn't know where Pete Davidson came from. So, but I'm not a fan or whatever. Then I heard some of his stand up and then I realized he was from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, yep.
So I'm not anti Pete Davidson. Like I think I found who he was because of Kardashians, even though I don't follow anything. Like this is how I see it, Dave. I can't understand how he doesn't see stuff because some things you just can't miss. It's just out in the world, no matter how you try to. I don't follow the Kardashians. I don't know anything about them.
Well, I know about him.
And Pete Davidson dated.
Yeah. Well, and also like he did some funny shit on some of those roasts, those Comedy Central roasts. He actually did some funny stuff where he, I think, unleashed and was able to be super offensive. And he even told this joke that was so offensive and the crowd booed him and he just went, fuck you. And I was like, oh, okay. I like this guy, but that was the funniest I've ever seen him. And so Bodies, Bodies, Bodies was so
he's good
surprised me. Like you,
that's where I was going.
I liked it. Surprised. Like I thought I was gonna hate this. Gotta give it a try because people. I know Phil from Dark Discussions was jerking cock over this movie. He was like, "It's the best ever," and it was like, okay, I respect Phil. I love Phil. Let's see if this is good, and it is good. Not great. It's good. So.
Okay. So, sorry, Watson.
That's it.
That's it. Okay.
I wanted to weigh in. Shot all the way, guys.
I just wanted to weigh in on your stuff. The Pete Davidson thing. I heard a lot of people shitting on the movie and shitting on him in particular.
I thought it was great
when it came out. I enjoyed the movie.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. No, because I don't know him from Adam. To me, I still don't know who he is. He's just another guy that I saw in another horror movie of the 80 I saw this year. Just a character. I don't even know who he is still. So I didn't understand all that. I think Jamie and Jason filled me in on something that he was an SNL guy and somebody died or something and they didn't like. I don't know. Some shit went. I already forgot what it was. So now I think people already had a fucking agenda for not liking him for personal reasons. Yep. Okay, that's fine. But living where I live, the way I live, I just watch it. It was like any other horror movie, and I liked it. I think I gave it like a 7 or 7.5. I was fine with it.
That's where I am, Dave. Yeah, that's where I am. But that's just to the movie's credit for me seeing this guy I'm not really a fan of, and then he won me over. It was like my favorite character in the movie, and so I am being intellectually honest here and philosophically honest when I say that I will be open-minded, and even the guy I don't like at all or have anything was like my favorite. Well, I did like that vet guy. He was cool. But anyways, that's nice. That's also I think there goes
I actually blew my load on a previous show, but this is the official list of the official bottom 5. And number 5 is So Vam, on Shudder. Listen, this was going to probably possibly be my worst film of the year. I do respect the fact that it was made for like $12,000.
Oh, that's cool.
And that there's a lot of I think I started at the age of 16. So that I cannot discredit at all. It doesn't hide the fact that it's a shoddily made movie, unfortunately, and just because the writer-filmmaker is trans, also shouldn't get a pass because of that. Because if we want to actually move forward in this whole evolution of what we're doing in life, it shouldn't fucking matter. Definitely, and it should just be a movie. And at the end of the day, Solvam just really didn't do it for me at all. And it was poorly made, but I look forward to the fact that they're young. So they've got a lifetime of movie making ahead of them, and hopefully are learning from each one and will deliver something that resonates a bit more next time. Next one down is Toe, a Tubi original starring Kane Hodder that takes the kind of idea of what if the final chase was the whole movie. I'm trying to remember correctly because that's how it felt like to me, which is a great premise Christy. If it's fucking entertaining.
Christy, yeah. Oh, see, this has a 3.2 out of 10 on IMDb. Wow.
Not when the final chase is a snail's pace, and it's just told through flashback after flash. It's just annoying narrative structure, and it just didn't win me over. I'm sorry, and Kane doesn't get a free pass either. So it was just abysmal. Firestarter, the remake.
See, I haven't seen any of these. You're coming in
disappointment.
With the,
and this is on the list because it had a budget. It had a story behind it. And when I saw it, I was like mouth dropping. I watched this with the family, and we were all just dumbfounded on the acting, the effects choices, the pace. Everything just did not work. It just felt disconnected. Dave, I know you were, I think 6.57. You had no problem with it.
6.5, but honestly, I'd probably lower it to a 6 now because I don't have a like I always said, the difference between a 6 and a 6.5 is I would rewatch a 6.5. I don't think I would rewatch this one. Don't hate it, but I'd probably give it a 6 now, so it would drop a little.
It was just mind-boggling, the decisions made, and this is from the director that came off The Vigil. We actually all kind of really enjoyed last year as a smaller kind of creepy ghost tale, and this was just it just missed. It had some dreadful performances from some of the main performers, so a total miss. And then we got the double whammy of two Tubi movies, If You Think You're Lonely Now and If You Think You're Lonely Now Part 2. Both of them absolutely god awful. Anybody, I say almost anybody, because obviously not anybody can make a better movie. Taking their phone right now, it feels like it was in-camera editing. The color saturation is off in between scenes. The sound is night and day. It doesn't even look like it has a horror movie poster. It's not about it. It tries to hide behind this message of abuse, yet the movie's brutal, and it doesn't even have a pace to it, and it just fucking ends. And then I said, I gotta find out if part 2 comes out. Part 2 did come out, and I fucking watched it, and it's worse than the original one. And even one of the characters goes into goes back to their house and has this experience with an entity that is so poorly done, comes out of nowhere, and it's totally abandoned. And then this movie just ends. Not at that scene. They interact with the abusive boyfriend who just happens to be looking for them through the woods, and you can see them hiding behind nothing in the background in one frame, and then he doesn't see them, pops up in a car, and the fucking movie ends to threaten us with a part 3. This is god-awful filmmaking. Shouldn't even be on the list. It's not even really horror, but because it was marketed as such, I actually watched these two movies. The only one that actually took me up on the challenge seems to be Chris, aka Chris. Chris, aka
John,
Chris, aka Scott. And he watched part 2 last night, said he had to stop it. It was so bad. And then put it back on. And I want to see what he thinks. Because these movies, guys, they're on Tubi. They're dreadful. And why would you do it? If You Think You're Lonely Now.
if you think you're
1 and 2. Right. Now the first one said it came out in 2021, but I caught it. It was maybe it was made, but it was released in 2022. And this was supposedly I thought it might have been a different director. I don't know how it could be because they're equally piss poor. If there's one connection between the two, it's how fucking shoddy they're done. Of course, the main actress is in, and I feel bad for her. She seems like she could be good. She's attractive and she can deliver a line sometimes, but it looks like this is one of those movies where it is ad-libbed on the fly. Gotcha. On the go. There's a detective character in part 2 that I think he's a detective because he wears a like a kind of lanyard that says detective on it. I think it's like one of those, and then he says some detective-y like dialogue. But it's just I challenge anybody to watch these 2 movies and report back to us.
No.
Dave's like nope. Nope.
As a matter of fact, I'll say this: out of your guys' bottoms. The only one I saw Watcher, of course, and I saw Firestarter. The other 4 movies you guys talked about, I skipped them. Yep. Because, that's what I do. I skip shitty movies. Now, see, this is what I don't get. Why would you watch part 2 after part? That's like if you walked into a stall,
I had to.
Someone took a shit, and it was the worst smelling shit you ever smelled.
I'd go back and smell it again.
The next day, that guy went in there and took a shit again in the same bathroom.
Christian would be like
again.
Christian would be like, I want to see where that juice is made.
Yeah. In fact, I think I've done that before with a buddy of mine at work, but they long ago. I'm not gonna lie, it smelled like Calcutta. Anyway, it was horrible. It was like it was the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. All I could say is like thanks. What?
I was thinking of drinking water in my lap. Oh, that's great. Okay. Anyways,
I think that's how I rated it. And these movies are shit breeders, and they're not truly horror, but you almost have to just look at the poster for part 1. Tell me they're not marketed as a horror movie, and I've watched the movie and go, "What the fuck is going on here?" Then watch part 2 for the one scene that has horror in it that is not even a horror. It's so what I'm saying. I don't even think describes it accurately. When you see it, you can't believe what you're watching. These are bad films. These are bad films. Biggest surprise was Dark Glasses. And the reason I say that is because I wasn't expecting anything. Dario Argento had made a movie, although I've not been totally disappointed with his last efforts because I always give him a shot. This was decent. I really enjoyed it. The kid was a little annoying, but I get it. I like that, kind of like what Dave said. You realize there's no immediate threat. Maybe with Dario Argento, you're not entirely sure. But I thought, this kid's going to make it and whatever. But the kills were brutal, and there's a good atmosphere. It starts a little weird, but I had a good time with it. Nothing fantastic, but I enjoyed my time with it. Cool. And biggest disappointment, of course, same sort of vein, is Crimes of the Future from David Cronenberg. And that's only because it's David Cronenberg, who I do put on a pedestal for a good chunk of his body of work. And I said it was decent. Great themes. I liked the ideas that he's presenting here. But I just, again, my joke and the reality of it is, I just wish it was in a better movie. For me, the pace was just lethargic, and I feel like it definitely could have just used an adrenaline shot to get it moving a bit more, and then we would have had something special. And on that note, another projection for 2023, I saw it when we went to see Whale, or The Whale, was Brandon Cronenberg's new film. It has like an
infinity
kind of an
pool.
Yeah.
Well, fucking Mia's in it. I've been waiting for fucking a year and a half just because I know she's in it, and he's directing it. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah. It's coming out in a few weeks.
My wife turned to me and goes, "Nope, not for her."
I can't wait.
It was just, you could tell it comes from a mind of a Cronenberg almost. Like it's
awesome.
Out there. I'm looking forward to it. That's for sure.
It's going to be limited. I hope it comes somewhere near you, but I've already looked and it's coming to 2 Regals near me, and that's it. And they're both a little bit of a drive, not serious drive, but I mean, they're not as close as like my AMC's and my other Regal is. But I'm not gonna miss fucking Mia in the theater. It's not gonna happen. So I'm definitely fucking going. It's a couple weeks from now. So we'll do this. These are movies that I also gave an 8, but didn't make my list. 8 out of 10. They're worth fucking talking about. Prey. Wow. We know what Prey was. I liked it. Yep. I thought it took a little long to start. There was a lot of CG animal stuff for the first 45 minutes. They could have sped it up a little bit. The third act was great, and it was good for what it was. There was good creature stuff with the Predator and all that. So that was good. No exit. I ultimately left it off because I don't consider it a horror movie. I consider it a thriller, but I recommend it. No exit. Check it out. They Live in the Gray. 8 out of 10. Hatching. Glorious. Virus 32. And Hellhole. Nice. I think Hellhole made one of your lists, though, right? See?
Made my list,
yeah. Okay.
Well, it made my number 11. But yeah, sorry for cutting you off. But yeah,
okay.
Number 11.
No. I thought so. I wasn't sure if it was mentioned, but see, that's what I like to do. I just like to mention anything that I rate high, especially the 8s. But again, for the movies that we watched, I just I'll do it quickly as possible because I do like to, to put that out there. So when people check in, they hear more than just the 22 movies. They hear the other ones as well. You know what I mean? So I can look at anything I rated a 7. Scream was a 7. Fresh 7. Okay, we talked about those. The Cellar, I give a 7. Slapface 7.5. The Cursed. Okay, we talked about that. Hellbender, that was discussed. Okay, sorry. C for Me, 7.5. Check that one out. I enjoyed C for Me. What else? We're All Going to the World's Fair. Not going to be for everyone. We talked about it in depth on Jay the Dead's new horror movies. So listen to that one, and then maybe you can make a decision based on that. The Scary of 61st was weird, but I liked it. A little
That's
political.
For you, Eric Webster.
Oh, yeah. Dark Discussions covered that, and they hated it.
They hated it?
Eric hated it. Yeah. Wow. He warned me about it.
Yeah. Speaking of Eric, I want to know if you also hate that Christmas movie, the Home Alone Christmas horror movie, whatever the fuck it was. It called All Through the House or what the fuck was that movie? Whatever the fuck it was.
Better watch out.
Better watch out where that girl was 100% fucking dead. And if you're going to come here and tell me that fucking you don't hate that movie the way you hate Watcher because of this, because I didn't think when it happened in Watcher for me, I didn't think she was dead. Frankie and I were even talking like, well, that wasn't a straight slit. It could have been this. She could have survived it. When that was my biggest complaint about Better Watch Out is that motherfucker was dead. They zoomed in. They showed it. They held the fucking shot. They showed it. Dead. Anyway, real quick. All My Friends Hate Me, 7.5. You Won't Be Alone, 7.5. What else have we heard? Off Season, 7.5. Godforsaken, 70. What else? Who Invited Them? Definitely 7.5.
Mm-hmm. We reviewed
See
that
No
over
Evil. Yes, we did. You and I. Yes, good
Yep.
stuff. 7.5 for See No Evil. The Andy Baker tape. Found Footage. People. 7 out of 10. You Are Not My Mother is a 7. Incantation is the found footage on Netflix. That's a 7. A movie called Fall, 7.5. You probably guys know about that one.
Oh, yeah. I love that.
People that are high up. Right. Bodies. We said Let the Wrong One In for a horror comedy. Fine. 7. Matriarch. I want to watch that one again. That's one.
I didn't mind
7.5. Yeah.
I didn't see that. Wow.
It was good. The Last Thing Mary Saw, 7.5. Werewolf by Night, 7. Suicide Forest Village. Fucking Takashi Shimizu, who I still don't think has made a bad movie. 7. Out There is an 8. Wow, Out There. How come I didn't have it on the list? Okay, either way. Salome, Saloum, 7. Studio 666, 7.5. She Will is a 7. Tiny Cinema is an anthology. It's fucked up. They don't always wrap up great, but 7. Dark Glasses, Argento does it again, 7. Resurrection, 7.5. Old People, 7. Tethered, 7. Christmas Bloody Christmas, we talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
Mad God, we talked about that. And that's it. So I hope somebody wrote that down. But if you want to recommend some movies that I recommend, that's from me personally. So what do you guys got?
Before Dave, Watson jumps in, I just want to. Sorry, before you do, I just wanted to say if I take off, I just wanted to say a couple of other ones to watch out for, because if you take off those other two that might not even be considered horror, Do Not Kill Me was another fucking travesty, and Entropy was a small release and was not good either.
I like that title, Entropy. Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Those two, I don't even remember much about it. It was an earlier watch, I think, for me. And The Killing Tree. If you want to see how not to make a killer tree Christmas movie, Treevenge is the one to watch. This is the one to avoid.
Treevenge is great.
Yeah, Treevenge is great. Oh man, okay. Jeez, yeah. No, thanks. See, yeah, no, don't. Okay. Yeah, Dave, your list was comprehensive. I have almost most of the same ones. You had some stuff I didn't see. So yeah, I mean, there's some that should have made my top 22. Nope, The Black Phone, loved them. The Cellar with Alicia Cuthbert, I enjoyed that one. It goes into strange, peculiar territory. You didn't mention this. I thought it was really good. Shut In. Very solid horror thriller with some real heart to it. That's kind of a hard movie to see non-nefariously. The Innocents, that didn't make my list. I guess not. That's
I think Shut In was on Shudder Canada. I'm almost positive.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because it's the dude that directed Disturbia, correct?
I think so.
I'm almost sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
And his name, but yeah. Sorry. Watts.
No, not at all. No. The Innocents, I can't believe it didn't make my list. I thought it would have. I really did. Jay of the Dead is a very hard man to turn around on an opinion, but I even won him over with my review of this movie in the ending, because he hates all the MCU movie endings where it's like two evenly matched superpower people and then a big energy burst and then the movie ends. That's kind of how they all are. This one went really understated and restrained, and I like that. I think Studio 666 had two of the best kills of the year. Well, it's one kill, but two people when one of the bandmates is fucking Whitney Cummings and Dave Grohl has the chainsaw. I think
good stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah, that movie hits hard now, especially after Taylor Hawkins, their drummer, recently passed. And there is I can, like, if I'm having a few drinks, I'll ugly cry watching. There's a performance where where Taylor Hawkins' son, who's like 16, sits in. Dude, I could almost tear up talking about it. And they play the, there goes my hero, and he's doing the drums, and you can tell he's working out his dad's death, playing the drum, pounding those fuckers while they're singing the song. Great drummer, just like his dad. It's like, shit, this is hard to watch. Like, you can tell that he's grieving, and every hit of those heads is like, miss ya, man. Oh shit. Gatlop was a fun horror comedy, Jumanji type movie that had great characterization. All the Moons was like a vampire movie that is similar to You Won't Be Alone, which I think that does for vampires that You Won't Be Alone does for witches. But slow burn stuff that it doesn't feel. I have some complaints, but great movies. They Live in the Gray, like you said. I think it gets dark. There's a South Korean serial killer horror movie called Midnight. That's not too bad. Jason Lloyd recommended that. I think he was super high on it. I thought it was okay, but he loved it. Might make his list. We talked about Who Invited Them Inglorious, Dave, on Jay of the Dead's new horror movies. There's the new Benson and Moorhead movie, Something in the Dirt. It's not horror, but it's like adjacent to horror adjacent. And I think there's some truly fascinating storytelling going on there. They seem to be obsessed with story and how the construction of story. And when you think of what's true and what's a reenactment in that movie, especially if you see it a second time, that could be an interesting second watch. Bring It On, Cheer or Die is probably my biggest WTF watch of the year. We talk about it on Horror Movie Weekly. I brought it to the table, and it turned out to be Jay of the Dead's daughter's first slasher because of me. So I feel like I'm making history. Everybody, if you're wondering, wait, Bring It On, Cheer or Die? Yes, Bring It On 7. And it's as though Disney Channel circa 2006 made a PG slasher. So, and then the last thing I have here is Slashback was a super cute, but kind of stupid, dumb
Northern
monster.
Canadian.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it's good as gateway horror goes. I thought there was a couple of these little girls who were just adorable, and they're having fun with the movie. It had a polar bear in it, gets a point for me, and I think it's cool just to see the Inuits up there getting into the horror genre. You see things. I'm not. No, I'm serious. He's shaking his head. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I think it's cool. I know. From a different perspective. I'm not even trying to play identity politics. Like, oh, I only like this because it's people who. No. I thought it was fun. And it's cool. Like, hey, these people up in the Arctic Circle are making movies and having fun, getting in the horror genre. I can't ask for more than that. So Slashback. That's my last bit. See, what do you got, buddy?
I just on that Slashback, it was it felt like the Community made that movie. That's what it felt
Didn't
like.
it? Yeah.
That's why it was an interesting watch. It's on Crave here because it was a slice of Canadiana, I guess. And so it was. I watched it. I watched it probably in November, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
I like the little sister, the little kid. I thought
Yeah.
she was cute. She reminds me of my niece. So I was like,
It's
yeah.
very poor CG, but you
Yeah.
forgive it because of the nature of the film itself.
Yeah, you could
You know,
just tell they're having fun with
Yeah.
making a movie, and and that's what it really is all about. I know everybody
Exactly.
heard us, shit on some movies and praise others, but really when it comes down to the fun of the art, that's where I think we're on a mic and we have to say shit, but I think most of us.
That's what it boils down to.
It does, and just the fun of getting into the art and doing the thing, and they did that. So that's what I was touched by the movie. It's like, cool. Like, yeah, you're right. It feels like a community movie,
Most of the movies you guys mentioned already that have kind of were just off my list. And like I said, once it was after 22, I had a bunch that were rated the same, and I felt like I could have shuffled them all up.
Same.
What Josiah saw was one that Dave was on Dave's list. I said it had one of the best sequences in a movie this year to me, but I just kept it off the list there.
What was it?
Because
here's the thing.
What
movie was it?
What Josiah saw?
Oh, you said it so quick. I didn't.
Sorry.
I missed it too. See,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was
No,
talking
because
fast.
I rattled my films off because I had so many. I couldn't really do any description. So you guys had room to do that description because I had too many to sew, and it's nice if they have an idea. But that's cool. I'm sorry. I thought you said something.
No, it's fine. The Leech, we just reviewed it.
Right.
Although I liked it better than Christmas Bloody Christmas, both are worth a watch. No questions asked.
For sure.
The Leech was just more enjoyable when at the time of viewing. One that wasn't mentioned yet, and I probably because the ending might leave a little to be desired, but I had a good time with it. It felt very Silent Hill-ish. That was Off Season.
Yeah,
I said that, but that's good.
You did see it. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you said it. It was good. It was good.
Yes.
It wasn't great, but it was good.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
I had a lot of fun. Yeah, with Mickey Keaton, right?
Yes.
Mickey Keating, and you've named two Jeremy Gardner movies so far with The Leech and Off Season. I like seeing that guy. Anytime he shows up in a movie, I'm always like, except I still have Scott Crawford's been trying to get me to see After Midnight, I think it is, but I hate relationship movies. He loves that movie. And for Jeremy Gardner, you've named two. I'm going to have to watch that sooner than later. But yeah, so.
Another one that I went in, and again, the first thing I saw was negative reviews. I thought it was coming to the theater, and I was very surprised that it was on Netflix, which was great. It's Day Shift. I had a shit ton of fun with this. It was just a fun vampire slaying movie, and Jamie Foxx was good in it. They tag on a nice backstory and relationship with him and why he's got to do with what to do. Good secondary characters, just a lot of fun. Like
cool.
I feel like I could have possibly been in my top 22. Nobody seems to talk about this. I'm not saying not talk about it, but it doesn't seem to get any praise. Mostly shit on, but it was fun. And we hadn't had a good vampire movie like this in a while. It just kind of old school, like slaying vampires.
Man.
And having a good time with it. Mad Dog was on Watson's list.
Mad Dog.
Yeah, sorry, what did I say? I said Mad
You said Mad Dog.
I'm sorry. It is because I'm looking at it from the stop motion film. Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was another movie. I don't know. I thought there was another movie called Mad Dog.
He's dyslexic. Hey.
Is your God a dog?
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said Mad Dog.
Mad Dog. Oh my God.
Mad God. See.
Oh wait, no,
that's why I should have been. Oh.
Mad Dog. It's man's best friend.
Mongrel. The Alice Cooper movie. What was that one? Monster Dog.
Monster Dog.
Way back when. These glasses are not making that D&G switch. I'll just tell you that right now. Glorious. You know what? I had a good time. Again, for essentially a one location movie. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It kept my interest.
What was it called?
It was
Aries.
Glorious. Am I
okay.
breaking up?
No, it's me. It's me that time.
I'm sorry. I'm also talking fast. Virus 32, Old People, the non-horror 3 that you mentioned, Studio 66. Again, great kill, just a lot of fun. Nothing to take seriously. Unfortunately, some actors are better than others in that, but it was definitely worthwhile.
Yeah.
The non-horror ones that are worth a mention are Resurrection, No Exit, as Dave already mentioned, No Exit, and I like Beast. Beast was the one that it's more action horror or action thriller is probably more of a proper description, where they're in the outback or wherever the fuck it takes place now. I forget. I think it's the outback, and then ultimately have to deal with. I think it's Africa actually. So
it's Africa. Yeah, it is Africa.
I apologize, but anyway. So then the CG lines and whatever, but I thought they did a good job. Edge of the seat, nothing surprising though. That's why it was off, like just sort of kept off the list. I mean, it goes exactly where you expect it to go, but that doesn't mean it's not a fun ride while you're watching.
I agree with all your everything you said there. I'm with all those. Yeah, I forgot to mention Beast and what was the one you said right before that?
Resurrection and No Exit.
Oh yeah, Resurrection. That one was puzzling.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a dissertation to be written about that movie. I just, I'm lazy these days, so but yeah, I'll get Dr. Bishop to do it. But yeah, there's some good choices, man. Yeah, hell yeah.
So that pretty much sums it up.
Yeah, I forgot to write Resurrection down in my movies. What the fuck's the matter?
I think I did too. Yeah.
Well, how the hell did this happen? Anyway, let's move on and talk about quickly with the 2022. This is an article that says every horror movie coming out in 2022.
23, I hope.
23. So sorry.
Yeah.
you just start reading like, all right, Barbarian.
Yeah. Everything we just talked about.
Terrifier 2. Oh my God. Yeah.
Art the Clown Returns. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So this is Screen Rant. Okay, Megan. We know what it is. It's already out.
Mad Dog. Still going to Mad Dog.
Mad Dog's coming out in 2020.
Mad Dog. This one is interesting. Last Voyage of the Demeter. It's Nicolas Cage vampire movie Renfield will provide a goofy horror comedy look at Dracula's oft-forgotten henchman. Last Voyage of the Demeter. I don't know if it's Demeter or Demeter.
Yeah,
what do you think, Watson? Okay.
Yeah, Demeter. Oh, okay.
Last Voyage of the Demeter has found another original route to retelling the Count's creepy story. The C-set horror movie, oh cool, will focus on the chapter of Stoker's Dracula, wherein the Count stows away inside a coffin on the eponymous trip with Last Voyage of the Demeter. Oh, that's cool.
And this is a separate movie from Renfield, because that I knew Renfield was coming.
Right, it's not Renfield, it's something different.
That's so bizarre. In the same year, we're getting like an offshoot of that one character that he bit.
Yeah.
And then a chapter that takes place just on the boat.
Yes.
The trip. That's a great idea.
Give me more Dracula.
For sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm in.
Yes. Horror at sea. There you go, Moods. Okay, Knock at the Cabin.
His boat movie.
He loves it. Yep. February 3rd. That's the new Shyamalan billed as a home invasion movie with a twist. The twist being that it is set. I won't even.
They're all
say
dead.
Why should I give it away? I'm mad that I fucking just read that.
They're all
Scream
ghosts.
2. Scream 2, March 3rd, or Scream
yes,
6.
Yes.
March 31st, whatever. It's in New York. Bad fucking move in my opinion, but I'll reserve.
Corey's the
Fuck
killer.
when you move
You heard
to
it
New
here
York.
first.
Corey's the killer.
Renfield, we've discussed basically. It's more of a, director Chris McKay proved an alien movie set on Earth could work with the Tomorrow War. I don't know what that is.
Oh.
Universal's Dark Universe with Renfield, based on a story by Robert Kirkman. Renfield will follow Nicholas Hoyt's titular lackey as he leaves his former employee Count Dracula because he's fallen for a traffic cop. Okay. Expect gore, a lot of offbeat humor, and plenty of hammy overacting since his version of Dracula will be played by none other than Nicolas Cage. Okay. Evil Dead Rise, we've discussed. Insidious 5, they're letting this fucking thing go on again and again and again.
I hope they end it here, just so I can say, I think I said this on some show recently where I want them to follow up with part 2 like they should have done, and and then close it off. Like follow up on 2 with everything that happens after that. No more prequels, and then end it. And then at least you'll have, at least in my opinion, 4 out of 5 good movies. Whatever. Anyway, okay.
The only thing I heard is that it's the last one. That's
okay.
They're going on with that theory. That's the one thing I read.
Cool. All right.
Okay. Well, Patrick Wilson will sit in the director's chair, and
okay. I'm done with that.
Yeah, Rose Byrne will also be reprising her role as Renee Lambert in the upcoming horror film.
Nice.
Though it doesn't look like Lynn Shays Elise Rayner will be returning to the big screen.
I'm actually okay with that. I'm fine with that. She had her time. Even that fourth movie, I don't think it should have happened really. And I love the Insidious movies. I am a fanboy. Taking her out of the mix so they can focus on the family and their plight, especially. Remember the end of number 2 when it insinuates the demon from number 1 is coming back, and then we get 3 and 4 that don't have anything to do with that. This is what the people want, so I'm down.
Right on. Well, it does say this year. No doubt the movie will follow Dalton back into the netherworld as he continues to astral project in his sleep, and who knows what ghost will try to latch on and take over his body along the way. So there you go. Another haunted mansion, huh? Okay, the haunted mansion. I'm not even gonna. I mean, it's gonna be Tiffany Haddish.
Disney one?
I don't know if it's Disney. It just says the haunted mansion.
It is Disney. Wait,
I'm not gonna lie. I like the Eddie Murphy. I like the Eddie Murphy one.
I agree.
It was
and
fun.
I love the haunted mansion. And they're doing another one. Oh, Rosario Dawson. Well, this just changes things. Hold on.
I might be in.
Rosario Dawson's harried single mom episode, a team of famous faces to exorcise the abode. Among her helpers will be a psychic played by comedy star Tiffany Haddish, Owen Wilson's priest, Danny DeVito's historian, and a tour guide played by Lakeith Stanfield. See, on the cover, they just show Tiffany Haddish. So I was like, yeah, whatever. Not that I'm against her, but now if you want to, get my attention,
Danny DeVito, Rosario. Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
So the Nun 2, we've elaborated to.
Back in the
joke. People are returning. I liked The Nun, and I'll stick behind it. If there was a movie that just dropped on Netflix and nobody knew anything about it, I think people would have fucking kind of blown it more. But anyway, whatever. It's just a difference of it. But again,
I'm more with you, Dave. Like again, I definitely really when the Wannaverse, as we've coined the term here, and it's an Exploding Heads copyrighted term. I'm kidding, JB. I'm kidding. Before he kills me.
You didn't file the paper.
They call it the Controverse here. It's the Controverse.
Well, there you go. Again, like I mean, the first Annabelle and that La Llorona, what one?
La Llorona.
My Corona, whatever. Yeah. Those two are probably my least favorite out of the whole kind of universe. Agreed. And I think the Nun might even come up above Conjuring 3, which I also didn't have a much of a problem with.
Right.
Now wait, Malignant is not part of that universe, right? That was just
no.
Yeah.
Well, Storm Reed is going to be in this movie, so I'm kind of interested.
Stormy Daniels?
No. Storm Reed. She was from Euphoria. She was one of the characters in Euphoria. So young. I mean, she's probably like maybe 20. You know what I mean? But still, I like this show, and I liked her in that show, so that adds to it. So there you go. The Nun 2, we'll see what happens. Taissa Farmiga is going to return, so that you got to have her. Okay. The Exorcist. Okay. David Gordon Green. Yeah, it will be tough for any sequel, blah, 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 blah. This and that and this. It'll include Leslie Odom Jr. and original Exorcist star Ellen Burstyn. Now, I love The Exorcist as much as anybody, more than many, and I don't give a fuck they're doing this. I hope that it'll be good. I'm not offended by the idea. I'm just not, because that's how I am now. So that's October 13th. Right nice. Right in time for Halloween. Saw 10. Now, this is an idea. I'm just fucking tired of Saw. It became my second favorite series, but everything they've done since fucking 6 just keeps bringing it down and down and down and down more and more and more for me. And
you like the last one, the Book of Saw one. Spile, you and
I liked it as a 6.5, like everything else. It's not doing it any favors in longevity. Like nothing since fucking 6 has been above a 7. So it's just like they're there. They're fine. They're not horrible. But I don't know. I just don't. Just let it die. But anyway, he's coming back. The Saw horror powerhouse, Saw 10. The big news surrounding Saw 10, however, is that director Kevin Grutert will be sitting in the director's chair. So far, the only cast member to be revealed is Tobin Bell, of course.
I think
how
he did
they're going to do it?
Part 5 and 6, didn't he?
No, that was it was Hackle did the one, and the other guy did.
He did 6 and 7. He did 6 and 7 then. He was the editor, I think, on the original ones or something like that. And I think he got but he was the main guy after what's his face had left after part 4.
Right. Yeah, no, I hear
you. If they just bring Jigsaw back to life, like all supernatural, and then he just looks at the camera, he's like, yeah, you want this, and then they just continue the movie.
Yeah.
That would have been something. I'd be actually
like they're cutting the tape out of him on the autopsy scene. He's like, I'm not dead. Yeah. Grabs him and he goes, want to play a game? And it just continues from there.
It just becomes a Jason Voorhees type slasher.
Yeah. Awesome.
I'm
it
down.
Would be awesome. Okay, Salem's Lot to be announced 2023. What? Again, they're doing this. Yeah, and it's gonna be based same story as the book, in which a writer goes to a small town, etc. The movie has a well-rounded cast: Pilu Asbrak, Lewis Pullman, Ben Mears, Spencer Treat Clark, Mike Ryerson, Nicholas Cravetti, and Danny Glick. I don't know who any of those people are. Huh. You guys probably do. Okay. The Strangers. How about this one, C? Or Watson?
Oh, gosh.
The Strangers. The premise for the movie remains the same, though probably with some tweaks to bring the film to current day.
Wow. Dave, what I've heard is that they have plans for like another a trilogy of Strangers, and I'm just hoping, because I Pray at Night wasn't for me.
I know, I love it, and I know you don't like it.
I know, yeah, and I know.
I loved them both.
I feel like it's fan fiction. I feel like it's poor fan fiction, and I didn't buy that lead for a fucking second. But it does have some excellent scenes. I'm not going to undercut that at all. So I will absolutely see these movies. Yeah, so.
There you go. And there's one, The Dark Harvest, TBA 2023. What? Dark Harvest in 2023. Yeah, okay. They're finally going to get to see it. Yeah. So.
What is that from? Has it been delayed?
The release date's been pushed back many times due to issues surrounding COVID. It was supposed to originally come out September 24th, 2021. So it keeps getting pushed back.
Very similar to the name of the movie that my buddy wrote way back when. I told you I have the script of called The Dead Harvest.
I like that.
I think couldn't even be. I'd have to retweak it because I said it hasn't aged well with like just with shit.
Oh,
so I think yeah.
What about the new
it's
Texas
like me
Chainsaw?
Writing a script now.
Awesome. I'm kidding. Well, what about the other Harvest? The Texas Chainsaw. What do you call it? That's supposed to come out this year. It's the spinoff. What do you call it? The Lord of the Harvest.
Wait, what? Yep. Tell me about what are you talking about?
The Lord of the Harvest. Is he joking? I think he's.
Oh, okay.
I'm the Lord of the Harvest.
Yeah, we're doing the Lord of the Harvest dance, and well, there's a Texas Chainsaw game coming out, a video game coming out this.
Gun Media, right?
Yeah, I think so.
The guys that did Friday the 13th I believe the same crew are behind it. I believe. And yeah,
because I think Dead by Daylight is losing Leatherface. I've heard buzz about this, that they're going to lose Leatherface as a killer because of the rights issues when he. But they didn't lose Ash as a survivor in Dead by Daylight when the Evil Dead game came out, which my son bought for me. I need to play that. But okay, so so at least Dave's joke about Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Dark Harvest. What is that?
Dark Harvest.
Some new what did he say? Some new health food group? Yeah.
This is a breakfast cereal, the Dark Harvest.
The Dark Harvest is based on a novel, which zeroes in on a small Midwestern town. Every fall, a specter named Sawtooth Jack goes up against violent gangs of boys hoping to take down the supernatural creature once and for all. So it's a...
Wait, there's a series of Sawtooth Jack. I'm almost positive.
Well, it's based on this book. It's fucking,
Sawtooth Jack?
Norman Partridge's eponymous novel. So maybe that's it. Maybe it came from that. It's been around for a while.
Huh.
I don't know.
Okay.
We shall see. The Boogeyman to be announced. Stephen King's The Boogeyman is a terrifying exercise in restraint from the iconic horror author. With a short story taking place in a psychiatrist's office as the narrator details his sordid history with the titular terror. Rob Savage's adaptation arriving on Hulu in 2023.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. A creepy tale of a psychologist's daughter being haunted by an enigmatic figure after her father's encounter with an unhinged patient. Okay, cool. It sounds interesting.
Yeah.
That's what it says there. Yeah. So that was that article. And then we have one more, which says 14 best horror movies. Oh, this is interesting. 17.com. Okay. 18 of the best new horror movies to watch in 2023. Let's see. Number 1, Megan. Okay, we know all about her. Number 2, The Pale Blue Eye. Here we go. They're going in order, maybe. Number 3, Sick. Okay, it's a Peacock original. 2 friends decide to quarantine at a secluded lake house during the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, they're not alone and soon find themselves being stalked by a sinister person. Kevin Williamson, a.k.a. the writer of Scream, co-wrote this movie with Caitlin Crabb. The film stars Gideon Alden, who played Becca on Netflix canceled too soon series The Society. Look at this picture, though. It's like a slasher with a fucking COVID mask on.
Oh God, that's his killer mask. It's just one of those those disposable masks that are all going in the sea and killing turtles right now. But that's what's happening.
Amazing. Here you go. Snowfalls, number 4, January 17, 2022, featuring Aaron Samuels from Mean Girls, aka actor Jonathan Bennett. This Coltrane-trained directed horror film follows 5 friends who get snowed in an isolated cabin over New Year's Eve and slowly start to go mad. Okay.
That's
I'm interested. Yeah. Wow. The weather outside is frightening.
When I first heard of Cabin Fever, when I first heard the name Cabin Fever, I thought that's what the premise was. I didn't know anything more about it. I just assumed it was a group of kids that went to a cabin and something happened and they got stuck and they started going crazy. I thought it was going to be like a more straight-laced play on Evil Dead. Instead of going to a cabin and having to fight demonic forces, that they're having to fight each other because they end up going insane. Then I found out it was just a play on it, and they go to a cabin and they get sick and it turns into this really crazy flesh-eating virus, and some kid that doesn't have pancakes likes to karate chop his way through the fucking town.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel.
Okay. Yeah. No. It's fine. I have no problem with the movie, but that scene, I said, what the fuck back then? And I say, what the fuck today? And again, he's probably taking the Addis Marcus route, which is like, I wanted to write a what the fuck scene. And I'm like, how about you just write a good movie and forget the what the fuck scenes?
Yeah, this is true. You're right. It was too forced, it seems. I know what you're saying. Okay, number 5, There's Something Wrong with the Children. It's a Blumhouse production, January 17th. 2 sets of couples go on a weekend trip with their kids, but the fun times don't last after the children disappear into the woods. When the kids are found, one of the adults believes something sinister and supernatural is going on with them.
It's all in their heads.
Yeah. Teen Wolf, the movie. Wait a minute. There's already been a Teen Wolf movie. 2 of them, to be exact.
I described Teen Wolf to my son because we love to find these strange movies from the 80s, usually that involve a dog being like partnering with somebody. And so I described Teen Wolf. I was like, okay, you know how we love Michael J. Fox from The Frighteners, right? So my son's like, yeah. I was like, okay, there is a movie where he gets turned into a werewolf. And my son's like, okay, so like a horror movie? I'm like, no. And then he gets good at basketball. And my son's like, no, that's not a real movie. I'm like, go check it out.
But I love it still.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's just when you say it out loud, when you go, he got turned into a werewolf and became good at basketball. It's kind of like zombie strippers, where them becoming zombies makes them even better strippers.
Did you see who's directing the Teen Wolf movie?
No, who?
I was about to get to it. I don't know. I didn't read it yet.
Say it.
Oh, no. I didn't get to it yet. But hold on. Let me say this. This would be a great fucking double feature in your household one night, Watson. Of course, it's got to be whiskey soaked for you.
You know.
But this is what you do. Watch Teen Wolf, right? Basketball gimmick, and then follow it up with Soul Man.
I've never seen Soul Man.
You know what it is, though, right?
Steve Miner.
Is that Dan Aykroyd?
Let me see. No, I'll just read
No, that was a show he did called Okay, no, I'm not sure.
Hold on. Don't do anything. 1986, same time period. Same time period. C. Thomas Howell is in it. Now let me listen. To achieve his dream of attending Harvard, a pampered teen poses as a young black man to receive a full scholarship.
Okay. Yeah. That's C. Thomas Howell doing that?
Yeah.
Oh,
they're remaking that this year too.
Okay, guys, I gotta go. Let me. That is gonna. Oh damn! When you hear me coming, okay. So guys, here's a movie I saw that's a 10 out of 10.
They're getting a 4K release this year. I guarantee
I'm gonna watch
if that movie comes back around, it's gonna be destroyed.
I'll check it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it with my daughter. I'm fucking.
Soul Man.
I'm telling you.
Ads for it. It's Steve Miner directed it. That's what he started abandoning horror, and he started doing all these other films.
Oh my God!
That's amazing. I forgot it was Steve Miner. That's fucking
almost
awesome.
It's Steve Miner. But Russell Russell McCauley or whatever his name is the director of Team Wolf the movie. But unfortunately, the guy that I think did Highlander 1 and 2 and whatever else.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's Teen Wolf the show, the movie. So I didn't realize it was just. I thought it was a whole new thing.
That's why it's called the movie.
It's literally just streaming on Paramount
Plus.
Plus.
It was a bad joke by me.
Yeah, it looks horrible. It looks like because I wasn't a fan of the reboot show, but I know there are fans out there.
Yeah, well, okay, so that's that. That's the next one. And number 7, Infinity Pool. We know all about it.
Yeah.
If you miss seeing Mia Goth play super creepy, yeah, we love her. She's coming. Alexander Skarsgård is in it. I should have mentioned that. And yeah, fucking cool. So we'll be seeing that. 8, Knock at the Cabin. We talked about that. There you go. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. See, it's that fucking this cover art.
You hate these, you hate these,
fucking
Dave.
Absolute god awful fucking stinky 300-pound man after fucking a 12-pack and fucking Doritos and fucking goddamn pork rinds took a shit. That's what it looks like.
That's how you really
that's why I'm not excited.
I got that with pancakes.
I mean, not just the fact that it's Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey is dumb enough. Then that's the way you're going to market it. But I'll give it fair. February 15th. Oh, that's a big day around here. My wife's birthday. That's how we're spending our birthday, honey. Yeah. Winnie the Pooh and Piglet are not your friends in this slasher movie about the 100-acre woods. After Christopher Robin leaves his childhood friends to go to college, they feel abandoned and quickly turn murderous. The rampage hits a new high, though, when Christopher eventually returns to the forest to introduce his old friends to his new wife. Well, it is a fucking love story. Look at that. Happy birthday, Irene. Okay.
Sweet.
And number 10, of course, fucking Cocaine Bear. Okay.
I think this is a missed opportunity to have it be a polar bear horror movie because they're white and you can make snow jokes, Coke jokes, snow. It's a missed opportunity. But I know it's based on a true story with it was like 130-pound black bear, and that's not very threatening. But hopefully they do something extravagant, and because those are bears, you can just yell at them and they're gonna run off. Black bears aren't the threatening ones. You don't want to run into a grizzly or a polar bear. Those are the ones that will fuck you up. So, but all right,
this bear doesn't run off. This bear flies through the sky and catches jumps into a van or something like that. There's some magical moment in this trailer that it sold me. Would be the thing that turns Dave off.
Wait, Christmas Eve
turns me on. Yeah,
it's like It's like Die Hard. It's like Die Hard. Like action theatrics with a bear from jumping from one thing to another, and it's just like one of those Hail Mary shots, and I'm like, yes, I got it.
Dave was predicting. Dave was predicting this. So okay, yeah.
It's gonna be a fucking glorified sci-fi fucking horror movie like Sharknado, but for some reason everyone's excited. Hey, again, prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong. I'm not one of those assholes with a Facebook comment saying, prove me wrong, I want to fight. This is saying, prove me wrong, I want to be wrong.
C and I'll give it to you straight. Yeah, we'll let you know.
Yeah, I hope it's great. Number 11, Scream 2. Yeah, we know all about
Scream
it.
2. Tickled at my own jokes.
Yeah, I love it, absolutely. Jenna Ortega, I don't give a fuck. I'll watch Jenna Ortega fucking in any horror movie, so it doesn't matter. Even not that I wouldn't watch it anyway, but I hope she takes over as the main girl and they ever.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Right.
I hope Amber dies in this movie. I actually would love it if she died in the opening scene. That was my comment before. I don't know if that opening scene is the teaser scene that they show very little of that takes place on the subway, but.
Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, because it's in New York. Shoot. I was trying to do this big point and swing for the bleachers thing where I was gonna say. I think they're gonna if they're really writing clever shit, they're gonna kill Ghostface in the intro scene. That was kind of my thing saying that, awesome. But it sounds like that they're not gonna go that route.
It'll never happen.
It's a teaser that shows you nothing. They're on a train during Halloween or New Year's. One of the two.
It has to be because you can't run around New York. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can according to Jason Takes Manhattan. Mythology,
Fair
but
enough.
ultimately, welcome to New York. I'm sorry, that was horrible. But the mask, there's someone wearing a mask there, and it's hollow. It is Halloween. Someone's wearing a mask, and they're like, "Hey, look!" They weren't sold in every fucking nickel and dime store. They mentioned it in the first movie, and it's still been that way ever since. It doesn't seem like they banned these costumes, even though the mass murderer's worn it 5 times already. They're still mass marketing these things. and it comes complete with bulletproof vest.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
So of course, this is completely gimmicked out. So we're finally getting Hollow Scream. It's going to be Halloween. A Scream taking place on Halloween in New York City. If this is the most gimmicked fucking idea I've ever heard, they're selling this on a gimmick, and it's a nightmare. Jenna Ortega's gonna wake up at the end, and she's gonna say, "I take it all back. I take back everything you've come at me, Ghostface."
Yeah, no. She's still in the hospital.
And then Wednesday Addams, Christina Ricci's gonna get pulled through a fucking door at the end. That's how it's gonna end.
Pull her through my door.
So, indeed. Her and Ortega. So anyway, Renfield. We already know about this. Renfield. Nicolas Cage. Okay, we talked about
this. List isn't giving us anything new.
I'm gonna love that. Yeah.
Here's what every fucking time a Scream movie comes out, you, me, and everybody, since part 1 has come out, people have always says, I hope they do this in the beginning, or I hope they kill this character off, or I hope it has
never do.
Fucking happened once. No. Therefore,
I could write a Scream script that would fucking explode heads.
Right.
I think I could. I honestly think so. That would like stuff that they would yeah. But I've heard they're supposed to do bloody kills, bloodier kills than they've done, heretofore. I mean, I think when you think of the Scream franchise, you're not often talking about the kills very much, except for that, the first one with that awesome Drew Barrymore sequence is so brutal and intestines and stuff, and I don't think any other movie really.
Here's the way they need to do it, and they said it was going to be the goriest, but that could just be, lip service.
They say that. Yeah.
Honestly, this is how they would have to surprise us at this point, and I don't put it past them, but it would have to be done. It would have to be the Hollywood's best kept secret. Neve Campbell is coming back. She does get killed at the beginning, and all the publicity of her not returning because of a salary dispute was all just put out there as an anchor, so that we were like, no expectations for her to return. The story's going in a completely different direction. But I think the reality is that don't expect her to return, and the story's going in a completely different direction. But God, would that be the way to surprise horror fans? It's like the opening scene is her answering a phone at home, thinking everything's okay. She gets killed. That freaks out them. They're like, we got to get the fuck out of Dodge. We're not staying around Woodsboro for Halloween. And they go to New York City. That would be how you surprise moviegoers and Scream fans and everybody nowadays. But like Dave said, we can talk until we're blue in the balls. Yeah. That's probably not going to happen.
Yeah. Doesn't happen. Well said, dude. Wow. That would blow me away.
Right. Amen. But yeah, I can't refuse to get excited. Great idea, but who are we? Unfortunately. All right. Here's a movie called Cuckoo.
Tier 5 podcast.
Cuckoo. Right. There you go. Cuckoo.
Cuckoo.
Yep. Cuckoo. So when it premieres September 29th, 2023, the plot of this horror film is being kept under wraps, but with Euphoria's Hunter Schafer starring in it, it's going. Euphoria all over the place. So she's going to be in it. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me make sure I'm saying the right thing. Okay, yeah, it says her and she. That's her gender identify. I wanted to make sure because I know who this character is on that show. So she does go by that according to this. But yeah, so she's good in fucking Euphoria, so I'm all about it. So we'll see. What else? The Exorcist, we know. Salem's Lot, we know. The Strangers, we know. So I guess that's it. If you want to know anything else, you Google fucking horror movies 2023. You see what pops up, and you go from there.
Dave, I have two that I find
Toxic Avenger. Oh, sorry.
Toxic Avenger, top of the mind. I have two that I've run into recently that I think are worthy of a discussion. First is, and even though I have fatigue of these movies, they are making a new Blade, the Vampire Hunter movie. The Marvel Studios are doing that.
Yeah.
I don't have high hopes. I think we're about to.
High hopes.
Yeah, he's got high hopes. And then there's another one called Shelby Oaks. And the reason I know about this is because there's a pretty popular YouTube film reviewer named Chris Stuckman. A lot of people know who that guy is. And he's gotten into filmmaking. And the first movie he wants to make is horror. Because, even though he reviews like all styles of movies, you can tell he's like a horror guy. And so, but he does them all. He's got a couple million subscribers and everything, all that. And Shelby Oaks is his movie that's supposed to be coming out this year. I think a slasher. I'm actually not sure. So those are that's a movie that I think some people who follow more of the YouTube content have been looking forward to, for a while now. So.
Fucking A. Rock on. I'm down.
Cool.
Yep.
I'm down. Well, this movie's January 26th. Fear. I like the poster because I'm a simple man about things like that. But look at it. It's a skeleton question mark.
Oh, you and my son both love skeletons. Yeah, I like that.
Badass, man. Yeah, look at that. And it's over the moon here. Fear. A much needed getaway.
Cool. The moon. Yeah.
Yeah, see? And a celebration weekend turns into a nightmare due to the contagious airborne threat. Interesting. Okay, so that's coming out soon. Ruby Modine is in there. Okay, well, a few weeks that one's coming out. So Fear and Missing. Didn't Missing already come out, or am I off on that?
You're thinking Search In. Missing looks like it's like.
I know.
I thought Missing was playing off of the Megan is Missing, but maybe being a little bit more PG. I could be totally off on that.
Neil Long is in it. Hold on. Let's see. Showtimes. Thursday, January 19th. Okay, so it's coming. Okay. So under wraps it says, it's just so somebody goes missing apparently. But okay. I like the
their
cover.
box office for not giving any fucking details.
It's a phone. Well, I'll see it. Storm Reed is in it again, and Neil Long, who
it's a sequel to Search In. Holy shit, isn't that funny? I mentioned Search In. Missing. It's a standalone sequel to the 2018 film Search In. That stars Storm Reed.
Serious?
I just read it right now. Like, yeah.
Was Neil Long in fucking Searching and I forgot?
I don't
Am I fucked up in the head? Yeah, right. I thought it was
the
an
guy
Asian
from the MILF dude, yeah.
Yeah, John Cho.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So none of the people from fucking that movie are in this movie. Well, maybe it's
just say standalone. That's maybe why the standalone. Maybe they wanted something like that done, so they took it from the Missing standpoint or whatever. Interesting. Well, I liked how that movie was presented.
Yes, it was. I quite enjoyed it.
It was well done.
Yes. So yeah, and one more thing, like I said, the Toxic Avenger. The Toxic Avenger is an upcoming.
They've been talking about this for ages.
Directed by Macon Blair.
Okay.
I think it's happening because I'm telling you. Don't quote me on that, of course. What do I know? But let's see, Toxie, and that'll be the last thing we look at. Toxic Avenger, 10 out of 10, just for you, Christian. We got to see
The difference with this is that back in the day, that felt like you shouldn't be watching it. It was like, oh my God, this is like a comedic horror splatter movie that's showing me these god awful images that were very hard to come by. And now we get them in every movie, every horror movie that comes out, for the most part, now can deliver on these goods and not be censored.
Yeah.
And back in the day when a kid's head got mowed over by a car for shits and giggles, and then a guy's arm got torn off and you used to beat him back to death. It's hilariously funny, but also over the top gory. So I'm all about it. But we've had a lot of movies since then that have changed.
You bring up a great point that, Dave, we might have to do a deep dive on this. What, those older movies are, that of a certain era where you feel like you're not supposed to see it. What would that look like with a movie today? I'm just kind of bringing that up as a question. No,
nothing. Just like fucking there's no such thing.
Possibly the last movie, and again, there was going to such extremes to be that movie that I can think of I don't like it. And those Human Centipede 2,
Trauma
3,
from 2018, I found that way more disturbing than a Serbian film. In fact, I'm like a Serbian film. I might get a 9 out of 10 on that. I broke that down on the Only Horror Corridor episode you can still find on YouTube. But yeah, I just kind of wonder what that would look like. And Dave says nothing, and you might be right about that. I just wonder what would that feel like if you were to, just like this, reverse engineer it. We see a movie and we think to ourselves, whoa, it doesn't seem like we should be seeing this. What would we,
here's the problem.
If you reverse engineer it, what would that look like?
It can't happen.
World, I don't
know.
I don't know,
Watson.
I think
this is
why. Right? Yeah.
Here's why, though. Not for the reasons you're probably thinking. What I'm saying
I'm
is
not thinking anything, man. I'm just wondering.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my opinion on why it can't happen. I think it's simple. Is that sometimes we get movies that come out of nowhere. Sometimes we do, and we're surprised by them. Hey, this movie just dropped out of nowhere, but it's never this type of movie. It's always a movie that everybody loves it. So anytime a movie like this is coming out, like The Human Centipede, like a Serbian film, like anything that's fucked up in that manner, we already know about it months and maybe years before it comes out. That's the problem. And this is what's fucked up about it. It could work if it dropped out of nowhere.
There's very little discovery involved. You're right.
Right.
Like back in the day.
I didn't even think of that.
You rented the VHS. What is this?
Yeah.
And then word of mouth got it around.
Yeah.
Like Toxic Avenger. And it got big. But it's like, it doesn't happen anymore. Everything is too out there. And every time somebody blows a fart on a movie, like, look at this. For example, the Toxic Avenger, right now, production status, nothing. Okay. Build cast. Kevin Bacon, Peter Dinklage, Elijah Wood, Jacob Tremblay, Jane Levy, all these people. Now, but then again, all we have is a huge cast, Macon Blair, and nothing. Nothing, though. No date, no production status. In other words, this is a fucking strong rumor. That's what this is. This is somebody talking to somebody and somebody started. There's no way all these – I could be 100% wrong. And this movie comes out and all these people are in it and it's a love letter to the first one and it's some off-the-wall shit. But I just don't think it's possible. This day and age, and it's a sad thing because we're too in the know.
Sure.
But the problem is it can be. Because didn't a movie come out this year or last year that nobody saw coming? It does happen. We talk about it.
Yeah, was one of the ones that came. Like,
no. Are you kidding me?
No one
James
was.
Wan
Yeah,
was talking about it for a year.
No, but you say that now. Go back to the episode when we bring it up. I bring it up. It was 2 weeks before the movie came out, and both you and Brandon were like, "This is a James Wan movie. We haven't even heard about it."
Right, but it came to a theater.
I get you. Of course.
I think so. You're not going to go and watch it and fucking feel like this isn't something I should be seeing. So so I take it back.
My reasoning for not
you're
not
right.
Seen this for a reason.
No, you're right about Malignant. We were surprised, and it seemed like it came all of a sudden. I think COVID might have had something to do with that. I could be way off on this. I don't know. Maybe
I think
they kept it under wraps.
I could be wrong. No, wait. I can't remember when Malignant came out now. Well, it was last year, wasn't it?
I don't fucking know
I think
anymore.
so, yeah. It was in my top 10, yeah.
But still, am I right? Does it just usually not happen, though? Like fucking a movie does drop out of nowhere. Usually it's an independent film.
The difference is exactly what you've been saying.
Like
is that
Pearl.
We've got fucking – well, Pearl's
a surprise.
The best example.
Wormwood sequel.
The double whammy. But you've got the internet now, so there is really no surprise. That's why it's so hard, and they're using it for marketing, so they don't necessarily want it to be a surprise. I'd say your example of Pearl might actually be a good modern example, but it's not like I shouldn't be seeing this movie.
Of course not. It's never that shit.
They just announced it. We're gonna get it. Well,
that's my point. Awesome. That's my point. Is that movies do drop out of nowhere, but they're never those kind of movies. You see what I'm saying? It's never something like, you know what I mean? So it's not gonna work. You're not gonna. If a movie could drop out of nowhere and nobody knew about it, and I feel like I shouldn't be seeing it. The only time that ever happens is like in a found footage, low budget movie that nobody knows about.
Well, which does that. Part of that's the release, the surprise of the surprise release. But then there's also the matter of, being transgressive enough to make audiences go, holy shit, like this is, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I should be watching this. I'm not stopping the movie, but I don't know if I should be seeing this. I just kind of wonder what a movie like that would look like right now. And, but honest, like not being like, all right, let's be as offensive as we can. But just to, I don't know. It was just question. Yeah. I don't know.
As C would say, let's put a pin in it.
Indeed. Yeah. And here's what I'll do. Just like I did with my follow-up to my 2017 cliffhanger. We'll get to this in a few years.
Yeah, we'll get to it eventually. When WotZ starts coming back, we'll have a fucking show. And 2 years from now, episode 22 will drop.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta go, but I promised trivia, so we're gonna shoot like three trivia, just three trivia questions out. I didn't even pre-plan this. I grabbed 4 cards out. And my nose is running all of a sudden here because of my damn basement. And
Cocaine Bear.
So here we go. I'm just going to pick random ones.
All right.
Who was the screenwriter of Magic 1978?
Anthony Hopkins. No, I have no idea.
Rod Serling.
I can't even wait to guess. William Goldman. William Goldman.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
Metro Goldman. Oh, sorry, not him. Okay.
All right, here we go. Hey, the murder of what family member does Sheriff Weidel avenge in The Devil's Rejects 2005?
Sheriff Waddell Piggy.
Piggy.
Of course, Piggy. Yes.
I do know the answer to this.
Of course you know it.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, yeah. So
it's his.
Wait,
it's his
actually,
brother.
hold on. Let me make sure I have it right. It is the brother, right?
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah.
He even says brother.
Yeah,
you all knew that one.
I just remembered. Wait,
I'm
is
walking
it brother?
the line,
Okay, yeah.
brother. Yep.
Okay. Here's an oldie but a goodie. What actor appeared in both The Invisible Man 1933 and The Wolfman 1941?
What?
Okay, I'm trying to think.
Change?
I'm trying to think of
Junior, but I that seems too easy. It seems too easy.
It does. I have two that like I want to throw out there. I'm trying to think. I don't remember Claude Rains in Wolfman, and I don't remember like Bela Lugosi or something like that in Invisible Man. But it's been a while.
I'm going to say Chaney. I'm going with the obvious.
Just go the obvious.
You take one example that you shut out there, Watson. You're on the right track. You take one. Stay with one.
Oh, okay. Let's go. Let me go with Claude Rains.
You got it.
Oh,
he got it.
That was just a guess, though. That was not me extrapolating from any knowledge. That's just he was in this, and
he sold the cane. He was the guy that sold him the cane. Is my guess, 100% guess. I'm talking of Wolfman. I don't know.
Oh,
just a guess.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. 100% guess that was his role, but who knows? See, while we're young.
Oh well, this one I think is easy. Well, I thought it was easy, but we'll see. What was the name of the actor that played the vampire at the center of Nosferatu, 1922?
Oh, Shrek.
Count Orlok.
Oh, the name of the vampire or actor? Or
no, the name of the actor.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Shrek.
Max Shrek. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. So you see that there's a different. There's a level here. There's some easier ones, some not so easy. I don't know if the names of these do anything other than tell you that they're actor, director, or whatever. Here's. Oh, that's too easy. What is the surname? Oh, come on. These ones are all. I picked one that has all easy ones. Which character murders Marion Crane in the shower scene in Psycho? Oh my God.
Who could say?
Yeah, Sam Loomis.
It'll never be known.
Yeah, that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah. In The Wailing, 2016, what is the profession of the protagonist?
He is a police officer.
Bingo bango.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all the trivia we'll do because there's plenty more. There's plenty more. But we got to call it a day.
Yeah, call it a day.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you, gentlemen, for having me on for part 2 of this. I know this is going to be a big episode, but man, the listeners are going to get a kick out of our shenanigans and this wrap up. It's a lot of fun. It's actually gotten me really excited for 2023, guys. So,
yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Scream 2 all the way.
Scream 2.
Hey, yes. What episode number is this?
It's still 197.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so 2 more before the 200.
There.
Okay.
Boys. Hell yeah.
Okay. All right. The next 2, I can't wait to get through the next 2 episodes, but we got to do them. So we'll see.
Which we don't even know what we're doing, right?
We have no fucking idea. We'll figure it out along the way. We're looking past it at 200, So.
Yeah.
But maybe Watson will join us on one of those again.
We're going to have a bunch of guests. I will join you anytime I can, guys. I will. Well, and I do want to say something kind of just to throw this out there for listeners who ask me about this all the time. Because I do get DMs about this. Watsy is still alive. I get asked about it all the time, but here's the deal. And I haven't even told Dave much about this, but my computer and my recording software shut one another down when they're – now, this is a high-class software. I have a powerful computer, and it's like I can't afford for these two not to work together, but they don't. So my son and I found a fix, and we just need to like a true fix. And so I need to try it out because I can't record on my end anymore over Skype or Google Hangouts or any of those things. It can't be done. I can't believe we actually made none of them. It's like Windows and my software shut one another down, and it's so frustrating. I can't tell you. We used to have these third-party softwares that would help fix that gap and fix whatever that bug is or that problem, but a couple of those went out of business, and they don't exist anymore. So it's like, oh, shit. But My son came up with a really cool fix, so we're gonna test it out together. And that's the only reason, Dave, why I haven't like been, on your ass like, let's do more WotC, because I haven't been sure if I could even record an episode. It's why we were on Jay the Dead's New Horror Movies. A couple of the hosts, Count Macula and Doc Shock, and me, we're going to do a segment called Interview with Vampires. We're just gonna do brief coverage of vampire movies,
right.
And they wanted me to produce it, and I was like, hell yeah, sounds short, fun. Couldn't do it. So I've been like kind of the sort of the anchor there on not being able to. So anyways, I think we fixed the problem. So I if all goes well, lots of Dave Z and Watson in 2023, because I think we have the fix. And it's so simple that it makes me feel like a freaking idiot. It's like, why didn't I think of this before? So I can't wait, because it's an honor to do that show with you, Dave. WotC Party Horror Show. You listeners know it. Listen to that. And I guess I'm not trying to do my plugs, but I'm also just if you want more, Dave Z and Watson. Well, you can find us over on Jay the Dead's New Horror Movies. And it would mean the world to me if you all would check that show out at newhorrormovies.com or your podcatching app, Jay of the Dead's New Horror Movies. We got, it's a who's who of podcasting, horror podcasting. Jay the Dead, Dr. Shock, Gilman Joel, Dr. Walking Dead, Greg Morris, Macula, who's a new guy. Yeah. Dave Z, Ron Martin from Zombie 7. I mean, like me. So sorry about that. Solid gold horror podcasting. Dave Z and Ron Martin coming on the show. You guys are like the new pair that, like, somebody wrote in and said that me and Gilman Joel were like a pair they didn't know they needed. And you and Ron, Dave, are like that with me. I'm like, these two are good together. So, cool. Anyways, truly epic show. Jay the Dead's outdoing himself with this. So Fangoria readers may have even saw our coverage there. So newhorrormovies.com, everybody. It would mean the world to me. And Horror Movie Weekly also with Jay. So yeah, it's like I only do podcasts with Dave and Jay, but nice. Just check those out, guys and girls out there. Like these shows, it's just an honor to be a part of these. And even here, not even here, just also here, guys, it is the highlight of my just podcasting experience. Like, I mean this too. I'm not drunk or anything like that. It's, I love being on this show and talking with you guys about horror and goofing off. And, so I'm just happy. So guys, this is
nice.
2023. Can't wait to do more work with you both.
Yeah. And you will be back. Yeah. You will be back. No questions asked.
Definitely.
Like we said.
Yes. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. It's been awesome. I got to plug TGIF 13 because we haven't done a show. It's coming up to almost 2 years. And this is our 10th year anniversary. So we had an excuse. We said we should have probably done one last year to at least have something out there, but we didn't. And so now I've got 4 left. They said I was only going to go to 50 episodes. Fucking 50. We haven't even made it to. And so this is our 10th year anniversary. We got to do it this year. Get all 10 out or 4 out. And I just wish Vince, there's been a lot of changes in his and all positive. Like he moved into his new place. He bought a house and whatever, but we just haven't seen each other in ages. And there's been no COVID excuse for the longest time. So it's just been busy lives and everything. So we got to get that shit done.
Oh, I can't wait. I have told you for years. I mean, like, I love that show so much. I cry laughing. You've done, like, there have been times where I've been listening to that and I'm in front of a client or something at work. I got it in my headphones or something like that. And I'll just crack up and then look over. Oh, nothing. Just,
my problem is I know the films are always just kind of like in the background practically, other than the Friday the 13th ones. But I still need 4 movies that I really feel passionate enough to talk about. We've thrown out Terror Train and whatever, but I don't feel passionate about talking about Terror Train. But if I guess we want to be completist on some of those classic, maybe Mutilator, Terror Train, Blood Rage, like these newfound ones, and Intruder should be my final 4, because those are at least considered, classics of the slasher subgenre that we haven't covered yet.
And see, may I make a suggestion here on the show for all the listeners to hold you accountable for this on these upcoming TGIF releases? Make sure, and it's just you can say no. I'm just saying, please, you and Vince have some sausage before you record. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I definitely will. I assume he will, but he's gone. I don't know if he's gone vegan or what, because the last time he was coming down. No, I don't think he has. But
okay, I had 3 jokes ready. Okay, anyway.
Awesome.
I can't wait.
I'm hoping.
I can't wait.
We'll chug sausage, no questions asked.
Yes.
But
Indeed.
Thank you again, Watt, for joining us.
Hey,
It's
you
always a blast.
Yeah, brother. Coming back again, and because of my inconvenience of the power going out. But we're good. Happy New Year to all of us, everybody listening. And 2 shows coming out again. 2 more shows this month. And then February, the big 200. It's going to be a month-long celebration. And then we'll take a break for a bit. But that's the plan. So, once again, Happy New Year, everybody. We love you. Watson, thank you again, my man. You're the best. And
Thanks, man.
we'll see you all again soon. And we love each and every one of you guys. So thank you, and keep doing what you're doing. Keep being safe. Love each other, and fucking Manchichi. Peace out.